Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had multiple devil fruit power with Harem? Part 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Devil Fruit Hero by Camdog 2. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Izuku and Todoroki were staring each other down. Todoroki breathing heavily, his breath visible and his right side covered in ice, glared at Izuku, who had his arms crossed and an impatient glare on his face. "So are you done fucking around and ready to get serious?" Izuku asked. Todoroki snarled as he sent another wave of ice toward Izuku, who could only sigh. As the ice approached, it started to bend and curve around him before breaking into many small ice cubes. Crash shield, Izuku thought as he waited for the next attack. He did it again, people. Izuku Midoriya blast away the ice like it's nothing. Todoroki better try something new before Midoriya goes on the attack, Present Mike said to the cheering audience. That's if he goes on the attack, Aizawa said shortly, getting confused looks from many audience members causing him to sigh as he explained. It's obvious that Todoroki's ice can't get past Midoriya's defense, a defense that cost Midoriya little if anything. Combined with the fact that Todoroki refuses to use his fire and has a limit on his ice, it's pretty clear what Midoriya's plan is, Aizawa said, and after a moment of thinking, Present Mike understood as he gasped. He's going to wait until Todoroki tires himself out and then throw him out of the ring, Present Mike shouted, and many eyes widened in realization as Aizawa nodded. Exactly, this way Midoriya doesn't needlessly waste energy and can save it for later fights, Aizawa finished explaining. Brains and brawn, Izuku Midoriya is as terrifying as they say. It's a no-risk strategy that has little if any flaws. It may not be that heroic, but it'll certainly get the job done, Toshinori thought as he watched his successor fight. Izuku meanwhile just sighed in annoyance as he looked at Todoroki, who shot another wave of ice that slammed into another crash shield. Man, those two are terrifying, Kirishima said as he and the rest of Class 1A watched from their assigned booth. Yeah, it must be nice to fire of those huge blasts one after another with little recoil and no lag time. Zero continued. Yeah, Bakugo, you and Todoroki can fire things off like that easily, and that doesn't even begin to scratch what Midoriya can do, Denki added. It's not as simple you think, moron, Bakugo said, his eyes completely on the fight. Overuse your muscles and you'll risk tearing them apart. We all have limits, that's why I designed my costume the way I did. Quirks are physical abilities too, use them too much and they'll get worn out. Todoroki meanwhile was gritting his teeth as Midoriya had just destroyed another wave of ice. Damn it, this was getting him nowhere, and if it continued it would end up just as Aizawa said. Looks like he'd have to take a gamble, setting up a barricade of ice. Todoroki suddenly shot forward, ridding on a wave of ice towards Izuku, though he was moving much slower than normal from all the ice. Todoroki is on the move. He's heading straight for Midoriya. What could his plan be? Present Mike asked. A desperate one, Aizawa said. Judging by his speed and the amount of ice covering his body, he's nearly at his limit. This'll be his last attack. Izuku was waiting for Todoroki, and as his haki activated and saw what the fire and ice user would do, he couldn't help but scowl in annoyance. Looks like he'll have to do this the hard way. Todoroki meanwhile had made it to Izuku and fired another torrent of ice until Izuku was encased in tower of ice, gaining gasp from the audience. Todoroki meanwhile had fallen to the ground gasping for breath as his right side was covered in frostbite and blood as some of the blisters he got from the frostbite had popped from the pressure. Cracked, Todoroki just stared in horror as the pillar cracked and shattered as Izuku Midoriya just stared down at Todoroki. My turn, he said simply as he charged his body with 5% one for all and kicked him in the gut, sending him flying away, crashing into the barricade, continued to tumble before stopping right before leaving the ring. Damn, Izuku's really not pulling his punches. He really wants to face your boy's fire, Garp said as he looked toward Endeavor, who nodded. This was actually pretty close to how their first battle went when he thought he could take any tower fighter down. Todoroki meanwhile was struggling to get up as he couldn't stop shaking from the cold and pain. He growled, there was no way he could rely on his mother's ice anymore. Look at that. Shoto Todoroki gets back up, but he's not looking good. He can hardly stand and can't stop shaking. What can he possibly do? Present Mike shouted. Use his fire. It's the only logical possibility he has left. Any more use of his ice could lead to permanent injury. Aizawa said as he glared down at his student who refused to act logical. Izuku just glared at Shoto. So are we just about done here, or are you going to man up and use your fire? That was the last straw for Todoroki. I am never using that bastard's fire. Shoto screamed as he ran toward Izuku the best he could. Though it could hardly be called running by how slow he was moving. So that's it, huh? Izuku thought. He's reached his limit. Bakugo, unknowing, finished Izuku's thought up in the stands. Shoto has made it to Izuku, and knowing his mother's ice wasn't an option, he tried to punch Izuku only for him to easily block and then send Todoroki back with a punch of his own. Should we end the fight midnight? Midoriya is clearly stronger, and if this continues, Todoroki could do lasting damage that not even Recovery Girl could fix. Cementos said to Midnight over their earpieces, who remained silent thinking it over. Izuku sighed. Okay, that's it. I've had enough. It's about time you gave up. He told Todoroki, who could only growl as he got to his feet. I'm not giving up this match. He shouted at Izuku, who sighed again. I'm not taking about this match. Izuku told Todoroki, who growled. Then what are you taking about? He yelled, having lost the last of his patience. Izuku looked him dead in the eye. That ridiculous idea that you can be a hero. Dead silence. The whole world was shocked into silence that Izuku. Midoriya said that, wondering how he could possibly say that. What did you just say? Todoroki stuttered, shocked at what he was just told. Did I stutter? Izuku asked. I said you can't be a hero. But then again, no one as selfish or half-assed as you could ever be one. Causing those watching to grow confused. Selfish? Half-assed? What the hell are you taking about? Todoroki roared at him before his eyes widened in realization. This is about using my father's fire again, isn't it? What is your obsession with my father? My father paid you, didn't he? He questioned Izuku before hunching over as Izuku appeared in front of him while slamming his fist in Todoroki's stomach. And that's your problem. Your refusal to use your fire is what's holding you back from ever being a hero. What would happen if lives are in danger and you failed to save them because you refused to use your flames? You think that's going to cut it with their families? Sorry I couldn't save your friends and loved ones, but my personal issues are more important. Izuku finished while shaking his head and muttering, pathetic. Todoroki could only get angrier, but around him the audience couldn't help but agree. A hero couldn't act like that and still expect to be accepted. Well, he's not wrong. Fumikage said, simply, gaining shocked looks from some of his classmates. If he continues on like this, one day he could be a hindrance and liability in the field. And we won't have the time or luxury to deal with him. He finished with the others reluctantly agreeing. Todoroki, seeing this, could only ball his fist together. All right then, what am I supposed to do? If you're such an expert on this, how do I fix it then? Todoroki snapped at Izuku, who simply crossed his arms. Simple, you accept it. Izuku told Shoto, who only growled in confusion. And just what the hell am I supposed to accept? He roared at Izuku, who scowled. That it's your power, you moron. Izuku somehow managed to growl and hiss at him. Not your mother's ice, not your father's fire, but your one power. Izuku finished with a roar toward Todoroki, whose eye widened. Not my mother's ice, not my father's fire, but my power? Todoroki thought as he remembered something All Might said during an interview on TV. Children often do inherit quirks from their parents or develop similar power sets. But the most important thing to remember is, a quirk is what you make of it regardless of your history. You decided how you use it. I never realize. Todoroki's mother's voice rang in his head. You are not a prisoner of your lineage. Use your power the way you want to. Be the hero you want to be. How much I had forgotten. Flames suddenly erupted on Shoto's left side as the audience erupted in shock at the sight of the fire. Izuku just grinned as he cracked his neck. It's about time. You're helping your opponent even though you want to win. Now which one of us is screwing around? Todoroki asked as the frost and ice on his arms melted and his blisters cauterized. I want it too. I'll be a hero, Shoto declared with a grin that matched Izuku's. Ha ha ha, the real fight starts now. Garp laughed while Endeavor remained silent. After a moment Enji spoke. Garp, I fucked up. I fucked up more than I ever thought possible. Do you have any ideas of how to fix it? Garp questioned Endeavor quietly, who after a moment nodded. Then it's not too late, but for now just shut up and enjoy the boys' fight. Enji nodded, doing just that. But after that he had a lot of work and a lot of wrongs to right, and the first step is to make a phone call that he should never have had to make in the first place. Back in the arena, the two were staring each other down. Todoroki having a focused glare as Izuku had a smirk. You had this all but won, yet you chose to help me. Are you really that arrogant? Hey, you're the ones who's been half-assing his way through the tournament. I just wanted a proper fight out of you. Todoroki just smirked. I'll make you eat those words when I take home the gold. Izuku just smirked. Why don't you try beating me first? Suddenly both powered up as fire and ice covered Todoroki, and Izuku was engulfed in crash energy. Cementos suddenly slammed his hands on the ground as cement flowed down to the arena. That's enough, Midnight. This is out of control. He yelled down to her as she activated her quirk. I know, she yelled back. Todoroki shot an entire wave of ice towards Izuku, who did nothing until it got close and then punched it, shattering it instantly. Todoroki wasted no time as he sent a torrent of fire towards Izuku, who raised his arm as a giant blast of crash energy erupted from his hand. Crash blast. I see now, Midoriya. Todoroki thought as he watched the blast tear through his fire and the walls he and Cementos creates and enveloped him. Thank you, he said as the blast shielded the two fighters from everyone else's sight. Having a great quirk doesn't mean you'll be a great hero, but still those two are amazing. Cementos said as he tried to see anything. The light died down to reveal Izuku standing in the now destroyed arena where he had been. Everyone gasped as they saw Shoto lying against the wall. Midnight raised her hand. Todoroki is out of bounds, Midoriya wins. She shouted as the audience cheered for such an amazing match. What a crazy match. Todoroki showed amazing feats, yet it wasn't enough. Izuku Midoriya advances to the next round, Present Mike exclaimed. Izuku meanwhile had walked over to Shoto, who was groaning as he got up. Damn it, you really don't know how to hold back, do you, Midoriya? He asked as the one in question chuckled. Not at all, Izuku said before frowning. So what are you going to do now? He asked Todoroki. Shoto looked right at him. I'm going to do exactly as I said. I'll be a hero, the kind I want to be, he said as fire appeared from his right hand. And next time we fight I will win, he proclaimed as he extended his left arm. Izuku chuckled. We'll see, he said as he took Todoroki's hand and shook it. The crowd cheered seeing this, and Midnight gushed at the two. All Might was happily clapping for his successor as he listens to the pros talk. Man, that was insane. Todoroki was amazing with his ice, and it only got better when he used his fire. Yeah, but did you see Midoriya? I don't think he got a single injury. He's even more powerful than I thought. I know, but he could have ended the match sooner if he didn't provoke Todoroki into using his fire. Maybe he just wanted a proper fight, you know how fighters are. It doesn't matter, he won in the end, and if he keeps it up he'll get plenty of offers for internships. All Might only listened, happy Midoriya was being accepted by the hero community. With Shoto was on his way to see Recovery Girl to look his injuries at his injuries when he ran into someone he should have expected. What, not going to tell me lost? Endeavor said with crossed arms, a knowing smirk on his face, which confused Shoto. His father should be screaming and yelling that he lost, and so early in too. What, no screaming, no yelling? Aren't you furious that I lost? Shoto questioned Endeavor, who gained a dry look on his face. You were up against the strongest man in the world. How should I thought the fight would end? He questioned before chuckling. Still, it's funny. The fight reminds me of how my first fight against Garp went, he said, causing Shoto's eyes to widen as he recognized the name and the connection the man had to Midoriya. Endeavor, seeing the look, explained. Yeah, he and I grew up together and constantly fought each other in the arena to help us improve. It's nice to see that rivalry continue to the next generation. Still, it's great to see you finally putting your feelings aside and use your true potential. You can rest for the day, but when you recover I'll show you how to truly harness your flames. And when you graduate, come work for me. I can set you down the path of the mighty, Endeavor said as he extended his arm. Shoto remained still for a second before speaking. You're a fool if you think my feelings can be so easily changed. I haven't forgotten or forgiven anything, I've simply decided not to let it hold me back anymore, Shoto said, causing Endeavor to gasp as his son walked past him. I'll become the hero I want to be, so just stay out of my way. I don't need you, Shoto said as he began to walk away, causing Endeavor to clench his fist. It was now or never. Shoto, wait. Endeavor called, causing Shoto to turn, wondering what his father wanted now, only to be shocked as when he turned to his father the man in question was on his hands and knees with his head touching the floor. What are you doing? Todoroki managed to get out barely over a whisper in shock at seeing his father in such a humble state. I'm a failure as a father and man. I let my pride and anger control my every action and took all of it out on innocent people I should have been protecting. I kept chasing after All Might, blinded by my goal of surpassing him while looking down on all other heroes as if they're pest. Endeavor began as he thought about all his fellow heroes who he dismissed as useless. Citizens' approval meant nothing to me. As soon as the mission was done, they were nothing but annoying pests who could only buzz around like flies. He continued as he thought of his horrible behavior in front of civilians. He even knocked a pen and paper out of a kid's hands. But the worst is what I did to our family. I tormented and abused the people I should have protected the most. What I did to Toya, causing him to run away, and shunning Natsuo and Fuyumi when I deemed them failures, is unforgivable. What I put you and Rei through, even more. Which is why I've had Rei released from the hospital. At that, Shoto's eyes flew open. Was he serious? Is his mother really coming free? Rei should have never been put there in the first place. I'm the one who terrorized the family and the one who caused her to snap. She may have thrown the water, but I'm the one who scared you. Which is why I'm letting her choose what she wants. It does not matter if she wants to stay or go. I will accept her choice. And yours if you and siblings wish to go with her. Endeavor told him as he finally looked up to face his son. This actually caused Shoto to gasp and take a step back in shock. He was serious about what he was talking about. The look in his eye, his voice, everything he said was true. I know forgiveness and redemption isn't possible, and I'm not looking for that. I just want a second chance. A chance to prove I can be the father and husband this family deserves. If you listen to it, end the soundtrack here or continue it till it's finished. Shoto's mind was in turmoil right now. The concept of his father, the man who abused his family for years, actually doing something like this is so absurd it's laughable. But this wasn't that man in front of him. He genuinely wanted to try and be better, to prove he can be better. Get up, Shoto said softly as Endeavor did as he was asked. I'm not sure I ever forgive you for the hell you put our family, but there's a part of me that does want us to be a family again, so if you're willing to try, then so am I. Endeavor just stood there shocked for a moment before smiling in gratitude. Thank you, Shoto. I know I'll be a better man and protect and treat you all as I should have been from the start, and I swear I'll never go back to the way I was before, Enji promised. Oh, and just how do you know that? Shoto asked, knowing it wasn't that easy for people to change completely. Enji merely smiled. Because this time I'll have you and Natsuo there to stop me if I do, right? He asked his son. Todoroki's eyes widened before nodding, understanding what his father was asking. Enji only continued to smile. Thank you, son. Of course, Dad. Line break. Man, Midoriya, that was insane. Denki said as Izuku entered the booth with the rest of Class 1A. They were taking a small break to fix the field before the next match. Yeah man. You were absolutely viscous with fighting and your words. Kirishima told him, remembering the ass-kicking and the harsh words Izuku gave Shoto. Izuku merely shrugged. Someone had to light a fire under his ass, he said simply, causing his classmates to chuckle. It wasn't long before Shoto came back to the booth. He had a couple of bandages on his arm, but the weird thing is he seemed far happier than he was a few minutes ago. What's got you so happy? Izuku asked with a raised eyebrow. Shoto smiled. I'll tell you later. Izuku nodded and went back to waiting while ignoring the questioning looks they were getting. And we're back, folks. After a small delay to fix the field, it's time for the next round. Who's excited? Present Mike asked, with the audience cheering, pumped for the next fight after seeing the last one. Midnight took this as her cue and faced the board. And spin, she yelled, causing it to start before eventually stopping. Honta Zero vs Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo shoot out of his seat, a manic grin on his face. Hell yeah. Come on, tape arms, let's get down there so I can kill you. He shouted as he ran from the booth, with Zero following with a nervous smile, saying maybe he should just forfeit now. Alright, it's time. From the right side he's got a cool quirk, though it gives him weird elbows from the hero course. Honta Zero. That was unnecessary, Honta muttered with flexing his fingers. And on the left side, he's got a look that could scare a villain, also from the hero course. Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo said nothing, but he looked like a bull ready to rampage. Ready? Go. Bakugo wasted no time as he charged forward. Normally he wouldn't act like he used to, but he was so close to his goal he could practically taste it. Well, I don't think I can win, but I don't want to lose either, Zero shouted as he shoot tape at Bakugo. Unfortunately, Bakugo just blasted the tape away, and before he could do anything, Bakugo was right and in front of Zero and blasted him out of the ring. Midnight raised her hand. Zero is out of bounds. Bakugo wins, she announced, causing the crowd to cheer. Bakugo Katsuki wins. He advances to the second round. Man, that was harsh. Zero didn't stand a chance, Sato said, feeling bad for his friend. Yeah, but practically nothing would stop from getting to the next round. Kirishima stopped mid-sentence as he realized something. Hey guys, he said, getting everyone's attention. Since Bakugo won, doesn't that mean that the first match of round 2 will be? Kirishima trailed off, but everyone understood as they snapped their heads to Izuku, who was having a stare down with Bakugo with both bloodthirsty smirks on their faces. Are you kidding me? Denki freaked out. First Midoriya and Todoroki, and now Midoriya and Bakugo. What the hell is going on? He screamed. Denki, you might want to calm down. You have bigger things to worry about, Urikaka told him as she pointed to the board. Denki Kaminari versus Abara Shiozaki. Denki got up smirking. Oh yeah, it's go time, he said, having trained like mad since the USJ to better control his quirk. You might want to be careful, Kaminari. She's the one with the vines for hair. She's the reason why we lost our points. Suyu warned him, with Mineta grunting, still feeling sore about it. Thanks for the warning, guys. I've got an idea on how to handle her, Denki said as he left for the ring. A second later, the class heard a smash from the next section over. When they peeked over the wall, they saw Monama lying face down on the ground with Kendo standing above him with her fist enlarged. Noticing Class 1A, Setsuna explained. He was trying to start shit again, and I think we've all had enough of his crap today, she told them, causing them to nod. It's time for the third round, people. She's the flower with thorns. It's the assassin from Class 1B, Abara Shiozaki. Her opponent is the boy with an electric personality, from the hero course, Denki Kaminari. Suddenly Shiozaki spoke up. Excuse me, pardon the interruption. I'm questioning why you referred to me as an assassin. I came to this festival to prove my valor as a hero. Alright, I'm sorry. Gentlemen, I had no wicked or sinister reasons when I entered UA. I entered this school to help bring salvation to others. It's my deepest wish that I can bring joy to this world, Shiozaki said as she brought her hands together as if in prayer. I said I was sorry. Man, she really is beautiful. Especially those eyes, Denki said to myself before shaking his head. Focus, he needed to focus, Denki told himself before face Shiozaki. You know, I usually don't like to hit a woman, but in this case I'll make an exception. No hard feelings? Shiozaki smiled. Of course not. This is a contest of combat. Injuries are to be expected. Ready. Go. Denki immediately had electricity surrounding him. I'll end this quick. 1.5 million inches. Though he stopped when he saw Shiozaki and grow her vine hair. Smiling, he ran to the side to avoid the vines she sent underground. Denki then got in close to the girl, surprising her before running electricity through his hand and tapped her back, momentarily shocking and paralyzing her. Denki wasted no time as he threw her over his shoulder, before running over to the side and gently placed her outside of the ring. Shiozaki is out of bounds. Kamari wins, Midnight announced to the crowd, who cheered. Denki could only sigh in relief. Man, I can't believe that worked, he said as he turned to Shiozaki. You okay? Nothing feel off? He asked her. Shiozaki smiled and shook her head. I am fine, thank you. It was an excellent match and I wish you and everyone luck in this competition, she said truthfully with her hands once again clasped together. Denki could only gasp. She really is too pure. Man, that was surprising. I thought for sure he was going blow it somehow, Kyoka said, surprised he had won. I know what you mean. I didn't expect him to come up with a strategy like that, Sato added. It makes perfect sense to me, Zero said as everyone turned to him. He and I have been training together since the USJ. He told me he hated how useless he felt since he couldn't use without it causing major problems and making him a liability. He wanted to find a way where he can be helpful, Zero finished explaining. I'd say he's right on track, not that he was ever useless in the first place. Shoji said with Koda nodding in agreement, having teamed up in the USJ. Both knew how useful the boy is, quirk or no quirk. Hey, guess the USJ really changed him, huh? Kirishima asked quietly as everyone remembered that terrifying day. It changed all of us, and not for the worst, Izuku said as everyone looked at each other before nodding in agreement. Before long Kaminari was back. Oh yeah, who's the man? He shouted, getting high fives from Mina, Shiro and Kirishima. Dude, that was awesome, Kirishima told him. It was an impressive, well-earned win. Tokoyami spoke. Thanks guys. Now let's see who I'm fighting next, Denki said as they all turned to the screen as the next match was revealed. Mei Hatsume vs Tenya Iida. My turn, then I will continue our Class 1A victory streak, Tenya promised his classmates, who chuckled and nodded. Hey, be careful Iida. Hatsume has some pretty good inventions with her, and some nasty tricks. Stay on guard. Izuku warned him, with Momo and Fumikage nodding in agreement, remembering some of the tech she had. Worry not my friends. I will be vigilant during the match, he assured his classmates. Let's keep the ball rolling. On the right side he's the man with engines in his legs, Tenya Iida from the hero course. On the left side is the gadget dynamo Mei Hatsume from the support course. Hero versus support this time. Jiro said, curious how this is going to go. I have no idea what this is going to look like. Suyu couldn't help but add. Ready. Begin. Wait. Iida, who was just about to take off, tripped over his feet, though no one noticed as all their attention was on Mei as she took something off her back. Sorry, but I wanted to give you this to use in our match. I have all this gear and wanted to even things up a little, she told him before turning to Midnight. I know hero course students have to have permission to use gear, but since it's my gear and I'm asking him to do it, should be fine, right? Iida was close to tears. We're opponents, yet you still want to make it a fair fight? I'm humbled. Of course I'll wear it. Such youthful vigor. Midnight shouted suddenly. Well, this is unusual. Present Mike told Aizawa, not knowing what to say. Well, if both agreed to it, I guess it's okay, Aizawa said, equally lost. However, as Tenya finished putting on the gear, Izuku was shaking his head. Iida, you poor stupid bastard. He thought as Iida started running and Mei's true intentions were revealed. Turns out Mei just wanted Iida as a testing dummy to show off her inventions to support companies so she can get recruited when she graduates. It went on for a good 30 minutes until Mei was done and finally stepped out of the ring and Iida was declared the winner. Iida was surrounded by a storm of depression as he entered the booth and sat down next to Izuku with no one knowing what to say. Well, expect one. I did warn you, Iida, Izuku told him as he watched his friend slam his head into the railing in depression as the others' sweat dropped. Their attention was then on the screen as the next two were chosen. Mina Ishido vs Yuga Aoyama. Sorry mademoiselle, but you can't beat my sparkle, Aoyama said with wink while Mina smirked. I'm going to melt your butt, she said as they made their way to the arena. It's time for the fifth match. Let's help the gaudy belt serve some kind of purpose. From the hero course, Yuga Aoyama. V's, is there some kind of purpose for those things sticking out of her head? From the same course, Mina Ishido. Kick his butt, Mina. Suyu cheered for her friends. Don't show her any mercy, Aoyama, Mineta shouted. So what do you think about this one, Izuku? Uraraka asked. It's a battle of distance. If Aoyama can keep a distance, he's got a good chance, but if Mina can get in close and exploit his weakness, she's got the edge. Izuku finished with Ochako nodding. Ready? Begin. The fight went like Izuku predicted. Yuga was able to keep Mina away for a while, but Mina was able to use her acid to skate around the ring until Aoyama limit was reached. Mina was then able to get in close and uppercut him. Aoyama has fainted. The winner of this match is Ishido, Midnight said as Mina cheered for her victory. Izuku just nodded, expecting the outcome before he turned his attention to the board for the next fight. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. His two teammates just stared at each other for a second before Fumikage spoke. I won't hold back, I'll give it my all. Momo nodded. That's all I ask, I'll come at you with everything I've got. It wasn't long before the two were in the arena. Offense and defense in one. He's the dark samurai and his darker shadow. From the hero course, Fumikage Tokoyami. V's, the great creator. She was let in through recommendation, and I think we can all see why. Also from the hero course, Momo Yaoyorozu. Ojiro leaned in as he asked Midoriya, "So how do you think this fight will go?" Izuku's response was immediate. "Fumikage," he said simply. Everyone looked at him, shocked at fast he said it like he wasn't even considering Momo. Izuku noticed the looks and sighed. "Let me explain. The first reason is actually pretty simple. You all remember the power-up Momo, Mei and Fumikage got for their quirks, right?" At seeing them nod he continued. "Now from the time the second cavalry battle ended to the time me and Shoto had our match was about 2 hours. Now then many of us saw Momo eating in the cafeteria and then on the field, right?" he asked, causing many to nod having seen her. Fumikage on the other hand completely disappeared, and when he did show up after the lunch break and before the finals he looked off. "Shoto, what did he look like to you?" he asked the dual-haired boy who thought about it for a second before answering. "He looked kinda tired and his clothes were dirty, like he had just finished." Shoto trailed off as his and everyone else's eyes widened as they understood what Izuku was thinking. When new factors enter the situation, it's important to learn as much as you can. 2 hours may not seem like much, but against someone who's in the same situation who did nothing to prepare, it's more than enough. Izuku finished as everyone looked at the arena in concern. "It's time to get going. Ready? Begin." Fumikage wasted no time. Dark Shadow. As Dark Shadow appeared and shot forward at insane speeds, shocking Momo. "It's so fast. I need to make a shield fast," she thought as she tried focused on making a shield. Unfortunately for her, she forgot about the boast, resulting in her creating 5 shields that shot out of her body and out of reach. "No," she thought as Dark Shadow hit her, sending her flying out of the ring. "Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Tokoyami wins," Midnight announced as Fumikage walked toward Momo and gave her a hand to help her up. "You really are impressive, Tokoyami, especially with your new power," Momo told him. "I merely used what I learned in the time I had," Fumikage told her before heading toward the exit, leaving Momo confused. "What you learned in the time you had? What does that mean?" she questioned before her eyes widened as she remembered what he was like before the finals as she put all the pieces together. "He was training," she thought as he headed for the exit. "When I was relaxing and enjoy the tournament, he was testing his new limits," she finished as she reached the exit. "I'm pathetic," she thought as she clenched her fist. Pathetic. Class 1A was concerned for Momo, but soon everyone's attention was on the board to see who was fighting next. Eijiro Kirishima versus Tetsu. "Seriously, why does this keep happening?" Kirishima muttered as he walked to the arena. The next match involves 2 completely redundant quirks. First is a passionate, manly fighter made of steel from the hero course Tetsu. He's up against a passionate manly fighter made of rock from the hero course Eijiro Kirishima. "Seriously, even our intros are the same?" Kirishima asked. "Come on Tetsu. You can win this," Abara cheered her classmate on. "Win this, Kirishima." Mina shouted her support. "Can't wait to see how this one ends. Begin." The fight was pretty even with both hitting each other with everything they had. However, Tetsu was slowly getting pushed back. Kirishima has been training just as hard as everyone else, determined to get stronger and to push his quirk further. During this, everyone's attention was focused on the fight. Only Izuku noticed Uraraka get up to head to the waiting room, her match obviously being next. "Good luck," he told her, causing her to smile and give a thumbs up. "I'll see you in the finals," she told them before she left. Izuku turned him attention back to the match, which went on for a while until Kirishima was finally able to deal a final blow, his training letting his quirk outlast Tetsu. Tetsu is down. Kirishima wins," Midnight announced to the cheering crowd. Tetsu growled, but was Kirishima offered him a hand up while telling him it was a good match. The metal teen accepted the hand while wishing Kirishima luck in the tournament. All the while Midnight gushed. "Now everyone, it's time for the final match of the first round." "The final round, huh? Who's left?" Mina asked, having lost track. "Ochako is one," Suyu said, "and the other one was." "Oh shit." Everyone turned to Ojiro, who was standing and clutching his head in frustration. "I'm such a fucking idiot. How could I forget? Why wasn't I keeping track?" He continued to berate himself. "Ojiro, what's wrong? You're freaking everyone else," Toru asked, concerned. The tail user ignored her. "Where's Uraraka? I've got to warn her. She left for the waiting room a while ago," Izuku told him. Besides, it's too late now, the match is starting, he said as the two fighters walked toward the ring. Damn it. Ojiro cursed as he sat down and glared. What's the MSTTER, Ojiro? What's got you freaked out? Shiro asked. It's that guy's quirk, it's serious bad news, as he glared down at Uraraka's opponent. Now it's time for the final fight of the first round. First up, the one I'm personally rooting for, from the hero course, Ochako Uraraka. She's up against someone who hasn't done anything to stand out, from General Studies Hitoshi Shinso. Ready. Begin. Uraraka was just about to move when Shinso spoke. Hey, no matter what happens, no hard feelings, right? He asked as Ochako nodded. Yeah, no hard. Ochako stopped talking as a powerful sensation overtook her. What's going on? Why can't I move? She thought in her head as no matter how hard she tried she could get her body to move like she wanted it to. Shinso smirked. That's it, I win. Now walk out of the ring like a good little hero, he told as Uraraka turned around and begun to walk towards the edge. What is she doing? Iida cried out as Ochako got closer to the edge. It's that guy's quirk. I think it has something to do with brainwashing. I responded to one of his questions and I was under his complete control, Ojiro explained. Is there any way for her to break free? Momo asked with Ojiro shaking his head. I don't think so. I only snapped out of it when I pumped into something. And there's nothing for her to do that with, Ojiro told them, causing them to grow concerned. Come on. There has to be something I can do, Ochako thought as she neared the edge. Come on, think. She tried desperately as she crossed the line. Uraraka is out of bounds. Shinso wins. Ochako just stood there stunned how easily she was beaten. She had regained control of her body the instant the match was called. Sorry, but I won't let anything stand in my way between me and my dream, Shinso told her before he left the field, with Uraraka doing the same, her head lowered in depression. Man, that was short and brutal. Shinso didn't give any indication he was that powerful before. That's the festival for you. One twist after another, Present Mike said before Aizawa spoke up. This is a perfect example of why the entrance exam isn't rational, he said, causing Present Mike to turn to him in confusion. Why's that? He asked, not speaking into the microphone. Since we're onto the individual matches, I had information complied on our final competitors. Shinso failed the practical exam to get into hero course. Since he also applied for general studies, he probably expected this outcome. His quirk is amazing, but the entrance exam is rigged in favor of physical superpowers since it was fighting robots. Despite his abilities, he never stood a chance. Hopefully this will open some people's eyes, Aizawa finished. Present Mike nodded before turning back to the mic. Well folks, that's it for round 1. We'll take a short break and then be back for round 2. Line break. Izuku was on his way to the waiting room until he was called for his fight with Bakugo. Izuku was honestly looking forward to this fight as much as Bakugo was. He opened the door to see Uraraka hanging up her cell phone and sniffing, and Izuku realized she'd had been crying. Ochako noticed him a second later. Oh hey Izuku. Sucks about the match, right? Guess I wasn't strong. Ochako was interrupted by Izuku flecking her on the forehead, causing her to yelp. Don't think like that. Shinso won fair and square, not because you're weak, but because he had the element of surprise. Understand? He asked Ochako, who after a moment nodded. Good. Besides, you made it to the third round. That's a great achievement, so hold your head high and train to get further next time, Izuku told Uraraka, who gained a determined look in her eyes and nodded. It's time for the second round, people. Present Mike's voice sounded over the intercom. Izuku, Midoriya and Bakugo Katsuki, report to the arena immediately. Oh, I'm sorry Izuku, because of me you didn't get any chance to prepare, Ochako said, worried she distracted her friend. Izuku just chuckled as he turned to the door. Oh, don't worry Ochako, he said as he turned his head, and Ochako actually let out a little eep at the look in his face. I've been ready for this fight for years, he told her as he left for the arena, with Ochako running to the booth, not wanting to miss a second of the match. Class 1A booth. Oh good, I didn't miss anything, Ochako said as she sat down, with Iida commenting that her eyes were red and she should go see Recovery Girl. Oh, don't worry, this from something else, she told him, with Iida still looking concerned. This is no time to wallow. Use this next fight as source of encouragement, with Uraraka nodding and Iida muttering. You're so wise. It's time everyone, and this match is special. It's a grudge match waiting to happen that was created just after the first game despite some people believing it won't happen. Present Mike said while sneaking a glance toward Aizawa, who caught the look and rolled his eyes. He's been blasting his way through the games, but will it end here? From the hero course Katsuki Bakugo. V's. He took down his last opponent without a scratch, also from the hero course Izuku Midoriya. Ready. Beggy. Hold it, Bakugo suddenly shouted, interrupting Present Mike. Everyone was confused why he would interrupt, especially Class 1A, who knew better than anyone how much Bakugo wanted this fight. Everyone was trying to figure it out when the student in question spoke up. Listen up, Deku. You and I have been wanting this for a long time, and now that it's finally here, I say we do this right. Bakugo spoke with everyone wondering where he was going with this. If we want to get the most out of this, we can't let anything get in our way. Bakugo continued. So let's get rid of the ring out rule and let our skills speak for us. Bakugo proposed, making everyone's eyes widen in shock. What's this? Katsuki Bakugo just proposed that the ring out elimination method be suspended for this match. Why would he do this? Present Mike questioned, with Aizawa being the one to answer him. Because he wants a true fight with Midoriya. Bakugo wants a true test of skill, and if they had the ring restriction, one could step out of it by accident, ending the match. He wants a match that proves without a doubt who's stronger. Aizawa finished his explanation. Class 1A booth. Man, Bakugo really is crazy. Denki said, shocked along with the rest of the class at Bakugo's request. Yeah, I mean it's manly, but still, if they get rid of the ring out rule, then. Kirishima trails off, trying to think of the right thing to say. Bakugo will lose any chance to beat Izuku. Sue said bluntly, gaining shocked looks from everyone at her bluntness, to which she just shrugged. What, we all know it's true. Izuku is the strongest man in the world. He outclasses everyone, even the top pro heroes. Add in all his powers and he's basically unstoppable. Blasting him out of the ring with an explosion was Bakugo's only chance of winning, and that's if Izuku decides to not just go intangible. Suyu finishes her explanation. Actually, it's worse than that. Momo said, gaining everyone's attention. During the battle simulation, Izuku told me that he was immune to all explosions thanks to one of his power. Momo said, causing everyone's eyes to widen. But that means... Denki started, with Fumikage finishing his thought. Bakugo is doomed to fail. The class just sat there in silence before Minoru gave out one final thought. Never thought I'd feel bad for Bakugo. Back down in the arena, Izuku smirked. No ring? Sounds interesting. Sure, I'm game, but are you sure you want this? You know what'll happen to you if we go through with this, right? Izuku questioned, with Bakugo growling. Shut the hell up, Deku. Don't act like you've already won, you bastard. And yeah, I'm sure I proposed this after all, Bakugo yelled before turning to Midnight. Well, both of us agreed. So there's no issue, right? He asked her. Midnight stood still for a moment before she grinned and waved her whip. Approved, she yelled as the audience cheered. Well, you heard her, folks. For this match, only ring outs are nulled. The competitors will have to defeat their opponent in a different manner. So if there's nothing else to do, begin. Bakugo had no time to react as Izuku used Soru to appear in front of Bakugo and slammed a 5% 1-for-all punch into his cheek, launching him into the stadium wall. Bakugo growled as he used his explosions to blast himself into the air before going in for a kick to Izuku's head. Unfortunately for him, Izuku grabbed his leg before slamming him into the ground. Katsuki growled as he quickly jumped up and tried to get some distance, only for Izuku to slam into his knee into his gut, making him gasp before flying back and landing on the grass. Dude, I knew this wasn't going to pretty, but this brutal. It's like when he was fighting Shoto. Denki commented as he and a few others found the match hard to watch. No, this is different. Shoto told him. While he was fighting me, it was to help me learn a lesson, but this is different. This time he's fighting this hard out of respect for his opponent. He finished explaining with the class understanding. Damn it. Bakugo thought as he got up, wiping dirt from his face as he ran toward Izuku and getting in close using his smaller size, and tried to punch Izuku in the stomach, only to get an uppercut to the chin, once again sending him back. Why is it always like this? Bakugo thought as he got up and tried to think of a plan. Why is he always so far out of reach? He asked himself the same question he's been asking himself for years. Though it wasn't always like this. When Bakugo first learned of Izuku's quirk, he, like everyone else, was amazed at what it could do. though he was more than a little jealous, especially when he learned Izuku had a stronger version of his quirk, but he was still happy his friend got his power. Though he was worried for a while that Izuku would hold a grudge for what Bakugo did to him, Izuku was quick to assure Bakugo that he wasn't mad. After that, things went back to normal for a while, with the two going back to being the best of friends while dreaming about being great heroes like All Might. But it didn't stay like that for long. Izuku began fighting in the battle tower, and although he made a lot of mistakes in the beginning, Katsuki could clearly tell Izuku had the talent for it and clearly liked the fighting if the smile on his face was any indication when he was fighting on TV. After a while, Bakugo even asked his parents if he could fight in the tower too. And that is when the problems really began. His parents instantly shot down his request without a second thought, when he asked them why his mother told him that there were fighters there that could crush him like a bug. He argued that Izuku was able to do it, so why couldn't he? His mother's response was quick and to the point, because he's stronger than you. After that, things started to change. It started off small, with their friends running up and surrounded him while unknowingly pushing Bakugo to the side. There were also the times when it took them a few seconds to realize he was even there. However, things went bad when Izuku got busy. As he got more popular and had more fights, he had less time to hang out with Bakugo and their friends. Add on all the time he spent training, hanging out with his new friends from the tower, meeting new people, going to press events and everything like that. Soon Izuku barely had any time to rest. Izuku's personality also began to change from a shy, meek boy who loved quirks to a calm, composed, take-no-shit champion who after a while stopped putting up with Bakugo's crap. When Bakugo realized what was happening, he had no idea on how to handle it, so he decided to attack Izuku every chance he got to prove to Deku he wasn't beneath him, only to get one shot and then dismissed as an annoyance. Damn it. Why am I thinking about this now? Bakugo thought as he shook his head to clear his head. Before he could do anything else, however, Izuku suddenly appeared and let loose a barrage of hits that rained down on Katsuki, who blocked the best he could but was still hit with a majority of the blows as he was sent flying backward before stumbling to get up again. Izuku, seeing this, smirked. Gotta say, you're doing better than I expected. Usually you'd be knocked out by now, but it's about time I end this, he told Bakugo, who snarled. If you think it's that easy, just try it. Bakugo wheezed. He regained his footing. Besides, I've got one last trick I've been saving just for you, Bakugo told Izuku, who simply smirked. Alright then, let's see it, Izuku said as something seemed to pump through his body as Izuku's skin turned a pinkish color and steam started coming off his body. Second gear, Izuku thought. Fine, you asked for it, Deku, Bakugo snarled as he jumped into before using his explosions to propel himself at high speeds, gaining more speed as he approached Izuku, who smirked. Impressive, but let's see you handle this. Izuku then shot his hand back as Haki covered his gear second as it ignited in flames before launching forward to the quickly approaching Katsuki. Deku, Bakugo yelled as he slammed his fist into Izuku's cheek. Katsuki, Midoriya shouted as the punch shot into Katsuki's gut. Howitzer impact. Red Hawk. The impact caused a giant dust cloud to surround the duo as everyone tried to see anything. It was silent for a moment before dust cleared, and everyone could see the duo again. Bakugo was definitely the worse of the two. He was hunched over and blood was coming from the bottom of his mouth. His eyes looked glossed over like he was about to pass out. He looked up at Izuku. Damn. He coughed up blood as he seemed to lose the last of his strength and began to fall forward, but not before getting out a few last words before losing conciseness. All that for a drop of blood, he said as his last sight was the small scratch on Izuku's cheek. His last thought before falling unconscious was that it was a good start. Bakugo is knocked out. Midoriya wins, Midnight announced as Izuku picked up Katsuki before taking him over to the medbots, while noticing the frustrated yet satisfied smile on his face. You've gotten strong, Katsuki, were Izuku's last thoughts as he left the field so they can get ready for the next fight. Line break. Izuku had gotten up to the stands with the rest of his class. Man, Midoriya, you get more brutal with every fight, Sato told him as Izuku sat down. I did what I had to do, Izuku told him as everyone's attention was drawn to the arena where the next match was about to start. Denki Kaminari versus Tenya Iida. The fight was pretty even as neither of the two fighters could come up with a permanent solution to beat their attention and became a bit of a drawn-out fight. Eventually Denki started to overload and he had to give his quirk a rest. Iida wasted no time and pushed Kamari out of the ring. Midnight then called the match in Iida's favor as the two shook hands and left the field as the next fight begun. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Mina Ishido. This fight was a lot more one-sided than the last, as there was little Mina could do to stop Dark Shadow, who knocked her out of the ring as Midnight declared Fumikage the winner. Man, that was over so quickly. Minoru said, freaked out at how strong his classmates were. Yeah, that Dark Shadow is something else, Tsuyu said as she witnessed Dark Shadow's power. Meanwhile, Mashirao and Ochako were making sure Eijiro knew not to open his mouth against Shinso. Kirishima nodded. I got it, guys, I'll let my actions show my manliness, Kirishima told them as he left for the arena as his friends wished him good luck. Line break. Iida was in the waiting room trying to call his brother. He waited for a bit before hearing the click. Hey Tensai, it's Tenya. I just wanted to talk to you and tell you. I am currently on a mission and unable to answer my phone. Please leave a message so I can get back to you. Tenya sighed at hearing the message before smiling. Oh well, we'll talk soon, brother, Iida thought before going back to planning his strategy against Midoriya. Line break. Tensai Iida, better known the Turbo Hero Ingenium, commander of 65 sidekicks, was searching the streets of Hosu hunting for the hero killer Stain. Squad A, head north. Squad B, check the west side, Ingenium ordered over his communicator. Squad A, Roger. Squad B, Roger. He had just run past an alleyway when something caught his eye, causing him to stop and turn around before jumping up the sides of buildings. It's him, no doubt about it. Tensai couldn't finish his thought as multiple knives entered his legs, arms and chest, causing plan to explode across his body as he landed on his chest, pushing more of the knives in, causing blood to flood out of his body. The hero killer Stain, he thought weakly as the man in question approached, his sword drawn. He isn't human, were his last thoughts. The last thing Tensai Iida ever saw was a descending black blade. Line break. It's time for the last match of the second round. It's Eijiro Kirishima versus Hitoshi Shinso. Ready? Begin. Eijiro wasted no time as he flew towards Shinso, who smirked. You know, it's surprising they let people like you into the hero course. He started, causing Kirishima to stop dead. What did he just say? He thought, with him clenching his fist and grit his teeth. Seeing this, Shinso continued. Honestly, hardening, tail, zero gravity. Honestly, what were the teachers thinking letting the three of you into the hero course? Kirishima was shaking at this point, barely holding it together. Just a little more, one final push. Shinso thought. So who do you think I'm going to replace? You, the gravity girl who lost before she could do anything, or the tail guy the first used? Shinso asked the redhead, who was twitching violently. Up with Class 1A, they were growing concerned with their classmate. Damn it, Kirishima's about to snap, Izuku said, concerned for his friend. Yes, Shinso's probably figured out his personality by now and knows he's more than likely to yell and defend his friends, Todoroki added, seeing what Shinso was trying to do with the rest of the class looking on in concern. Kirishima was trying desperately to keep his mouth shut, but it was a losing battle, and as he saw Shinso open his mouth, he knew what he had to do. Smash! The audience watched shocked as Kirishima slammed his two hardened hands into his own face. Kirishima, dude. Why would he do that? Denki asked, and it was Shoji who answered. To clear his head. He was overflowing with anger, so he used the pain to clear his head. The tentacle hero explained, with several classmates nodding. Kirishima meanwhile was panting heavy as blood dripped down his face. Man, that's so much better, he thought while wiping away some of the blood. Now then, let's win this, he thought as he hardened his body and raced toward Shinso, who tried using his quirk again, but before he could, Kirishima slammed his fist into Shinso's face, knocking him out of bounds. Shinso is out of bounds. Kirishima wins, Midnight announced. All right. Kirishima cheered before noticing Shinso walking away before calling out to him. Hey Shinso, wait a minute. Shinso turned with a raised eyebrow, wondering what he wanted. Why do you want to be a hero so badly? Kirishima asked Shinso the question that's been on his mind. Shinso gained a shocked look as if remembering something before sighing. You can't help what the heart wants, he told Kirishima, who seemed to be struck by what he said. Shinso sighed again before making his way to the exit. You were amazing out there, Shinso. He stopped as he heard this and looked up to see his classmates. We're proud of you. You didn't tell us you were that good. You're the star of our program. I can't believe you made it to the top 8. Shinso was shocked, especially of what heard from some of the pros. Man, with a quirk like that, it'd be easy to catch villains. Wish I had it. Can't believe they stuck him in general, morons. With all the applicants, some people just fall through the cracks. If he had more combat experience, he could have gone further. What a waste. You hear that, Shinso? They think you're incredible. His friend told Shinso, who was silent for a moment before speaking to Kirishima. Depending on the result, they might transfer people into the hero course. I'm noting giving up. I'll get onto the hero track, get certified and become a better hero than any of you, Shinso told him. Kirishima stood there for a moment before grinning. I won't lose either, so let's work hard, be the best, he told the brainwasher, who smiled and nodded. Up with the teachers, they were discussing the match. You know, I think we did make mistake when making the entrance exam if we let gems like that fall through the cracks. Nezu spoke as the other teachers nodded. So do you want to transfer Shinso into the hero course? It makes sense, but that means we would have to transfer someone out, and that's gonna be a difficult decision. Ectoplasm voiced his thoughts. Not necessarily ectoplasm. Vlad grunted in his rough voice. I've actually got someone in mind. He finished as he glared at the Class 1B booth and one student in particular. Back with Class 1A, they were cheering when a voice caught their attention. So Eijiro won, huh? It's the least he could do, spoke Bakugo, having been absent for a good while. Bakugo, dude. Where have you been? You missed both Tenya and Fumikage's matches. Denki voices everyone's confusion. Bakugo gained an annoyed look. Shut it, Denki. Recovery girl had to fix a lot of damage Deku did. She forced me to take a nap afterward. Bakugo explained as he sat down to watch the next match. Oh, that makes sense. Wait a minute. Mina interrupted herself as she realized something. You just called Denki by his first name. And you did the same with Eijiro. She pointed out, causing everyone's heads to snap in realization towards Bakugo, who growled in annoyance. What, you losers are calling each other by your names, so why can't I? Or am I not good enough? He yelled at them, causing them to quickly reassure him that's not it, making him huff before noticing something. Where's Deku and Tenya? He asked Ochako, who told him they went down to the waiting rooms, causing him to nod. Soon Kirishima came up and was congratulated by his friends, including Bakugo, getting a surprised look from Kirishima, but he quickly got rid of it seeing the looks his classmates were giving him. It's time for the first match of the semifinals. On the right side from Class 1A is Tenya Iida versus also from Class 1A Izuku Midoriya. Ready? Begin. Tenya launched himself from his starting position as he started to circle Midoriya. I'll hit him a few times with a hit and run method, then use my trump card to push him out of the ring. Iida thought, and he was about to start his plan when Izuku made his move. Wind slowly begun to pick up around Midoriya, slowly picking up speed and power. Soon a small tornado surrounded Izuku, making Iida curse as now he couldn't get close. Well, that takes care of defense. Now then, let's go on the attack. Izuku spoke, putting Iida on guard as Izuku ran his left hand over his arm as bubbles appeared on his arm and around him. Bubbles? Iida thought nervously, wondering what Izuku was planning. Izuku, seeing the look, smirked as he touched the tornado, which soon was covered in bubbles. Bubble tornado, now expand. Izuku thought as he clenched his fist, and the twister did just that as it quickly covered the entire ring, including Iida, who had no way of avoiding it. For a few seconds no one could see anything as the bubbles covered the arena, but soon the wind died down, and when people saw Iida they were shocked. Iida could only be described as shiny and smooth. Iida looked to be struggling, like he was trying to move but just couldn't. Midnight noticed this. Tell the truth, Iida. Can you move? She asked him, and after a moment of trying he sighed. No. Iida is immobilized. Midoriya wins. Midnight announced as Izuku walked over to Tenya. You okay, Iida? Izuku asked while using Crazy Diamond to put Iida back to normal. Yes, just frustrated is all. I was hoping to be able to up a better fight, but rest assured, Izuku, next time I will. Tenya told him, causing Izuku to nod as they shook hands as the crowd cheered and Midnight to gush. Sorry, Tensai. Tenya thought as both he and Izuku left the field. Line break. Fame, money. That's what all those who call yourselves heroes are really after. You bastards are not heroes. Not even he is anymore. He was the only one who had permission to kill me, but now even he has fallen. All Might, the corrupted symbol. Stain thought as he looked at the corpse of Ingenium. Line break. The fight between Tokoyami and Kirishima was over pretty quickly as Dark Shadow was able to let loose a barrage of powerful strikes that was strong enough to wear down Kirishima's hardening and then knock him out the ring. Kirishima is out of bounds. Tokoyami wins. There you have it, folks. The final match is between Tokoyami and Midoriya. Present Mike announced as the two shared a look. Man, those two in the finals, it's going to be intense. Kirishima voiced. Yeah, though I'm not sure how much damage Tokoyami is going to be able to do, since this new power came from Izuku. Hinata voiced his opinion to his friends. Damn it, these finals have been nothing but Class 1A showing off. Tetsu said annoyed his class didn't do as well. Meanwhile, all around them the pros were discussing the two as well as talking about how insane the draft will be. I wonder what this match will be like. Ochako asked out loud. You'll have to take notes for next time. Iida said as he walked up, sharing a look with Ochako for a second before both smiled and nodded. Suddenly Iida started shaking violently, freaking his classmates. The hell's wrong with you, Iida? Bakugo shouted at him. It's just my phone. Iida answered calmly with his classmates calming down, though Bakugo was muttering under his breath about, what the hell kind of phone is that? Iida ignored this and checked his phone and was surprised to see it was his mother. Quickly after excusing himself he left and answered. Hello mom, I'm sorry to say but I lost, Tenya told her. No son, I'm not calling about that, she said, surprising him. I mean I'm sorry, but Tenya please listen carefully. It's your brother, he's gone. The hero killer killed Tensai. Line break. The hero killer stood on a water tower overlooking the city he was currently in, overlooking the alleyway he left Ingenium where a crime scene was already taking place. You haven't even, have you? This warped society mired by hypocrisy and vanity. That's fine, I'll open your eyes, heroes. You'll see the world you created. He spoke before suddenly drawing his sword and pointing at Kurogiri, who suddenly appeared. Please remain calm, we are of the same mind. Kurogiri told Stain, who just raised an eyebrow. I have been looking for you. Hero killer Stain. I've wanted to meet you in person. I have an offer for you. Line break. It's here at last, people, the final battle. In just a moment we'll see which first year comes out on top. It all comes down to this, folks. From the hero course. Izuku Midoriya, versus also from the hero course. Fumikage Tokoyami. Everyone's eyes were glued to the arena where the two finalists were staring each other down. Ready? Begin. Tokoyami immediately summoned Dark Shadow. However, instead of going straight at Izuku, Dark Shadow surprised everyone by diving down into Tokoyami's shadows. Izuku's haki flared to life and what he saw caused his eyes to widen. Izuku wasted no time and prepares to turn his body into smoke. However, Dark Shadow suddenly appeared out of Izuku's shadow and nailed him with an uppercut, causing him to take a few steps back. The crowd gasped at seeing Izuku actually getting hit while Izuku was trying to figure out how it happened. It was then that Izuku noticed something about Dark Shadow. It was well darker than usual, it looked like it was covered in something black and shiny. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. Could Tokoyami actually have awakened his? Izuku's thoughts trailed off before shaking his head. It didn't matter, all it meant was he had to try harder. That was a nice surprise, Tokoyami. Izuku smirked. I take it you've been saving it for this? He asked as Fumikage nodded. Indeed, although I was hoping it would do more, he admitted. Izuku chuckled. It was a nice try and that shadow is powerful. Let's see how it does against mine. This statement confused Tokoyami and a good deal of audience before, to everyone's shock, Izuku's shadow begun to move as it stood up on its own and next to Izuku. Doppelman Izuku smirked. Let's go. With that the two charge. Dark Shadow tried to defend but the Doppelman quickly pinned it to the ground. Izuku meanwhile charged at Tokoyami, who prepared to defend himself the best he could. However, it wouldn't be enough as Izuku hit Tokoyami with a 5% one-for-all punch, knocking him out of bounds. Tokoyami is out of bounds. Midoriya is the winner. And with that the final battle is officially over. The first-year champion is Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Line break. Soon it was time for the award ceremony as all the first years were lined up. The first years have completed all the events for the UA Sports Festival. Now it's time to relax and enjoy the award ceremony. Midnight told the crowd. The podium then rose revealing Izuku, Tokoyami and Kirishima. Midnight then turned to the media. Tenya Iida actually shares the third place spot with Kirishima, but he had to leave for family reasons. Gotta love those family bounds. She finished with a pose causing Tokoyami to gain a surprises look. A media darling? He said to himself. Meanwhile Izuku gained a concerned look for his friend before he shaking it off his face with a final. Don't do anything stupid, Iida. Now let's break out the hardware. Midnight told the crowd. Of course there's only one person worthy of presenting the awards, she said as familiar laughter was heard gaining shocked looks from everyone while Izuku could only sigh in annoyance. All Might, the #1 hero, citizens, I am here. Unfortunately Midnight had talked over All Might causing an awkward silence. My bad. Sorry. She apologized to All Might. With that out of the way All Might started with the bronze. Young Kirishima, congratulations, you fought well and was able to control your anger where others would have snapped. All Might told him as he placed the bronze medal around Kirishima's neck. Thanks All Might. I'm training every day to live up to everyone's expectations and one day surpass my hero Crimson Riot, he told All Might, who laughed heartily. There's no doubt in my mind you will do both one day, he told Ajiro as the hero gave the young man a hug before moving on to Fumikage. Young Tokoyami, congratulations. You showed great strength out there, and you showed great skill in your new abilities. All Might told him as he placed the sliver medal on Fumikage's neck. Your words humble me, sir. Fumikage told him honestly as All Might gave the boy a hug and continued. However, your quirk won't be the best option for every situation. You must find a way to operate without overly relying on it, All Might told him as he let Fumikage go, while reviving a quiet, yes sir, from the boy. All Might then turned his attention to Izuku. Young Midoriya, you fought admirably and gave it everything you had. You truly deserve this win. All Might told him as he gave Izuku his medal before pulling him into a hug and whispered into his ear. You've truly made me proud, my boy. We'll talk later, just know you've exceeded my every expectation, All Might said as he let Izuku go, who then nodded with a, thank you sir. All Might grinned and then addressed the rest of the students. Here they are, the winners of this year's sports festival. But listen closely. Any of you first years could have ended up standing on these podiums. Think about what you've done today. You've changed each other, learned from each other and climbed even closer to your goals of being pros. I think the next generation of heroes is proving to be our most promising one yet. So I have one more thing to say. I want to hear everyone yell it with me. You know what it is. Plus Ultra. Thank you everyone for your hard work. It took everyone a couple of seconds to work out what All Might said. What? That was the perfect time to say plus Ultra, All Might, the crowd roared. Well yeah, I guess, but everyone did a good job. Izuku could only sigh and facepalm. God damn it, All Might. Line break. Tenya could only stand there motionless as looked at the remains of his brother. His mother giving him space as he tried to come to terms with this. His brother was dead. Tensai was dead. That kept replaying over and over in his head as memories of his brother came up. All the good his brother did, all the times they spent together, all the times he was learning from him, all gone. Taken by the hero killer Stain. Stain. Tenya clenched his fist as he thought about the monster who did this. The man who has ruined countless lives, all for some god-forsaken reason. Stain. He thought as he began to shake, I'll kill you. It had been 2 days since the sports festival ended and it was finally time for Izuku to head back to UA. Usually Izuku would just walk to the school and ignore the stares he got from passerbys, but today he used the door fruit to just transport himself to school. Izuku did this for 2 reasons. The first was the sports festival. Izuku winning it just up his reputation even further. Amanda also scheduled a few talk show appearances. Though she had obviously thought ahead and called the school to see what was in store because those appearances are set for a couple of weeks. Amendi. Izuku thought annoyed at his manger and girlfriend because she was the cause of the second reason. Yesterday she announced on live TV she was creating a harem for Izuku. Harems, while not normal practiced, were not exactly rare. If someone had a powerful quirk and could provide for them while also treating them fairly, they could get approved to have one. Izuku found out he was getting one the same time the rest of the world did. Just before the pen was shoved into his hand. When he questioned why she would do this, she merely said she always wanted a large family. His friends were no better. Dabi just found the whole thing hilarious while Toga looked excited. His family was no better, as Eri didn't understand, while Inko just gained a creepy look and begun to mutter about normal-aged girlfriends. Izuku just shook his head as he entered his classroom and noticed he was the first one there, not surprising since he basically teleported there. Izuku sat down at his desk and waited for his classmates to show up. He didn't have to wait long as Tenya showed up a few minutes later, who upon entering the room noticed him immediately. "Oh, Izuku, good morning. I didn't think someone would be here before me, as expected of you." Tenya greeted him with Izuku nodding in return. Though what Izuku was focusing on was Iida's face, or more specifically the fake smile he was wearing. Tenya. Izuku thought, concerned for his friend. Izuku had heard what happened to Ingenium from the news and grew concerned for his friend, though he had no idea what to say to him. Still, Izuku was worried. Iida was a man who was ruled by his emotions, and it was a miracle Tenya was here and not hunting the man down. Not that Izuku would blame Iida if he did. Izuku knew he wouldn't be able to control himself. It wasn't long before the other students arrived and were talking about the sports festival and the attention they've been getting from it. "I can't believe people recognize us from TV. Everyone wanted to talk to me on my way here," Mina told everyone. "Yeah, me too," Kirishima added. "People were staring at me, it was kinda weird," Toru added. "At least you guys got something. All I got was some elementary kids telling me, 'Better luck next time.' Talk about depressing," Shiro told the class. "One little sports festival and we're celebrities," Denki told Mineta, who talked about how amazing Ua was. Suddenly the door opened to reveal a fully healed Aizawa with only a tiny scar under his right eye. "Morning," he said, simply getting a good morning in return from the class. When Sue commented on his lack of bandages, he merely told them Recovery Girl went a little overboard. "We have a big class today on hero informatics." This caused the class to grow nervous, especially those who were a little on the low side when it comes to academics. "You need code names. Time to pick your hero identities," he told the class, who erupted in cheers. "This is going to be awesome." The cheering was cut off when Aizawa activated his quirk to settle everyone down. "Now this has to do with any draft offers you may have received because of your performances in the sports festivals. Normally students don't have to worry about the draft in their first year. However, this class is different. By extending offers to first years, pros are essentially investing in your future. However, any offers could be rescinded if interest dies down before graduation, though," Aizawa told the class, causing Mineta to pound his desk in frustration. "Now here are the totals for those who got offers. Izuku Midoriya, 5,760. Fumikage Tokoyami, 1787. Eijiro Kirishima, 1432. Tenya Iida, 1109. Katsuki Bakugo, 1080. Denki Kaminari, 899. Mina Ishido, 530. Shoto Todoroki, 328. Momo Yaoyorozu, 320. Ochako Uraraka, 20. Honta Siro, 14. As you can see, it's pretty spread out with the exception of the top spot," Aizawa told the class, who looked over the results. "Holy crap!" Denki shouted, surprised by how many offers he got. "What about the real star?" Yuga huffed while Mina cheered at the amount of offers she got. "Shoto got some of the lowest," Kyoka asked, surprised at how few won their strongest got. "It makes sense if you think about it. I wasn't exactly showing my best out there," Shoto told them, causing them to grow sheepish and apologize, which he just waved off. He got his mom back, who, after getting an apology from Endeavor that was even more heartfelt than the one Shoto got, decided to live on the Todoroki estate in a guest house. In his opinion, that was way better than any offer. "Still though, it's still a good amount," Momo said with a smile, though there was a hint of jealousy in her voice and smile. Shoto could only shrug. "They're probably because my father," annoyed at the idea of getting the offers because of his father's name and not his own skill. Ochako was shaking stoic Iida with tears in eyes. "They want us. People want us." Ochako was beyond relieved that she got request despite her poor showing. "Geez, Midoriya, look at that. You blew the rest of us out of the water. I know you're popular, but sheesh," Mineta told Izuku, who could only shrug. "Listen up." Aizawa spoke up, getting the class's attention. "Despite these results, everyone will be interning with pros. even those who didn't get any offers. This surprised the class. So everyone gets to intern? Sato asked with Aizawa nodding. Correct. You've already experienced combat with real villains during the USJ, but it will still be helpful to see pros at work. And that's why we need code names, Kirishima said, pumped up. These hero names will most likely be temporary. Aizawa continued. But take them seriously or... Aizawa was suddenly interrupted. There'll be hell to pay later. A voice shouted, causing some of the boys to blush as Midnight walked in. What you pick today could be your codename for live. So better be careful or you'll end up with something indecent. She continued to as she walked to the podium. Midnight will have final approval your names. It's not my forte, Aizawa said as he climbed into his sleeping bag. The name you chose is important. It helps reinforce your image and shows what kind of hero you want to be in the future. It tells people what you represent. My hero name, huh? Izuku thought as he looked on the whiteboard before writing down the name he decided on. Oi Deku. Katsuki spoke, getting his attention. What are you going with anyway? He asked, curious. I'm going with the one I used when we're kids. He told Bakugo, who gained a shocked look on his face. However, before he could speak, Izuku continued. Why not go with the name you went with? It's pretty cool and it hold up great. Izuku told Bakugo, who opened his mouth to refuse. However, before he could, he thought about it for a few seconds before slowly nodding and writing it down. Hey, what were you guys talking about? Shoto asked. Me and Bakugo are using names we came up with as kids. What about you, Shoto? You ever come up with a hero name as a kid? Izuku asked Shoto, who had to think about it for a minute. Growing up the way he did left little time for fun, so Shoto has to rack his brain before his eyes widened. There was one name he came up with. He remembered telling it to his mother and how she smiled and told him she liked it. Come to think of it, he still liked how it sounded and it would help in truly accepting his fire. Decision made. Shoto wrote it down. Okay everyone. Who's ready to share? Midnight asked, shocking the class. We're presenting these? Who's got the balls to go first? Yuga Aoyama calmly walked up to the front. Hold your breath, he told him as he presented his name. The Shining Hero. I cannot stop twinkling. You can't deny my sparkle, he told the class as they just started at him. Oh come on, the class thought. It'll be better like this. Midnight told him as she changed it to Can't Stop Sparkling. Yuga thought it was stunning. Mina went next and revealed her choice, Alien Queen. Hold on, why would you choose something like that? Midnight demanded. Mina gave thumbs up. Because it like me is out of the world. Midnight was grinning again. Spunky. I like it, Midnight said as she reluctantly approved the name. Suyu went next, telling everyone she had it in mind since grade school. Rainy Season Hero. Froppy. Everyone cheered both for the name and the fact it was actually normal. Kirishima's choice was Sturdy Hero, Red Riot. Midnight noticed he was doing an homage to the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot. Kirishima confirmed this, revealing that Crimson was his idol. Kyoka went after that. She decided on Hearing Hero, Earphone Jack, choosing to take the name of her quirk. After that, more and more students got up and presented. Shoji chose Tentacle Hero, Tentacle. Momo went with Everything Hero, Creata, while commenting she hoped she could live up to the name. Tokoyami had picked Jet Black Hero, Tsukuyomi, and so on and so forth. Soon almost everyone had gone with Midnight, commenting it went a lot faster than she thought it would. Now I believe all who's left is Bakugo, Iida and Todoroki, and Midoriya of course, Midnight told them. Tenya went next, though his was a little underwhelming as he just went with his name, confusing some of the class. Bakugo went next. Alright losers, take a look at this, he told them as he revealed his name. The Explosion Hero. Nitro. Oh, I like that. It has a nice sleek feel to it, Midnight told him, causing Katsuki to gain a smug look as he headed back to his seat. Shoto went next and his name turned out to be Freezer Burn. An excellent name. Cool with a hint of menace to it, Midnight said, causing Shoto to nod as went back to his seat. Finally it was Izuku's turn, and as he got up he heard his classmates talk. Wonder what he's going with. Don't know, wouldn't he just stick with Akuma? Maybe he wants a different hero identity. Izuku was at the front. You know, I actually decided on this name years ago. Based on something someone told me once at the battle tower. Izuku told the class as he revealed his name. The Devil Fruit Hero. Mao. Demon Lord, interesting. Midnight told him. But I'm curious, what were you told to make you choose that? Midnight asked what everyone was wondering. Izuku chuckled. Well, like I said, it was something I was told years ago. Villains do whatever they want. Theft, murder, terrorism. They act like they're a bunch of gods. Izuku told everyone who was listening with rapt attention, even Midnight and the recently awakened Aizawa. So hearing this, I only had a single thought. If they're a bunch of gods, who better than a demon lord to stop them? Izuku finished with a smirk. Soon homeroom was over and Aizawa informed the class they had 2 days to turn in their applications. So guys, any idea on who you guys are going to pick? Mina asked as she looked over her offers. I'm going with Mount Lady. Minoru told them only to be asked by Sue if he was planning something perverted, to which he could only offer a maybe as a reply. What about you, Izuku? You got any ideas? Ochako asked as she turned to him, only for her jaw to drop and gain a sweat drop at the huge pile of papers with offers. It only grew bigger as she noticed his twitching eyebrow. She was about to say something else when Momo and Fumikage walked over to Izuku's desk. Hey Izuku, mind if we ask you something? Momo asked him, with Izuku telling them to go ahead. We revived offers from some semi-retired heroes who now work at the battle tower. We were wondering if you had any experience with them. Fumikage told him as they showed him the offers, causing Izuku's eyes to widen as he saw the names. Yeah, I know them. In fact, they're actually friends with Garp. Izuku told them, causing their eyes to widen. Momo because she met the man, and Fumikage because he, like the rest of Class 1A, had heard about the meeting from the ones who were there. They might do things differently, Izuku continued, but they have earned their reputation and success many times over, he told them. Then we would be fools to pass up this opportunity, Fumikage said, with Momo nodding in agreement. She was about to say something else when she was interrupted by Mina. Izuku, the acid user said as she approached him, a certain spring in her step as she approached his desk, with Izuku raising an eyebrow, wondering what she wanted. So yesterday I was watching TV and came across a press conference being held by your manger. Mina begun, with the other girls narrowing their eyes in suspicion, also having seen the conference too. Izuku had a feeling he knew where this was going, and he asked, causing Mina to grin and cut right to the chase. So when are we going on a date? She asked, causing the class to gasp at her straightforwardness. Izuku sighed, having expected this. How about after the internships? These next couple of days are going to be hectic. Izuku told her, causing her to nod happily, not noticing the other girls growl. Looks like they'll have to step up their game. After that, the day went by smoothly and Izuku was ready to head home. He had just opened the door when All Might appeared in a bowing position. Hi there. Come with me for a second. Izuku sighed as he followed the hero. What does he want this time? All Might led him to an empty hallway so they could talk in private. I'll cut straight to the point. You've got another offer. All Might told Izuku, causing him to raise an eyebrow. The pro wouldn't act like this over something like that. There must be more to it. And just who made this offer? Izuku asked, causing All Might to start shaking before finally being able to stutter out. GG Gran Torino. He finally managed, causing Izuku's eyes to widen. Gran Torino, a name he'd heard many times before from All Might as a brilliant yet terrifying teacher. I understand if you want to go to another hero agency. All Might begun, only to be cut off by Izuku. No, this is perfect. I still can't figure out what's wrong with OFA. If anyone can help us figure it out, it's him. Izuku told All Might, who smiled and nodded in agreement. A few days later, it was time for everyone to head to their internship as Class 1A was at the train station waiting to leave. Now does everyone have their costumes? Remember, you can't wear them in public yet, and don't lose them, got it? Aizawa asked. Yeah. Mina shouted before Aizawa told her it was, yes sir. Getting the right response this time. That goes for any other pro you may come across. Treat them with respect. Aizawa, with the class giving an affirmative before he dismissed them for their internships. Izuku was about to head for his train when he saw Iida leave without a word. Izuku was no fool. Iida told him and Ochako that he was taking his internship in Hosu City. The same place his brother was killed by the hero killer. Hey Iida. Izuku called out to his friend, causing Iida to stop. If you ever need to talk, don't hesitate to call. He told Iida. Iida was silent for a moment before turning to face Izuku. When he did, Izuku instantly knew something was wrong, as Iida had the fakest smile Izuku had ever seen. "Thank you," he said simply before he turned and walked away. Seeing this, Izuku could only sigh as he headed towards his train. Line break. Well, this is it, Izuku thought as he reached the address All Might gave him. It was a bit run down, but it looked decent enough. Well, no use wasting any more time, Izuku thought as turned the handle and opened the door, only to see an old man lying face down with what appeared to be blood splattered around him. Izuku just stood there. One would usually freak out seeing what looks like a crime scene, but this was different. For one, Izuku's haki could clearly tell the man was alive and well, and second, Izuku's nose, thanks to all the zone-based devil fruits, he could easily tell the smell of blood and ketchup. So Izuku just stood there for a minute before the old man's head shot up. "I'm alive," he said simply as if he was finishing a joke. There was silence for a moment. "I never said you weren't," he said simply as the old man looked to be thinking for a minute. "Toshinori." "Nope." The old man was diffidently up to something as he started sweating. "What did you say your name was again?" he asked. "I never gave you my name," Izuku told him, and that seemed to be the last straw as the man just sat on the floor with a stupid grin on his face. Deciding enough was enough, Izuku spoke up. "Toshinori-sensei told me all about you, Gran Torino, especially your mind games." It was like someone flipped a switch as Gran Torino gained an annoyed look on his face as he got up while mumbling about brats ruining his fun. Finally Gran Torino was up and after dusting himself off looked up at Izuku. "So you're the ninth holder, huh? Never expected it would be such a large fish." Gran Torino laughed while Izuku nodded, happy they're getting down to business. "Now Toshinori says you're having trouble with one for all, right? Well, the best way for me to help with the problem is seeing it in action. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to come at you and you're only going to use one for all to dodge. I would have you attack back, but I don't want to go through my wall today. So just stick to dodging, got it?" Gran Torino asked with Izuku nodding, with starting with 80% of one for all, instantly feeling the binding feeling he always did when he used this much power by itself. Gran Torino seeing this grinned, impressed by how far Izuku had come this far this quickly. "Not bad, kid, but let's see how you use that power." That was the only warning Izuku got before Gran Torino blasted off. For the next few minutes everything was a blur as Gran Torino shot around like a jet, and it was only because of observation and one for all was he able to dodge, but it was still stressful. Finally Gran Torino stopped, having gained a good understanding of where Izuku stood. "Not bad, kid, your use of the quirk reminds me of Toshinori back when I was training him. A true prodigy," Gran Torino told him with Izuku mumbling a thanks. "So do you have any idea what's wrong?" Izuku asked with Gran Torino sighing and shaking his head. "No, honestly kid, I don't. From what I can tell you're doing everything Toshinori did when he was learning and he never experienced these kind of problems," Gran Torino told him, with the two falling into silence before Izuku thought of something. "What about your friend the seventh holder? Did she ever say anything like this happened to her?" he asked the old pro, who thought about it for a second before his eyes widened. "Actually she did, once. She said when she first started out it felt like there were chains restricting her movement," Gran Torino told him, causing Izuku to nod. "Yeah, that's my problem as well. Did she anything about how she fixed it?" Izuku asked with Gran Torino slowly nodding. "Yeah, she said she tried that. She was much better at using all for one after she meditated once. She said it helped her find the true strength of one for all." "You tried meditating, kid?" Gran Torino asked with Izuku shaking his head no. He wasn't the spiritual type. "Well, maybe that'll be a good start. Anyway, I'm going out to get us some food, so stay here and try it," Gran Torino told him before he left. Izuku just stood there for a moment before sighing. Good grief, what kind of internship leaves the intern alone after 5 minutes? He asked himself before sighing again. Screw it, it's not like he had anything to lose. Getting in the typical meditation pose, Izuku powered up one for all to 100% to try and connect with it and closed his eyes and focused. Line break. "Well, this is it, Tokyo's battle tower," Momo said as she and Fumikage approached the infamous tower. "Indeed, here we will truly increase our capacity," Fumikage spoke as they reached the stairs where there were 2 people waiting for them. "Ah, I see you finally arrived," a pleasant older man's voice called out, followed by an annoyed older woman's voice. "It's about time, you brats. She spoke as the students came face to face with the two waiting. These two are Buddha Sengoku and Suru the Great Strategist. Both were great heroes in the past, with Sengoku holding the number 3 spot at one point in time. Sir, madam, it's an honor to be able to learn from. Momo began, only to be interrupted by Suru. Enough, we're just wasting time standing here. Come on girlie, we're heading to the training field on floor 31. After that Suru turned and left with Momo quickly following. Sengoku sighed before turning to Fumikage. Sorry about that. Suru's personality takes a bit of getting used to. Now then, we're heading to the training ground on floor 56. Please follow me. Sengoku told him before heading up the stairs, with Fumikage quickly joining him, eager to get started. Line break. Izuku didn't know what to expect when he tried meditation, and for 10 minutes nothing happened just as he expected. However, right before he was about to call it, he felt what he thought was a little tug on his back, as if leading, trying to take him somewhere. Izuku didn't resist and let whatever it was take him. When Izuku opened his eyes, he was surprised to see himself surrounded in complete darkness. Turning around, his eyes widened in shock at what seemed like the only two other things here besides himself. The first was a colossal tree easily as big as Tokyo, with the tree having thousands of different fruit hanging from its branches. The devil fruit. Izuku thought, taken back a bit at actually seeing the source of his power. Izuku did notice something strange about them. They were much bigger than what he saw in the memories, and they looked to be glowing. The other object was a large door that looked to be made of stone with a small hole in the bottom. However, what was really noticeable was that images that seemed to be carved into the door. It depicted what seemed like quirk users, 8 of them, and the one at the bottom looked like Toshinori? Izuku asked himself, though he wasn't expecting an answer. Yup, sure is. A cheerful voice said behind him, causing him to turn and see who spoke. Those he was surprised to see 2 people standing there. Izuku was beyond shocked, mainly because he knew who this woman was. He may have never met her, but he'd heard enough from All Might and was shown enough photos to know this was Nana Shimura. Izuku asked, shocked, with the woman in question nodding. Yup, and this guy is. The now named Nana started, only to be one intruded by the man in question. My name isn't important right now. You can just call me First, the now identified First told him. Hearing this, Izuku's eyes widened as he realized something. One street, wait, does that mean that you're? Izuku trailed off when he saw the man nodding. Yes, I am the brother of All for One and the first weirder of One for All. First introduced himself, and we know why you're here. He continued, with Izuku eyes widening. You do? Then please can you help me figure out what I'm wrong? Izuku pleaded, with the two nodding. Oh, we already know, but it's not something you're doing, at least consciously. Nana explained, with Izuku gaining a confused look, wondering what she meant by that. First, seeing this, explained. Do you remember the day you got One for All? Izuku nodded as First continued. Well, do you also recall that split second you thought that whoever gained One for All next would get your quirk as well? In that split second your fear caused that hole to appear when you gained One for All. First explained, with Izuku nodding understanding. So what do I have to do? Izuku asked, with Nana speaking this time. You have to sallow your fear and connect your powers. Nana told him, confusing Izuku, causing Nana to giggle before pointing to the tree, then to the door, more specifically the hole. Izuku understood almost instantly as he suddenly grew nervous. First seeing this sighed, though he couldn't blame Izuku. Izuku, trust us, we know what you're afraid of. You're scared that down the line it could fall into someone's hands like some of the ones in your visions. First told him. Izuku didn't say anything because he didn't need to. First had absolutely nailed it. Izuku was terrified that One for All could get powered up by the devil fruits, then somewhere down the line could fall into someone's hands who would then become a villain like Kaido, Big Mom, or Blackbeard. Hell, the opposite was also true. The last thing the world needed was a zealot like Akainu running around. First, seeing Izuku lost in thought, spoke again. I know it's a lot to ask, and we're not asking for all of them. He told Izuku, with Nana speaking next. One fruit, that's all we ask. She asked, pointing to the hole. One fruit, one chance to prove that people can be trusted with that power. Izuku was silent for a few moments as he looked into 2 of his predecessors' eyes, seeing the look of honest belief that this power could be used for justice in their eyes. A look he had seen many times in the memories of a certain devil fruit user. Slowly Izuku nodded before turning and walking toward the tree, knowing exactly what fruit he would pick. Nana, seeing this, have a great bright smile. That's the way, kiddo. Oh, and don't worry about losing whatever power you pick. You'll still have it long after you pass on one for all. She said cheerfully before pouting when she saw Izuku, all the while first was sweat dropping. Izuku himself made it to the base of the tree and held out his hands. He took one last look back, seeing the encouraging looks on the two faces. He focused on the power he picked as the fruit appeared in his hands. Walking back to the two after noticing another one of fruit he picked was already back in the tree. Nana was eager to see what fruit Izuku picked. Come on, show us. Show us. It's the one that splits you into pieces that the big-nosed clown ate, isn't it? She questioned with Izuku showing the two the fruit he picked. The plume fruit. The fruit of one of the greatest marines ever born. Izuku told them as they grinned happy at his choice as Izuku approached the door. Finally reaching it, Izuku took one last glance at it, seeing all the pictures of the previous users and all the good they did. Izuku took a deep breath before placing the fruit into the hole. The second he did, a great light flooded his vision, causing Izuku to cover his eyes. When he opened them again, the stone door was gone and the only things there was the tree and the three of them. Great! Nana cheered. Now that that's done you can. She started, only to interrupted by one street. Now you can use one for all without restraint. First finished with Izuku raising an eyebrow before nodding. First seeing this grinned. It's time to return to your world. Know that you'll never be burdened by those shackles anymore. First spoke with Izuku nodding before a light enveloped him, and when the light died down Izuku was gone. The two stood there in silence before Nana huffed. Why didn't you tell him? He could have taken one for all to the next limit. Nana asked with First just chuckling as he walked over to the tree. Why, you ask? It's simple. He chuckled as he folded his hands behind his back as he stared at the fruit above, whose glow seemed to intensify by the second. Because pretty soon, he'll have other things to focus on. Line break. When Izuku opened his eyes again, he was back in Gran Torino's place. Looking over the clock, he noticed 30 minutes had passed since he started. Getting up, he tried to figure out if what he saw was real. Only one way to find out. Izuku thought as he activated one for all, and the second he did his eyes widened. Power was coursing through him like a raging river. True, he felt something similar when he was using the power fruit, but this is different, like he could feel the previous user's power flowing through him. Izuku also noticed there seemed to be green lighting coming of his body. Hearing chuckling behind him, Izuku looked behind him and saw Gran Torino standing there with groceries in hand. Well, it seems the meditation worked. So why don't we see if you can use it? He asked with Izuku smirking. Bring it on, old man. Izuku said, getting into fighting position. Bring it on. Line break. It had been 3 days since Izuku got to Gran Torino's, and he had been training night and day to better control one for all, though he did have to leave for a couple of hours to take care of his weekly fight at the tower. As for one for all, the new developments were a mixed bag. On the one hand, its power shot through the roof and now he could use it to its full potential. On the other, he could only control about 5% of its new power. All those decades with All Might and these few months with Izuku, who constantly amplified its power using other devil fruit powers, powered it up more than anyone could imagine. So for the last 3 days he and Gran Torino has been sparing to help him get better control. They were right in the middle of one when Gran Torino suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Izuku deactivated one for all. What's wrong, old man? Who grinned at the young champion. We're heading out. If you keep fighting me you could pick up some bad habits, so we're going out to break up some street fights in Shibuya. Gran Torino explained as Izuku nodded and used the door fruit to open a path to Shibuya. He was about to step through when Gran Torino spoke up. And just where do you think you're going? The old man asked with Izuku looking at him in confusion. To Shibuya? He answered, unsure. Idiot, if we go straight there we'd have to wait around for a while. Instead, make one of those doors to the train station and we can buy tickets late enough to get us there right as the punks come out, Gran Torino explained. Izuku nodded, as he made another pathway, this time to the train station. Neither one said a word as both walked through with the portal closing behind them. Line break. So you called me here, what do you want? Stain said as he finally agreed to meet with the League of Villains. Oh, nothing much, right? I'm just interested in destroying things I hate. This brat in particular right now. Tamura told him as he held a picture of Izuku in his iron hand. Stain snorted in disgust as he turned away. He knew this was a waste of time. Just as I thought, you're nothing but a child, the same as the fakers who call themselves heroes. He told Shigaraki before turning to Kurogiri. Send me back to Hosu, I must continue my work there. Please reconsider Hero Killer. Kurogiri pleaded to Stain. We could assist you in your goals. At this Stain let out a snort. I find it hard to believe that you could help me with my goal. Oh yeah, and just what is your oh such noble? Shigaraki asked angrily and sarcastically, as he was pissed at being dismissed so easily. Stain looked him dead in the eyes. To take back and purify the hero name. To do this I'll kill any fallen hero I need to, even All Might. He finished surprising Kurogiri. You consider All Might a fallen hero? Why? Kurogiri couldn't help but ask. Because that's exactly what he is. Because now he believes himself too good for some hero jobs. It used to be he would go wherever someone needed help, no matter what he had to go through to get to them. But now he seems to only go after the ones that seem convenient for him. Hell, he even seems to be on a schedule. How can he not be fallen? Your attack on the USJ just proved how selfish he is when he didn't even bother. Stain finished with a crazed look in his eyes that actually scared Kurogiri. Shigaraki, however, wasn't so affected. Oh, isn't that sad? Your little hero didn't live up to your expectations. Cry me a river. Besides, what gives you the right this little game of heroes and villain? Tamura was suddenly interrupted as he found himself pinned to the ground, knives piercing his body as he found a sword at his throat. What gave me the right to do this? That's simple. The universe. The universe is what gave me the right and mission to do this. It also gave me the power to do so. Stain said, and suddenly the sword was covered in a shiny black material. Both villains' eyes widened, having seen this before. Tamura opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, Kurogiri spoke first. Very well, I shall send you back to Hosu. He spoke quickly. The last thing he needed was Tamura to say something stupid that sends this psychopath on a rampage. Stain nodded before pulling his knives out of Tamura and walking through the portal, which quickly closed behind him. That bastard, and just when my injuries were healing. Before turning to the TV that was on audio only. Master, how many of the Nomu are ready? Tamura asked. It was silent for a second before a single word was spoken. Why? Give them to me. That's my right, isn't to destroy anything I hate. It was silent for a second before chuckling came from the TV. Very well, I have just finished 6, however you can only have 3. I do however have someone who can offer assistance. Kurogiri, do it. The voice ordered as Kurogiri opened up a portal. Soon 4 fighters walked through. The first 3 were the Nomu. However, it was the 4th figure that truly gained the attention of Kurogiri and Shigaraki. And just who are you? Shigaraki asked rudely as the stranger turned to face him. Rudborn Chelut. Line break, you see kid? Gran Torino asked Izuku as they sat on the bullet train. By the time we get there all the punks will have come out to play. Even if we get swarmed by your fans again. Gran Torino laughed as he remembered what happened when people recognized Izuku. Izuku meanwhile just grunted while he pulled out his phone. The train was said to pass through Hosu, the city where Iida was interning. That reminded him to check his messages. Turns out he did read it, though he didn't respond, which was odd considering how quickly he usually does. Huh, you got someone sitting next to you and you're on your phone. Are all teenagers like that, or is it just you celebrities? Gran Torino laughed, and before Izuku could respond his hockey flared to life, making him jump to his feet. Izuku had just enough time to shout, "Get down!" before the train car wall exploded. When the dust cleared, Izuku was shocked to see a pro hero being held down by a white Nomu. Before the Nomu could do anything, he was slammed into the walls by Gran Torino. However, Gran Torino didn't notice the 2 figures hiding in the smoke. Luckily Izuku did and slammed their heads together, knocking them out, but something was wrong. His hockey couldn't pick them up at all, like they weren't even alive. When he got a good look at them, it didn't help much. What the hell is going on? Izuku muttered to himself, only for his thoughts to be interrupted by Gran Torino. Snap out of it, kid, we're in big trouble. Gran Torino shouted at him, causing Izuku to look in the direction of the hole. Izuku's eyes widened as he felt something that he truly hadn't felt in years, even during the USJ. That feeling was fear. Though if anyone knew this, no one would blame him. For Izuku and everyone else in the train car could see Hosu City being burned down by an endless army of undead. What the hell is going? Izuku thought frantically as he saw the burning city seemingly plagued by the undead. Kid, snap out of it. Gran Torino yelled at Izuku, who shook his head to clear it. Gran Torino scowled as he looked over the city. What a mess. he muttered before turning toward Izuku. "Come on kid, we've got work to do," Gran Torino shouted before jumping out of the hole. Izuku was about to follow before remember the villains in the train car. Using the lick fruit he covered the Nomu in candy, making sure to leave only his head free so it could breathe. Though Izuku did cover its mouth when the Nomu fired its tongue at him. Izuku turned and did the same with the skeletons, though they were completely unresponsive, like empty husks. Deciding to worry about that latter, he was about to turn to see if everyone was okay when he heard someone speak. "Go." Izuku heard from behind him, causing him to turn and see the hero who crashed into the train with the Nomu. "Go on. I can handle things here until more heroes arrive, besides I know you'll be bigger help out there than I could," he finished with ruthful smile, causing Izuku to nod before jumping out the hole and into the fight. The second Izuku landed on the rooftop, he was instantly facing 5 more of the skeletons, and just like last time he couldn't sense anything at all. Izuku scowled. That meant he couldn't rely on his haki to predict his opponent's moves. Suddenly Izuku smirked as he realized something. If they weren't alive, then he didn't have to hold back. With this in mind, Izuku immediately let loose a storm leg that slammed into one of the skeletons, and for a second Izuku was terrified he had made a mistake as blood burst from the one hit before it turned to dust, causing Izuku to sigh in relief. Izuku wasted no time as he let loose a series of storm legs that nailed the remaining 4. However, while 3 of them went down like the first one, the last was able to brush it off without a single injury. Izuku scowled seeing this before coating his fist in haki and using shave to appear in front of the skeleton, striking him in the stomach, causing him to turn into dust. "Great," Izuku said sarcastically, "not only is there seemingly no end to these guys, but there seems to be a great difference in strength between them." Izuku just grunted. It didn't matter really. They still had to be taken down, and that's exactly what Izuku planned to do. "Well then," Izuku said as he cracked his knuckles, "let's get started." After that, it was a seemingly never-ending sea of skulls as Izuku jumped from rooftop to rooftop, taking down every skeleton he saw while also snipping any he saw fighting with other heroes. However, as this continued, Izuku noticed that the enemy was gradually growing stronger and stronger with each one he fought. Izuku didn't know if the cause was because the enemy might be close by or that it depends on how many came before them. All Izuku knew was that they needed to end this soon or the city and everyone in it would be wiped out. It must have been 15 minutes since he started fighting when he caught up with Gran Torino, and the old man wasn't looking too good. He had lost his cape, his costume and mask were torn in several places, and he was bleeding in several places. "There you were, kid. Where the hell were you?" Gran Torino questioned, annoyed while kicking a skeleton, though it only stumbled a few feet before righting himself, only to get fried by Izuku. "The roofs. The skeletons were swarming them," Izuku told the old man, who grumbled as he accepted the answer. "Well, whatever, doesn't matter I suppose. All we can do now is take care of these chumps until we're able to find the source and stamp it out. So come on rookie, let's go," Gran Torino shouted as he ran toward the enemy with Izuku right behind him. They were the strongest group yet, and Izuku had to resort to near-kill attacks just to put them down. By now Izuku, Gran Torino and the streets surrounding them were covered in blood and dust, but the skeletons just kept coming. Hosu City truly became war zone. The two could hear fighting from all around them, with screams, explosions, gunfire filling the air. The worst, however, were the bodies of heroes, police and citizen that littered the street. Victims of whoever the bastard is who did this. "Damn it. There's no end to them. Any ideas, kid?" the old hero asked, and Izuku was about to respond when the two of them heard a roar. They turned around and saw the black Nomu rushing toward them, ready to kill them. Izuku, however, was in no mood for any more problems. Quickly using shave, he appeared right in front of the beast. Before grabbing its head, Izuku slammed the beast onto the ground before creating a quake bubble around his hand. He wasted no time as he unleashed it on the beast. The beast twitched, proving it was barely alive before Izuku threw him to the side before covering him in candy like the one before. "Well, that's one less problem," Gran Torino muttered before both heard a pained scream from around the corner, causing them to rush over. When they got there, Izuku was surprised to see it was Manuel, the normal hero, and the hero Iida was interning with, though the one in question was nowhere in sight. The hero in question was being held down by 3 of the skeletons, with a 4th raising its sword ready to end the hero's life. Wasting no time, Izuku froze the 4 enemies while making sure the ice never reached Manuel before quickly shattering the enemies. "Thanks for help," though I never expected to be saved by such a big fish, the hero said as Izuku helped him to his feet. You're lucky we were close by, or you'd have been killed. Gran Torino scolded him. What were you doing out by yourself anyway? The old man asked with Manuel suddenly gained a worried expression. Tenya. He shouted suddenly, getting startled looks from the other two. I was looking for Tenya Iida, a student who's interning with me. I haven't seen him since the attack started. Have you seen him? He was wearing white and blue armor. Manuel told them with Gran Torino shaking his head no. Izuku meanwhile was stretching his haki to the limit while increasing it with the rumble fruit. Izuku had to ignore everything as he focused on finding Iida. At last he finally found him, but it wasn't in a positive situation. He's fighting the hero killer. Izuku shouted, gaining the attention of the other heroes. The hero killer has him pinned. I've got to go help him or he'll be killed. Izuku said as he planned to head over and save his friend. Wait a minute, kid. Gran Torino said before Izuku could leave, causing the hero in training to turn to the old man, his expression a mix of annoyance and impatience. After you rescue your friend, try and deal with the hero killer then and there. Gran Torino told him, getting shocked looks from Izuku and Manuel. Gran Torino sighed. Look, the last thing we need is that psychopath running around in all of this, so if you can take him down. Gran Torino told him with Izuku nodding and vanishing in a flash of lighting. Several minutes early, Iida was running through the streets taking down every skeleton he saw. Having been separated from Manuel when the invasion started, Iida did everything in his power to help the citizens until he suddenly came to a stop in front of an alley. He had no explanation for why he stopped, but something just compelled him to do so, as if he was sensing something. Suddenly he bolted down the alley, and after taking a few turns, Iida came across a sight that caused his eyes to widen. There were two men. One, dressed as a Native American outfit, was being held by the head against the wall and was bleeding slightly. It was the other one, however, that truly caught Iida's attention as he suddenly fired up his engines and charged towards the villain, ready to take him out. However, the villain suddenly dropped. The villain spun and punched him in the stomach with enough force to shatter his chest plate and knocking Iida back and knocking his helmet off. A child wearing a suit. The villain stated. Who are you? He asked before he sighed and turned back to the downed hero. Actually, never mind, it doesn't matter. Just run. Run far away from here. This is no place for children. The villain told Iida, who ignored this and glared at the villain. You're carrying blades all over your body, and you have a blood-red scarf. Iida said as he glared at the villain as he got up. You must be the hero killer Stain, it's you, right? Iida growled at Stain. I've been hunting you, but to think I'd find you here. Iida told Stain as he glared at the villain, who narrowed his eyes at the young hero in training. I am. Iida was interrupted when he found Stain's sword inches from his face. Your eyes are drowning in vengeance and bloodlust. Consider your next words very carefully, or child or not I will cut you down. Stain warned Iida, who gained a stunned look for a second. Iida clenched his fist as anger took over again. Are you saying that I'm not even worth your time? Listen to me, criminal. I am the brother of an amazing hero that you butchered. Iida spat harshly as his brother's corpse flashed in his mind. He was the greatest older brother anyone could hope for. Iida told him as memories of his brother flashed through his mind. I am Ingenium, and you will remember my name, because I am the one who will clean the earth of your FLI. Blood erupted from Iida as Stain appeared behind him with his sword drawn as Iida fell back, though as he did the true damage Stain did made itself known. Iida's right arm, right eye and right ear had been cut off, his face horrible scared and a gaping wound on his chest which was made only worse when Stain stepped on it. So you were brothers with that fraud? Yeah, I can see it. You both have the taint of frauds. Stain told Iida as he used his sword to stab Iida in both legs in order to prevent him from moving. You're also both weak, completely unworthy to hold the name hero. He told Iida as tears began to gather in the hero in training remaining eye. Shut up, villain, you merciless bastard. You ruthless killed him and took him from us. An incredible man, a caring hero who saved countless lives. He was someone many looked up to. Iida said as he glared up at the villain. And for you to just attack him and take all that away. Iida was interrupted when he heard a vicious and mocking laughter fill the air. I attacked him. Is that what they're saying? Stain continued to laugh. Society today truly wants to keep its pristine image. Stain nurtured before a scowl found itself on face. The truth, boy, is that your brother found and attacked me. If he had minded his own business he would still be alive. Stain told Iida, who was gritting his teeth. But that's not his worst mistake. Stain told Iida. Do you want to know what that is? Stain asked. Let me ask you something, boy. How many sidekicks did your brother have under his command? 65, was it? You want to know how many of them were with him when he attacked me? Not a one. He charged in alone, and if the news is anything to go by, they were never contacted once he found me. Guess he figured he could get more out of it if he did it alone. Disgusting. He finished with a snarl. Shut up. Iida cried as tears fell freely from his remaining eye. I don't care what happened. You're just a villain who killed my brother, and I'll never forgive you. Iida wept as Stain just shook his head in disgust before raising his sword ready to end it. Goodbye, child. Know that your death will lead to a better world. Stain told Iida, who closed his eye and waited for then end. However, several seconds passed and nothing happened before a loud boom thunder and a crash was heard, and when Iida squinted his eye to see what happened, it flew open when he saw the one standing above him was Izuku. Iida shouted, shocked to see his friend here. Said boy just looked down at him with bored expression. Oh hey Iida, he said in a bored tone. Looks like someone kicked your ass pretty good, huh? Izuku asked before shrugging his shoulders. Oh well, saves me the trouble of doing to you for pulling this jackass stunt. As this was going on, there were two clones of Izuku in the alley. One was picking up the other hero that was there in the beginning, with the other was hauling up Iida. Wait a minute, Iida shouted as he squirmed the best he could with his injuries in the clone's grip. Why are you here doing this? This has nothing to do with you. So leave, he shouted at Izuku, who only tisked in reply. Who would take orders from someone who got their ass kicked as badly as you? Izuku said before suddenly shifting his body to the left then the right as knives flew past him. Go get them out of here, I'll take care of things here. Izuku ordered his clones, who nodded and left despite Iida's protest. With them gone, Izuku faced forward and watched as Stain walked toward him with a confused look on his face, and Izuku could even hear him mutter, "Why didn't I see it coming?" Izuku couldn't help but laugh, gaining Stain's attention. Sorry, but that power of yours really only helps with those in the area with you, unless of course you train it to a certain degree. Izuku told, causing the villain to raise an eyebrow. And just how would you know Izuku, Midoriya? Stain asked while Izuku just smirked. Believe me, Izuku told the villain as he coated his hands in haki. I know. Stain looked stunned for a second before grinning. So you've been given the gift as well. As expected from you. But tell me, Akuma, why bother saving those two and then stay and fight me? The city is under attack and you're wasting time here. Why? Stain asked. Normally he wouldn't bother asking questions, but considering he had the same blessing as him, he'd give the boy a chance to answer. Izuku just raised an eyebrow. Why wouldn't I save them? Isn't that the essence of being a hero, to meddle when you don't need to? Izuku asked while Stain started to grin. As for fighting you, that wasn't my call, but I gotta agree, you running around in all of this is the last thing we need. So taking you down here just makes sense. Izuku told Stain, getting into a fighting position as Stain's grin widened. Oh, and one last thing. When I'm wearing this, I'm now the Devil Fruit Hero. Hearing this, Stain laughed a happy and excited laugh. Finally I come across one who deserves the title of hero. Come, Mao, show me just what kind of hero you are. Stain shouted as he covered his sword in haki and charged at Izuku. Stain took several wings at Izuku, who either dodged or blocked with his own haki-covered arms. Izuku then sent out a barrage of punches that Stain was able to block for the most part. However, Izuku able to land a clean hit straight to Stain's cheek, making Stain fly back, dropping his sword as he did so. Izuku wasted no time as he touched the sword's blade before using the rust fruit to destroy the sword before doing the same with the knives he threw earlier. Stain just grunted as he got up, ignoring the pain in his gut as he looked for his sword only to see the destroyed hilt of his sword and knives. Though Stain had no time to think as he was suddenly bombarded with a barrage of haki-covered mochi fist. Izuku pulled the mochi fists back as he watched Stain get up again. You really are a monster, aren't you, Mao? Well, that's just fine, I'll take down anyone who gets in the way between me and my ambitions. Stain shouted as he drew his two remaining knives, coated them in haki and charged towards Izuku. At that moment Izuku's haki activated, and after he saw what was coming he grinned, a plan already formed. Stain started slashing widely only for Izuku to block each strike. However, Stain was able to get in a decent-sized hit as blood flew from the wound. Stain, seeing this, grinned madly, ready to drink the blood, end this fight and go after the fakes while he left Mao here paralyzed. Stain wouldn't kill Izuku, however. The boy has proven he is worthy of the title hero. It was only Stain's instinct that saved him, as when he went for the blood something screamed at him to jump away. It was a good thing he did so, because in the second where the blood had been was now incredibly sharp, blood-red crystals. Stain was wide-eyed as he looked at the crystals. If I had been hit by that, it would have been over. Stain thought, momentarily stunned by how close he came to losing. Izuku meanwhile was annoyed. He thought for sure the crystal fruit would do the trick. Looks like he'd have to think of something else. Suddenly he jerked as if something happened before he smirked. Raising his hand, he created a room before charging toward Stain. The man in question grinned. Finally going on the offensive hero. The villain challenged while Izuku just smirked. Not exactly, he said simply before snapping his fingers. In that instant Stain eyes widened, having not seen in a vision, because it was at that moment Izuku had disappeared and one in familiar white armor primed to attack took his place. Recipro burst. Several minutes earlier, Iida could only shake as in guilt and self-loathing as the clone used Crazy Diamond to heal Iida and the hero who was identified as native. Soon the clone was done and Iida was back to how he was before he fought Stain. They're good as new. Now go and fight. This town needs all the help it can get. The clone told Iida as it launches a fire fist at a group of skeletons. What? Iida yelled as his head snapped up and glared at the clone. I can't just leave, I must defeat the hero killer. The clone just glared coldly down at Iida. And just how do you plan to do that? We both know what happened before. How will this be any different? The clone asked with Iida not backing down. That doesn't matter. I'll do whatever it takes to take him down. If it means I can avenge my brother, I'll do anything. Even if it means giving my li. Iida was interrupted by the clone, who slammed its foot into Iida's nose, breaking it instantly. Uncaring of this, the clone grabbed Iida and hauled him up so they were face to face. Stopping being such a selfish brat. Do really think if you were to die, what do you think that would do to your parents, you bastard? Do you really want them to put them through the hell of losing both their children? He questioned with Iida going wide-eyed. Having not thought of that. The clone just snorted as he dropped Iida on the ground. Heroes have to put their lives on the line every day. Your brother knew this and acted anyway to try and stop a serious. He was a true hero. You on the other hand acted out vengeance, while ignoring the hell that's around us and challenged a foe you knew could kill you with ease. What do you call that? The clone questioned. Iida just looked down as he clenched his fist. Selfishness, I realize that. But what am I supposed to do? Iida asked while looking up at the clone. You live, the clone said simply. Live the way you want. Live the way you think your brother would want you to live. It doesn't matter how you live, just as long as you do. The clone said as it fixed Iida's nose before extending its hand. Can you do that? The clone said to the boy, who was silent before slowly taking the clone's hand. Yes I can. Thank you for that, Iida said as the clone smiled before turning to the alley. The fight's just about done. The original should be here in a few minutes. The clone spoke. That's wonderful, Iida said quietly, happy that his brother's killer will be brought to justice but sad he didn't contribute toward it. The clone saw this and sighed for a moment. You know, there might be a way for you to get a hit in. The clone told Iida. The speedster in question looked surprised. Really? Iida asked hopefully with the clone nodding. Yes, but you only get one shot at it. Can you do it? The clone asked with Iida nodding, a new determination in his eyes. Current time. The hero killer was sent flying back as Iida landed next to Izuku, who turned to him. And just what was that, Iida? Izuku asked Iida, who grinned in response. That was my recipro burst. It's my strongest attack. I force my torque and engines into overdrive to attack. Unfortunately this only lasts 10 seconds before I have to give my quirk a rest. Izuku nodded in understanding. Then I guess it's time to end this fight. Izuku stated with Stain raising an eyebrow. And just how do you plan to do that? He asked, highly skeptical. Izuku just smirked. Like this, he said simply. One for all blazed to life as Izuku called on the 5% he could control before he costed his arms in hockey before disappearing, only to appear right in front of a shocked Stain who had no time to defend as the punch landed, and shot the villain back right into the side of the building on the other side of the alley out cold. Izuku and Iida stood there, with Izuku remaining calm while Iida was staring open mouth. After a moment Iida cleared his throat to recompose himself. That works, I suppose. Line break. Izuku and Iida had just exited the alley with Izuku carrying Stain over his shoulder, having tied Stain up after removing every blade he had, even the ones he had hidden. There they had meet up with Native, who was moving again. Apparently he had been affected by Stain's quirk and it finally wore off. Well, looks like things went well. A voice sounded and it turned out to be Gran Torino and Manuel along with other heroes, including to Iida's and Izuku's surprise Endeavor and Shoto. Well, you two seem to have had fun. Shoto told them after Izuku passed Stain off to Endeavor while Native explained the situation the best he could. Luckily there was a lull in the skeleton invasion, letting everyone catch their breath. Iida nodded robotically while Izuku just shrugged when suddenly Izuku's hockey flared to life as a third Nomu flew around the corner. Before the other heroes could do anything, Izuku shot a wave of candy at the beast when it got close, hitting it and pinning it to the ground. As quick as ever, I see. Shoto told Izuku, who shrugged. It's no big deal, I am actually surprised you chose to go with Endeavor. Izuku told Shoto, who shrugged. What can I say? He may be a scumbag, but he managed to get to the number 2 spot. Figured it could be beneficial. Shoto explained. Suddenly Endeavor shouted out in pain as Stain regained consciousness and kicked the flame hero with his spiked shoes before jumping a good few feet away. Suddenly the air was filled with killing intent as the hero killer stood straight. You false heroes. Stain began as he costed his arms in hockey to break the ropes. Will be purged. He finished with a shout as Stain's full killing intent was unleashed. Everyone but Izuku fell to their knees as they couldn't stand against the force. So he is a conqueror. Izuku thought, ready to fight and protect the others. You're all fallen heroes, every last one of you, even All Might. You've all corrupted and sullied the hero. But I will reclaim that word. I will purge the world of all the false heroes and make heroes great again. Stain shouted as he prepared to kill the group in front of him. However, at that moment an absolutely monstrous force completely engulfed and overpowered Stain's conqueror's hockey. As the group of heroes got up, they turned to the source they knew was responsible. Izuku Midoriya had unleashed his own conqueror's hockey. So you're going to wipe out the heroes, huh? Why not start with me? Izuku questioned as he walked forward. Come on, hero killer Stain. Let's see which one is truly right. Izuku shouted, ready to fight. Stain grinned a mighty grin before he stared to laugh weakly, and then, much to the shock of the group, began to fall forward. His last words were barely heard. Izuku Midoriya, worthy, he muttered before passing out. For a moment nobody moved, not knowing what to do. Suddenly the ground began to violently shake, and before they could question what's causing this, the ground split and from it came thousands of skeletons rising and flying all over the city, ready to cause havoc. The group could only stare in horror. They didn't even know where to start. This is a nightmare. A blonde woman in a green and white jumpsuit muttered as she fell to her knees. Before anyone could do or say anything else, they heard chuckling and they all turned to Izuku, who was the one chuckling as he looking at the hole the skeletons came through. Izuku, how could you laugh at a time like this? Iida demanded, with everyone nodding demanding. Still chuckling, Izuku shook his head as he looked at the group. I'm laughing because we've been given a literal path to victory. Izuku told them, getting confused looks from the others. Seeing this, Izuku explained. Look, we know someone is creating these guys. The problem is we had no idea where that person is. However, now they given us a path to follow. He told them, with Endeavor and Gran Torino's eyes widening, understanding what Izuku was getting at. I get it. If enter the tunnel and follow it back, we can find whoever did this and either force them to stop this or knock them out. Either way should end this invasion. Endeavor explained, with the others' eyes widening, finally understanding. But there is a problem with that plan. Gran Torino interrupted. We don't know if defeating the quirk user will stop these things or even they can stop them. If we waste too much time on something that doesn't work, we can kiss the city goodbye. Gran Torino explained, causing all of them to go quiet, trying to figure out what to do. We need to split up. Shoto suggested, suddenly speaking up. Me and Izuku cab enter the tunnel and track down the villain while the rest of you take care as many as you can. Shoto explained his plan to the group. Are you insane, Shoto? There's going to be hundreds of those things waiting for you down here. Endeavor roared at his son. Shoto remained determined. It's the best option we've got. Me and Izuku are some of the strongest here, plus we know each other fights. It's the best option we've got. Shoto explained his reasoning while Endeavor still looked unsure. Ha ha, a marvelous plan, but perhaps you could use one more to help. A voice said from behind, causing the group to turn and gasp and Izuku to grin. It was about time he got here. This was Flower Sword Vista, a fighter from the 200 floors whose quirk allows him to, by creating a slashing movement, create razor-sharp rose petals that he can send them at his opponents. It's about time you turned up, Vista, Izuku said as he walked up to him and shook his hand. Vista just laughed. What can I say? I love to make an entrance. Vista explained as he laughed. So you'll go with Izuku and the young Todoroki then, Vista? Gran Torino getting a nod from the hero. Endeavor sighed as he crossed his arms. If it's the three of them I can't complain. Endeavor relented to his son's plan. So do you all understand the plan? Gran Torino asked, getting nods for everyone there. Good, then let's move out. Gran Torino shouted, and they were about to do just that when Izuku spoke up. Hold on, old man, I need to do one last thing before we get started. Izuku said before he starts to glow brightly. And just what are planning on doing, kid? Gran Torino asked as he and the rest of the group covered their eyes. Izuku smirked, evening the odds. He said simply before extending his hand. Summon. Army of Death. As soon as this was called out, the light became overwhelming and completely engulfed the group, and when they could see again they could only gasp at what they saw surrounding them. Izuku dropped to a knee as he panted. 2500 zombies, 2500 skeletons, 200 skeleton archers, 400 undead beasts, 120 skeleton riders, 500 licks and 1200 death knights for a total of 7420 strong. Izuku listed off the numbers as the group can only balk at the numbers. Izuku, are you okay to fight? It looks like you're about to pass out. Iida asked, concern for his friend, only for Izuku to wave it off. Don't really about it, I knew this would happen and I already planned on how to deal with it. Izuku told him. Suddenly Izuku began to change. His skin grew pale, his fingers and teeth sharpened into claws in fangs, and eyes became red with a slit for a pupil. Izuku got up feeling a little better, before suddenly disappearing, causing the group to look until they saw him in the air cutting through two of the enemy skeletons with ease. However, while the two did disappear into dust, the blood, instead of falling to the ground, seemed to turn into a crimson energy that flowed into Izuku, restoring his energy. Izuku flowed back down to the group, seeing their confused looks. Bat fruit, model vampire. He said simply before turning to his summons. Alright, listen up, you all have two main objectives. First, to rescue and protect any and all citizens you can. The second is the complete annihilation of all enemy undead, and here's something to remember, if they're not dust, they're not dead. Now move out, Izuku commanded as they all shouted before rushing and follow their summoner's order. Izuku grinned seeing this before turning to the group. Shoto, Vista, let's go. He shouted before jumping into the hole with the two right behind him. Well, there's no point in standing around here, let's move out. Gran Torino shouted as the heroes took off ready to fight. Line break. If one were to look at Hosu City at the moment, they could very well get it confused with the land of the dead at war. The summons were following their summons orders to the letter. Half the zombies, skeletons and a few of the licks decided to focus on rescue. The zombies and skeletons because they had by far the highest numbers and were the weakest, and the licks because their magic could assist with the rescue and heal the injured. The remaining force focused on slaughtering the enemy, and slaughter they did. The zombies and normal skeletons swarmed the enemies, quickly grouping together to destroy groups of enemies before reinforcements arrived. The archers, beast and riders teamed up and became a monstrous hit and run and sniping unit. The death knights and licks each all went off on their own, with each being able to kill each the strongest enemy skeleton by themselves, whether that by the death knight cutting through them with ease or the licks raining down spells on the enemy. People were naturally terrified to see more undead, but word quickly spread about the ones the world champion summoned, and soon hero and undead were fight and wiping out the enemy side by side. Line break. Izuku had just cut through another of the enemy, having never deactivated the bad bat fruit. Turning to Vista, how just sliced through 2 enemies while his quirk sent rose petals through 4 more. One hell of a party, isn't Vista? Izuku questioned, with the man nodding. Yes, truly a interesting night, but if I'm being honest, the most interesting thing I've seen is him. Vista said as he nodded his head in the direction of where Shoto was fighting. Izuku grinned at the man. Shoto, huh? Not a bad choice. Izuku commented while Vista just grinned and twirled his mustache. Yes, he'd make an excellent student. Vista commented. At the moment Izuku perked and snapped his head in the direction they were heading. Izuku smirked. Got him, let's move. He told them as they rushed forward and destroyed any undead in their way. Finally they had reached the end of the tunnel with a giant hole leading toward the building where the quirk user is. So any ideas, Izuku? Shoto asked, only for him to be nowhere in sight. When he looked toward Vista, the man just grinned. He went straight up. A second later the tunnel rumbled. Well, sounds like the fight started. Let's go join in, Vista commented as he and Shoto jumped through the hole ready to fight. Only to see Izuku surrounded by ash and blood while a giant thing behind him was holding someone who looked like all the other enemy except for the bull head. Oh hey guys, you missed the party, I was just about finished cleaning up. Izuku greeted them before he turned his attention to the bull head. Now Mr. Rudborn, what is it you were saying about those little things of yours? Izuku asked, with Rudborn laughing. I was saying that unless you kill or knock me out there's no way to stop me. Rudborn said, believing himself invincible despite being captured. Oh well, that simplified things. Izuku spoke before slamming the man head first into the floor before having the construct smash its fist into him for good measure. Do you think it worked? Shoto asked. Izuku looked around as all the reading enemy undead turned to dust and disappeared. Yeah, I would say so. It was the morning after the Hosu incident and currently Izuku, Iida and Shoto were resting in a hospital room. Currently the three were waiting for the heroes they were interning with, who were currently talking with the Hosu chief of police. Shoto and Izuku were currently discussing their internships before Iida, who had been silent up to this point, suddenly spoke up. Shoto, Izuku, I must apologize for my actions last night. Iida was cut off as Izuku chopped the top of Iida's head. Don't start that again, Iida. Yes, you acted like a dumbass, but you made up for it. So quit sulking on your mistakes and use that time to become a better hero. Izuku told Iida, who nodded determined before turning to Shoto. By the way, Shoto, what did Vista want to talk to you about? The speed-based hero asked, having seen the tower fighter take Endeavor and Shoto aside to talk to them about something. Iida couldn't hear what they were saying, but it must have been interesting given Endeavor's enthusiasm. He offered to train me in swordsmanship. He said if I can create blades out of my fire and ice I could grow stronger. Shoto revealed, surprising Iida, who couldn't believe Shoto would get such an offer. While Izuku just smirked, knowing Vista would make an offer. So are you going to take it? It's an incredible opportunity, Izuku asked, with Shoto nodding. Of course, this will take my strength and fighting style to new levels. Shoto answered before the door opened. It turned out to be the heroes the three students were interning with, though Izuku noticed that Gran Torino had a haunted look in his eyes like he was told something truly terrible. Izuku decided to ignore this for now and focus on the individual that arrived with the heroes. This was Kenji Saragame, the chief of police, and he arrived to thank the three students for their work. He explained normally that what they would have done while heroic was illegal, but since Izuku was a battle tower fighter and given permission to fight, he would face no punishment for attacking Stain and Rudborn and be given credit for taking them down. Iida and Shoto would also both be given credit for their parts in stopping the enemy undead. He didn't stay long after that and bid them a good day as he left. The moment he left, Gran Torino spoke up. All right kid, enough rest. Get up so we can go home. The old hero ordered as Izuku rolled his eyes as he stood up and used the door fruit to open a portal to Gran Torino's place. Izuku turned to his friends. Well guys, I'll see you back at UA. He told them, getting a nod from Shoto and of course, from Iida before he walked through the door, which closed a second later. Line break. Fumikage panted as he landed on the arena floor. The week had been the hardest in the young hero's life, but also the most beneficial. Sengoku and Fumikage did the same two things every day for the past few days. From dawn to late afternoon, It was combat and strategy training, then from dusk to about midnight it was patrol. Strategy was about taking in everything around him and choosing the best course of action, while combat focused on fighting with and after taking All Might's words to heart without his quirk. Right now Fumikage was once again testing his quirk against Sengoku and like the past few days was making little to no progress in taking it down. It really is as fearsome as people say. Fumikage stared at Sengoku and his quirk. The 100-handed Buddha. The hero in training though with the same amount of awe as the first time he saw it. The power that would have let Sengoku become the #1 hero if he wanted. Fumikage finished with the same amount of awe, and for good reason. For people like Fumikage whose quirk essentially gave them a separate entity to fight with, Sengoku was their icon, the one they dreamed to surpass, and Fumikage was no different. But now after fighting it continuously for the last few days he knew just how far he was from his goal. Suddenly Sengoku clapped his hands. "All right, I think it's time we took a break," he told his intern with Buddha disappearing as he did so. Hearing this Fumikage dropped to his knees as he attempted to catch his breath as Sengoku walked over. "That was well done young Tokoyami, you've improved leaps and bounds since we started." Sengoku praised the shadow quirk user who could mutter a thank you at the praise, though he didn't feel he deserved it. Sengoku seeing this was curious. "Is there something the matter Tokoyami?" the hero asked as the student who looked at the man for a second before sighing. "Apologies sir, it's nothing you did. I'm just frustrated is all. I feel that I should stronger than I am. Especially since Izuku evolved my power," Fumikage said as he costed his hand in hockey. Suddenly laughter filled the air and a shocked Fumikage turned toward the source which turned out to be Sengoku. Though rather in anger Fumikage felt confusion as the laughter wasn't mocking, it was more akin to when someone experienced something truly funny. "Apologies young Tokoyami," Sengoku said as he finally got his laughter under control. "But the fact that it's you of all people who's questioning his strength that I truly find funny after your performance in the sports festival, especially after your fight with Midoriya," Sengoku informed him with confused Tokoyami. "But sir, I lost that fight. How does that prove my strength?" Tokoyami questioned with Sengoku letting out another chuckle. "True you lost, but before that you managed to land a solid hit on him that forced him to take a few steps back," Sengoku reminded the student. "Do you have any idea how many fighters in this tower alone wish they could claim that accomplishment? You're strong Fumikage Tokoyami, never doubt that." Sengoku finished with Tokoyami had a new look of determination in his eye. "Thank you sir," he said as he stood up. "Now shall we continue? It's time for non-quirk combat," Tokoyami said ready to continue. Sengoku just smiled warmly as he got up happy to see such a fire in the young man. "Keep training hard young Tokoyami, and I know you'll surpass me," the hero thought as the pair began again. Line break, again. Suru barked as Momo shakily got up and created another staff and charged toward the older woman who could only sigh annoyed before grabbing the wrist of the hand holding the staff before twisting it causing Momo to yelp before letting go. Suru wasted no time as she swung the young girl before slamming the girl into the ground before twisting the girl's arm behind her back, pinning her. "Pathetic, that's the 4th time you've tried that, when are you going to try something different?" the heroine asked Momo who could only look down in shame. "You've said that you had training in all kinds of weapons from melee to firearms, so why aren't you using them? Especially after we found out how your quirk has evolved. If I were you I'd have raided the armory the second I discovered it." Suru mercilessly scowled the girl before sighing. "Have you ever heard the hero ragdoll of the Wild Wild Pussycats?" she questioned with Momo nodding having heard of the eccentric rescue group. "She's my niece, and my quirk is sorta like a powered-up version of hers," Suru revealed with Momo's eyes widened in surprise. Despite being active for years no one's been able to figure out what quirk is. "My quirk is known as specs. Anything I look at doesn't matter if it's living or not I can learn everything about them. Their top speed, their durability, any weaknesses. I learn it all, and unlike my niece I don't have a limit on how many I can observe," Suru revealed. "Incredible." Momo breathed in awe as she looked at the heroine. "What an amazing quirk." Suru snorted. "Don't get so worked up, it's not as great as it sounds. First I have to be careful what I look at. If I take in too much info at one time, my brain will overload and then shut down. Also just because I have the information doesn't mean I have the means to defeat them." Suru revealed the downsides of her quirk. So here's my question, knowing this, what would you have done differently? The older woman asked with crossed arms, with Momo thinking about it for a second. I would create different kind of weapons to keep you thrown off. Momo answered confidently she got the right answer. Suru just raised an eyebrow. Why would you just create weapons? I could understand it before, but after the sports festival and your quirk got powered up, why not branch out? You could create pointless objects to keep me from using my quirk. The possibilities only increase if you could create objects of different qualities to throw off your opponents. Momo could only look down in shame, having never considered these options, causing Suru to sigh. Look, girlie, you have the smarts, quirk and potential to be a true hero, but you must open your mind to other options and stop overthinking things. It'll just come back to haunt you. Suru told the silent girl. Momo spoke after a moment. I understand, and I will do better, she muttered, with Suru raising an eyebrow, not really believing her, before letting it go for now. Very well, let's continue then, she told Momo as their training continued. Line break. Well kid, this was a hell of a week, Gran Torino said as he was seeing Izuku off, the internship having ended. Glad I was able to help where I could, he continued, with Izuku just nodding. This week has been incredibly beneficial to the young champion, and he was getting further along with OFA than ever before. All thanks to this elder unknown hero. However, the old man did seem off after that night in Hosu, and when Izuku asked about it, the old man was silent for a moment before saying All Might would tell him. Well, thanks for everything, old man, Izuku told Gran Torino as he created an air door that leads to the front of Ua. However, before he could step through, a voice stopped him. What's your name again? Gran Torino asked, going back to his senile old man routine, causing Izuku to sigh in annoyance before deciding to humor him. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he said, hoping that would satisfy the old man. You're who now? Guess not. Izuku was just about to leave when he realized what the old man wanted. Izuku looked him straight in the eyes and said a single word. Mao. Gran Torino nodded with smirk, turning round to head back inside, waving his hand as he did so. Izuku could only roll his eyes with a smirk on his face as he walked through the portal. Line break. Laughter was the first thing Izuku noticed as he walked into the classroom, with the source of it being Eijiro and Hanta. Though Izuku didn't have to question why though, because a second later he caught sight of Katsuki, new haircut, and admittedly had to hold back laughter of his own. The problem, however, was remedied seconds later when Katsuki caused an explosion, blasting it back into its old style. After that, all conversation went to their internships. Some, like Denki and Mina, has perfectly normal internships where everyone seemed to like them, while Kyoka actually helped an evacuation. Sue actually had helped stop some drug smugglers, and Ochako actually seemed to have had what could only be described as an awakening. Though Izuku was curious what Minoru went through, he was muttering to himself constantly and was watching the girls with a paranoid and fearful gaze. Just what the hell did Mount Lady do to him? What about you, Fumikage, Momo? How was your week at the tower? Izuku asked the two who come up when everyone was talking. Extraordinary, Sengoku was more than I could ever imagine. What I learned was truly invaluable, Fumikage explained, truly grateful for the opportunity. Suddenly, Dark Shadow. You're giving the guy too much credit. Just watch, you watch, soon I'll smash that little statue of his to pieces. Then I'm coming for you, Greenie. Dark Shadow finished as it pointed at Izuku, who chuckled before he turned to Momo. What about you, Momo? At this the girl seemed a little lost on how to answer before finally speaking. It was very informative. Miss Suru truly was incredible. Momo answers, simply causing him to mentally sigh. However, before he could say anything, Denki spoke up. What about you three? He asked towards Shoto, Iida and Izuku. It's all over the news what happened in Hosu. How Shoto and Iida helped destroy some of those enemy minions while saving civilians. And Izuku, man, you were the MVP. Capturing 3 Nomus, Stain and the villain controlling the minions. Not to mention summoning that massive army. He said before playfully nudging him in the side. How about you let us have a turn in the spotlight once in a while? Denki laughed. Speaking of Stain, Ojiro spoke up. Did you hear the rumors that said Stain was part of the League of Villains? Hate to think about what would have happened if he was at the USJ. The army of thugs was bad enough. Ojiro shuddered at the possibility. Yeah, I mean, did you see that video? Denki spoke up. It's seriously intense. Before he'd have thought the hero killer was kinda cool, but that was off the table when Stain killed Iida's brother. You're not only ones who thinks so. Izuku spoke up with a scowl and crossed arms. A lot of people at the tower agree with some of his beliefs. Izuku told them as he heard talk and rumors about Stain followers from the tower. To make matters worse, he knew Dabi and Toga agreed to a certain extent, and even though he knew they wouldn't go villain, it was still a concern. It was at this time Mina spoke up. "Oh Izuku, we still on for today?" Mina asked, causing Izuku to nod and the other girls to glare, remembering Izuku promised Mina a date. It was at that point the bell rang and the students got to their seats ready to continue their training. Line break. "I am here. Hope you're ready to return to your lessons. Today it's hero basic training. Feels like I haven't seen you in a while." All Might welcomed the class who had changed into their hero outfits. "Today we're going to have a race. Take everything you've learned from your internships and apply it here." All Might instructed, with Iida raising his hand. "If it's rescue training, then shouldn't we be doing this at the USJ?" he questioned. "The USJ is designed for natural disaster training. Here it's hostage training." All Might explained, with Iida nodding in understanding. All Might went on to explain that the facility they were at was Field Gamma, an area of factories that form a labyrinth that's difficult to navigate. The class will be competing in groups of 5, all starting on the edge of the field to see who could reach All Might first. Izuku was put in the first group with Mina, Ojiro, Hanta and Iida. All Might was standing in his place. "Let's see how well they do," All Might thought with a grin, excited to see what the students could do. "Ready. Begin," he shouted, starting the race. A second later he felt a hand clasp his shoulder. A shocked All Might turned robotically and saw Izuku right behind him with an air door connected to Izuku's starting point. "I completely forgot he could do that," All Might thought, shocked. Unknown to him, the rest of the class was doing the same. A few minutes later, the group was standing before All Might, who decided to have the others race to see where they stood. He had just dismissed the first group, however he did tell Izuku to find him after class, causing him raise an eyebrow. "Looks like he'll get some answers." Line break. It didn't take long to find All Might as he was in their usual meeting spot. Luckily Mina had something left minute, so she couldn't leave the school yet anyway. When Izuku entered the room, he noticed the tense atmosphere. Taking a seat, he waited for the hero to speak. "I heard about the incident in Hosu. Sorry I couldn't help out," he apologized, with Izuku just waving it off. "So what did you want to talk about?" he questioned as the pro sighed. "Two things actually. The first is that the Nomu you captured in Hosu have been taken into custody, like the one from the USJ, and like the one from USJ, they all had multiple quirks. I hate to say it, but there's only one true way this could happen." Toshinori finished grimly while Izuku could only nod. "All for one," Izuku said quietly as All Might nodded silently, confirming it as the two sat in silence. Finally Izuku sighed. "Well, we always knew this was a possibility. Looks like we'll have to be that much more careful until we can nail the bastard." "Any idea where he could be?" he asked, with the pro shaking his head no. "Sadly no, but a friend of mine on the force has assured me he'll tell me anything he learns," Toshinori explained, with Izuku nodding, having been told about the detective All Might's friends with. "What's the second thing then?" Izuku asked, and the man actually flinched, causing Izuku to narrow his eyes. Looks like they were getting to the real reason of this meeting. "Do you remember the villain that was leading the attack on the USJ? The one whose hands you removed?" All Might asked, with Izuku nodding, causing the hero to sigh. "Well, we sent it to forensics to see if we could get a match, and we did. The one it was matched with was of an old sample from." At this it looked like he was holding back a sob before pressing on. "Was from one Tenko Shimura," he finished with a twitch. Izuku's eyes widened. "Shimura? Does that mean?" Izuku trailed off, with All Might nodding. "Yes, we have confirmed that Tenko Shimura is the grandson of Nana Shimura," he finished quietly. Izuku just sat there before sighing. "Good grief," was the only thing he could say as he looked at the man front of him, looking more broken than Izuku ever saw him. All Might meanwhile was trying to figure out what to say. Young Midoriya, this knowledge. All Might couldn't even finish as he put his face in his hands. Luckily Izuku knew exactly what to say. "This changes nothing," he finished resolutely, even as All Might looked up in shock. "It doesn't matter who you are or who you're related to. One should be judged on their own actions and motives, nothing more." "But he's my master's grandson. I can't just ignore that." All Might said, his loyalty to his master and his resolve as a hero no doubt at war inside of him about what to do. Listen, All Might, there's a story I'd like to tell you, from the memories I got with my quirk. Izuku spoke up, gaining the attention of the hero. Seeing this, Izuku began. This is the story of Portgas d Ace. From there, Izuku began the story of the man known as Ace. The one who was hunted before he was even born. The one who caused the so-called upholders of justice to arrest and sometimes kill pregnant and recently pregnant women and their newborn children. The reason? All because he had the blood of one of the world's worst criminals in his veins, Gold D. Roger. Izuku went on to explain how the boy grew up alone for a while with anyone he asked what they thought if Roger had a son. The answer was always the same. Torture him, kill him, and anything else that could make him feel like he was a mistake. Izuku explained how Ace's life did get better, even gaining people he did see as family and joining one of the strongest factions in that world and even eventually getting to a commander position. However, he was soon captured and sentenced to execution, where his father was revealed to the world. And even though allies put up an amazing fight, in the end Ace scarified himself to defend his little brother. After Izuku was finished with the story, he who just sat there shocked what he was just told. It was at point Izuku asked a question. Were they right? The question snapped All Might out of stupor. Was the government in the right when it came to their actions regarding Ace's relationship to his father? Izuku asked while All Might put his head down. There was only one possible answer, and All Might knew it. If he said yes, then he'd be justifying and supporting everything the Marines did to those innocent women and children. No one child should be punished for the sins of the parent. However, no one's crimes can be simply forgiven because of who they're related to. Resigning himself, Toshinori looked Izuku in the eye. No, the connection one has with another doesn't affect the way the world works. If you commit a crime, you must be punished. Toshinori answered, with Izuku nodding, happy to see the man's resolve back. Happy to hear it. Izuku said, getting up. He still had his date with Mina to get to. As he was about to leave, All Might has one final question. How's the Smash theme coming? Got any ideas? He asked, causing Izuku to sigh in annoyance. I've got an idea. It's not original and it's pretty simple, Izuku told him. All Might chuckled. Sounds perfect if you ask me. I mean, mine are just named after the United States. Izuku nodded at that and gave him a quick goodbye, not wanting to keep Mina waiting any longer. Line break. The date was pretty fun. Mina, instead of going on a classic sit down at a restaurant date, wanted to hit a variety of fun places. She said it would be great to see how they got along alone before they officially started dating. They went to a karaoke bar, mall, and actually finished at an amusement park. Both had a great time, and after he walked her home, she surprised him by sneaking a kiss to his cheek. Giggling at his surprised face as she closed her front door, leaving a stunned Izuku standing there for a moment before getting his senses back and heading home. Line break. A door opened. A dark room as a lone figure walked in flights, coming to life as he walked until he reached the center and he was fully visible. The man stood there before speaking. L7, on. As he said this, 6 screens seemed to switch on with the 6 figures obscured in light. All for one, glad you could join us. One of the figures who had L1 at the bottom spoke up, starting the meeting. All for one just nodded. One of your discussions today is about young Tamura. It would be foolish of me to not to. Least you plan something foul for my successor, he commented. The figure marked as L5 suddenly snickered. My, you really are serious about making that child your successor, aren't you? You really must be getting desperate in your old age if you want him to take over your little league. All for one just sighed, bored. My reasons for choosing him are my own. I have no reason to explain it to you, he said with as little interest as one could possibly speak. At this moment L2 spoke. You are correct, L7, we have no say or interest in who you choose to succeed your operation, but remember this. They said as their voice took a dark tone. Just because he takes your place there does not mean he'll take your place here. It's up to us whether he joins us or not. And should he prove a nuisance and obstacle to us, he will be disposed of. All for one simply stood there. Noted. He said simply, though there was an edge to his voice. L1 chuckled, amused. Come now, friends, there's no need to fight, we have much to discuss and much to do if we wish to accomplish our goal. L1 chuckled as the others muttered in agreement. The time is at hand, my friends. L1 continued. The time for the world to be brought into the light. Line break. Listen up, it's almost time for summer vacation, but don't get too excited. You won't just be relaxing an entire month. Aizawa told his class. Denki's eyes narrowed. Does that mean? he asked, turning to Eijiro. You'll be training while you're camping in the woods. Aizawa confirmed, getting cheers from the class. A big sleepover. Fireworks, s'mores. Momo put a finger to her chin, thought. We're so used to training in cities, this will be a new conditions. Fumikage decided to throw in his own 2 cents. No matter the environment, we must always remain vigilant. An excellent challenge, he said, happy for the new challenge. While Toru was excited to spend the summer with everyone. Yeah, this is going to be awesome. Denki cheered before turning to Minoru. What about you, man? Bet you're excited to see the girl. He trailed off, however, when he saw the grape-haired boy in question shot the girl's terrified and suspicious looks while muttering about being trapped with she-demons. Just what happened to him? By this point Eraserhead had enough as he activated his quirk. However, he began as everyone settled down. Those of you that don't pass the final exam will have summer school. He revealed to the shocked class. This immediately caused some of the students to start yelling and encouraging each other. Izuku chuckled to himself, something's never change. Line break. It was the day after the summer camp announcement and classes had just ended. They were dismissed. Aizawa had just explained the written and practical exam before he left the room. I barely took any notes this semester. Mina and Denki shouted at the same time, but with Mina laughing about it and Denki freaking out. The others with lower scores, such as Fumikage, who scored 14th place, and Sato, who scored 12th, could somewhat agree with that, considering they didn't have much time to study. Others like Minoru, who scored 9th, weren't worried at all. Come on guys. There's time to study, don't start acting like you already failed. Izuku spoke, annoyed. Izuku had actually tied with Momo and shares the number 1 spot with her. Easy for you to say, Mr. First Place. Denki cried before pointing an accusing finger at him. How did you score that well anyway? He questioned, with Izuku just raising an eyebrow. Clones. Whatever they learn I learn. He explained, with Denki crying about the unfairness of the world, causing Izuku to sigh, annoyed. Look, how about I help you study? Izuku offered, with Denki and Mina suddenly hugging him with cries of, You're the best. Momo suddenly shot up, excited look on her face. A study group. What a marvelous idea. We could involve the entire class with this group, and I'm willing to host everyone at my estate as well as help Izuku. Momo spoke positively, beaming at the prospect at helping her classmates. A marvelous idea. I shall also help anyone who needs it. Iida shouted, more robotic than ever, with Shoto soon joining in, saying it was better than studying by himself. The entire class quickly joined in, happy to get help from the smartest students in the class. The girls even let Minoru join, his new apparent fear of women being a major factor. Bakugo even agreed to help tutor some of his classmates. Unknown to the explosion user, Eijiro sighed in relief. Looks like you won't be the only one learning from the hothead. Line break. Lunchtime soon rolled around and the class was discussing what the practical exam could involve. I'm positive it won't be anything too crazy, Iida commented as they began to eat. Ochako did look a little nervous, but since the last major test she had almost resulted in her being crushed by a robot, it's understandable. So you guys can get scared. After everything you've been through, I would have thought those feelings would be gone. A familiar and tired voice spoke up and the group looked up to see Shinso. Hey, been a while, hasn't it? He questioned, with Eijiro standing up, a grin on his face. Shinso, dude, what's up? You're looking good, like you bulked up, he said cheerfully, with Shinso shrugging. Well, if I want to stay in the hero course I obviously can't slack off. He spoke nonchalantly, with Class 1A's eyes widening. Stay in the hero course, does that mean? Eijiro asked, with Shinso nodding. Yup, got transferred to Class 1B after the sports festival. I even interred with Eraserhead, he revealed, causing a few of them to gasp in shock at hearing this. Izuku, however, had another question. So who did you replace? Obviously someone had to go in order for you to get a seat. Izuku asked, curious on who Shinso replaced. It was Monama, Kendo revealed, walking up to the group. Based on his performance in the sports festival and that little stunt he pulled, he was deemed unfit to be in the hero course and was transferred to the general course. He actually dropped out the same day, she revealed with a shrug. Anyway, I heard from a friend a few years up that the practical exam involves fighting the giant robots from the entrance exam. I know, cheating, but what can you do? At this, Ochako gained a surprised look. Really, the robots? If that's the case, what are you going to do, Shinso? She asked, concerned. Shinso just shrugged. It's really no problem actually. Vlad King told me that I'll be taking a special test made for those who transfer in. Shinso said with everyone nodding in understanding. Well, if that's the case, as the representative of Class 1A, it'll be fun to train alongside Class 1B this summer. Izuku standing up and extending his hand. Kendo grinned. Likewise, she said as took his hand in hers. Line break. The next few days were dedicated to nothing but studying and training as Class 1A meet every day at Momo's home to go over everything they needed to know, with Momo, Izuku, Iida, Bakugo and Shoto helping out the rest of their classmates. Though Mineta ran away whenever a girl came to close. When they weren't studying, Class 1A was training either together or alone, doing anything they could to get a last-minute edge. Soon the written tests began, and even though there was some difficulty, the class knew they had it covered. Line break. The class was gathered in the central plaza, though they were surprised to see a majority of the teachers, Vlad King and a confused Juzo Honanuki from Class 1B with them. Before anyone could ask any questions, Aizawa spoke up. Now then, time to begin the last test. Remember, it's entirely possible to fail this test. If you want to go to camp, give this your all and don't make any stupid mistakes. Excuse me, why are the teachers here? Kyoka asked. Yeah, and why is Mr. King and that Class 1B guy here? Don't they have their own exams? Ojiro added. Aizawa, however, ignored this. I'm sure some of you have gathered information on what these tests will involve. It's at this point, Denki and Mina started cheering, ready to pass the test so they can get to camp. This, however, came to a close when Principal Nezu appeared from Eraser's scarf. That's why this year's test will be completely different for various reasons. Nezu cheered while ignoring the shocked statements from the students. The test will now include hero work, teamwork and combat against actual people. Now what does that mean for you? You students will be working together in pairs against one of our teachers, with your partners and opponents who you're being partnered with and against for various reasons have already been decided, Nezu explained cheerfully to the shocked students. It was silent for a moment until Juzo slowly raised his hand. Excuse me, sir, why am I here? He questioned. He's been wondering since his teacher brought him here. Nezu turned to the softener. Ah yes, Honanuki, your class is taking the same test. However, because Hitoshi Shinso is taking a different exam that leaves Class 1B with an uneven number. Luckily, one member of Class 1A will also be taking a different test, leaving a spot available for you to take. Nezu explained, with the students wondering how was getting tested differently. Izuku, however, just sighed. It's me, isn't it? He asked. Yup. We couldn't grade anyone fairly if they were paired with you, and I'll explain your test in a bit, but first let's go over what your classmates will be doing. Aizawa started speaking again. First, know that we chose your partner and opponent based on previous information. For example, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu will be a team against me. Then we have Bakugo and Honanuki against Vlad. He revealed some of the teams. As each member of the two teams look at their partners and their opponents. Now let's announce the teams and their opponents, Nezu said as each match was revealed. Match 1. Cementos vs Eijiro and Rikido. Match 2. Ectoplasm vs Fumikage and Tsuyu. Match 3. Powerloader vs Tenya and Ojiro. Match 4. Eraserhead vs Momo and Shoto. Match 513 vs Ochako and Yuga. Match 6. Nezu vs Denki and Mina. Match 7. Present Mike vs Kyoka and Koji. Match 8. Snipe vs Mezzo and Toru. Match 9. Midnight vs Minoru and Honda. Match 10. Vlad King vs Katsuki and Juzo. To complete the exam, you'll have 30 minutes. In order to either put these handcuffs on your teacher or one of you can successfully flee from the zone. Nezu explained. When Mina asked if it was okay to just flee, the teachers explained this test was to see how the students would react to facing superior opponents in battles. The teachers went on to explain that they would be wearing custom weights that add half their weight during the test. An idea actually summited by Mei Hatsume. That actually had Izuku make a mental note to visit her later to see if her quirk evolved in any noticeable way. Now then, Midoriya, I'll explain your test. Nezu started as the others wondered what the test could involve. For your test, Midoriya, in 30 minutes you must capture your opponents. Nezu explained as Izuku narrowed his eyes at opponents. Suddenly All Might crashed down. I am here to test you, he said as the others gasped in shock. Izuku just crossed his arms. And, you said opponents. Who else will I be fighting? Izuku asked as Nezu chuckled and decided to get to the point. Everyone here. To pass your final exam you must travel to and capture every teacher here. Please keep in mind that time won't stop as you're traveling to each arena. Nezu revealed to the completely shocked class. Izuku however just smirked. Okay, we've prepared stages for everyone and you'll be going in order you were called. Which means Kirishima, Sato. You're up first. The rest of you can use this time to strategize, watch or do whatever you need to do to prepare. Aizawa explained before leaving with the rest of the teachers. The class did as they were told. Even Katsuki dragged his partner somewhere to get whatever information he could to take down their opponent. Izuku himself decided to go to the monitor room where Recovery Girl was stationed to watch out for any serious injuries. They were soon joined by Ochako, who explained how Yuga was occupied by other things. Soon it was time for the exams to begin, and Izuku wished his friends the best of luck. Line break: the exam had started and the pair was running down the street discussing what they should do. So what do you think, fight or flee? We'd probably get more points if we capture. Sato voiced his opinion. Kirishima however was hesitant. Yeah, I agree, but something Principal Nezu said has been bugging me. Seeing the curious look on Rikito's face, he explained. He said that we were paired together with our partners and against a certain teacher for a reason. So why us against Cementos? What does he have that we don't? The hardening quirk user asked as they thought about it for a moment before Sato gasped. Wait a minute, what if it's the other way around? What if it's something we have that he doesn't? Sato questioned with Kirishima catching on. The limits on our quirks. I think you're right. Cementos doesn't have one. If that's the case, fighting is definitely out. Kirishima noted with Sato agreeing. So we should flee. How are we going to do it though? Sugar Rush asked with Riot thinking about it for a moment before snapping his fingers with a smirk. I go high, you go low. Line break. Where are they? Cementos thought as he was waiting for the boys to arrive. It had been 10 minutes since the test begun and yet the boys had yet to show themselves. Are they planning something? The hero thought as he prepared to go search for them. Before he could move however, the siren sounded and an announcement was heard. Rikito, Sato and Eijiro Kirishima have passed the final exam. Cementos' eyes widened as he rushed to the exit only to see the two at the exit, an opened manhole and a crater near the exit. They figured it out. Cementos smiled. They saw the situation and picked the best course of action, in rather creative ways too, he thought as he approached the students. Well done boys, you both did very well, he praised the boys who cheered. Oh yeah, they shouted as the fist bumped, line break. That was incredible. Ochako cheered as she and Izuku watched their friends celebrate. They were able to pass without even fighting, Ochako shouted amazed. Izuku nodded also impressed before turning to watch the next match. Line break. Fumikage and Sue made one hell of a team and were making quick work of Ectoplasm's clones. Fumikage used everything he learned from his internship to develop a new fighting style that involved switching between using dark shadow and hand-to-hand combat. Suyu mostly used her quirk to evade and pull Tokoyami out of trouble, though she did take down some of the clones herself. Soon the pair had made it to the goal where the real ectoplasm was waiting. He tired to create a giant version of himself that, while strong, would prevent him from creating more clones for a while. However, Fumikage was able to call upon the power he used on Midoriya, and Dark Shadow was able to annihilate the giant. As he was watching, Izuku made a mental note to talk to Fumikage about learning how to truly use Haki at the training camp. Back with Fumikage and Sue, they were currently fighting Ectoplasm, with Fumikage and DSRK Shadow being uncharacteristically aggressive, and not allowing Suyu to get close. This caused Ectoplasm to mentally sigh and shake his head. However, this distraction would be a mistake, as a second later there was a click, causing the teacher to look down and see the cuffs around his prosthetic along with Sue's tongue. This had been the plan from the start. Have Tokoyami take the teacher's attention while Suyu waited for the perfect moment to strike. Ectoplasm nodded, accepting the loss as the team celebrated their victory. After that was Power Loader versus Iida and Ojiro. This one went pretty fast, as despite all the traps Power Loader set up, Ojiro with the help of Iida was able to escape, though Iida did need some assistance getting out of a hole he was trapped in. Line break. Team Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. Final exam start. The announcement was made and the two wasted heading for the exit. Alright, here's the plan. Todoroki started as the two made their way down a back alley. You create a variety of small objects with your quirk for as long as you can. When you no longer can, we'll know he's here. At that point you make a break for it towards the exit while I keep him distracted. Todoroki explained his plan as Momo started creating Russian nesting dolls. As they were running, however, Momo couldn't help but think. Both she and Shoto started off as recommendation students, but as the year went on both showed different growths in development. In the USJ, Shoto had been invaluable to staying alive, while after a while she couldn't use her quirk anymore and had to fall back to assisting the main fighters. When it came to the sports festival, all she really did is stand there while Izuku did most of the work. True, that's basically what Izuku told her would happen, but still, after Izuku evolved her quirk she felt her confidence to come back as she easily created enough cannons to capture the other teams. That confidence, however, was shattered when she faced Tokoyami in the finals. How could she have been so arrogant? While Fumikage was training, finding out everything he could about his new powers in the short time he had, she was sitting around and relaxing. She had deserved to lose. Momo. Shoto's shout snapped her out of her thoughts as she realized she wasn't making the dolls anymore. Terrified, she looked around as Eraserhead dropped down and went after Shoto, who had just enough time to shout for her to go before attacking. Momo wasted no time as she took off, desperately looking for the exit. As she running, questions filled her mind. Where was the goal? Is there a shortcut? Should she make something? Could she make it? Suddenly she caught sight of Aizawa coming in quickly, making Momo gasp at the implications as his capture cloth wrapped around her arm. As she was being pulled back, she realized she still had her quirk. She quickly created a large weight that fell off her arm, taking the capture cloth with it as she ran in a completely different direction. Aizawa could only sigh. As her teacher, he wanted to help her regain her confidence. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option at the moment. Momo eventually made it back to Shoto. However, before she say anything, Shoto warned her Aizawa was coming. However, before she could panic, Shoto spoke up. You've got a plan, right, Momo? Sorry, I should have asked for your input before. Seeing her still depressed, he tried something else. During the class election you had 2 votes. One of those were mine. He revealed, causing her eyes to widen. She thought back to her battle trail with Izuku, the encouragement she got from her teammates during the cavalry battle, and the words of Suru. I'm pathetic, she thought as she reached for the nesting dolls she kept. But I can do this at least, she thought as she threw the dolls in the air, warning Shoto to shut his eyes as she did. The boy did as she asked just as the flash bombs hidden in the dolls went off, blinding Aizawa. When he could see again, the students were gone. The two had ducked into a back alley and were catching their breath. So do you have a plan? Shoto asked with Momo nodding. I do, and it all starts with this, Momo said, holding the cloth that restrained Todoroki. So we're going to ice his weapon against? He asked with Momo nodding. Yes, I've got an idea. Because of the USJ incident, the time Mr. Aizawa can use his quirk is shorter while the time it takes for him to recharge is longer. We're going to use that against him, Momo explained with Todoroki nodding. Sounds good. What's first? He asked as they were running out of time. At this, Momo actually got flustered. Ah well, can you turn around? What I'm about to do is kinda disturbing, Momo requested with Todoroki raising an eyebrow. It couldn't be that bad. Just do it. I'm sure whatever it is, it's fine. A second later he was proven wrong, however, as Momo proceeded to unhinge her jaw, stuff the cloth inside, and then proceeded to swallow it whole. The monitor room was silent as the occupants were just as disturbed until Tokoyami spoke up. That was disturbing. No one disagreed. Back with Momo, who noticed Todoroki's disturbed look, chuckled sheepishly. I discovered that I can eat anything now, even things like steel and concrete. Anything I eat I gain an instant understanding and can create it. Also anything I eat, should I create it, cost 1/3 of what it usually would for 24 hours after. Momo explained. Todoroki nodded. So what's the plan? Line break. Aizawa was busy searching for his 2 students when suddenly a massive iceberg appeared, forcing Aizawa to leap back. As he landed he saw 2 cloaked figures. Smart. I can't use my quirk unless I'm looking directly at them, he thought, only to suddenly to be hit with several incredibly fast-moving objects that pierced his skin. Rubber bullets, he thought, distracted for a second. The next second, however, he was wrapped in his own cloth. I can't believe it, it worked. Momo said, coming out from her hiding space with the cloth coming out of her arms and 2 pistols in her hands, before quickly running over and cuffing Aizawa. Impressive, but how did you pull it off? He asked. It's thanks to Shoto distracting you, she revealed as Shoto took off his cloak and revealed he was holding a mannequin. Once you spotted that, we knew you'd be distracted long enough so we could beat you. Aizawa was silent for a moment before grinning. Well done, you both pass. The two smiled as they looked at each other before bowing. Thank you, sir. Line break. They did it. Ochako cheered with Eijiro and Iida while the rest smiled happy they were able to pass. And now it's your turn, Ochako. Ojiro smiled as Ochako gained a determined look on her face. Yeah, just you watch. I'll pass this test no problem. Line break. Ochako and Yuga faced many problems when taking their test. The main one was 13 and their quirk, making it almost impossible to get to the hero. Time was almost up when Ochako decided to take a gamble and let go of the railings she was clinging to and was sent flying towards 13. At the last possible second she grabbed onto 13's right arm, with Yuga doing the same with 13's left. Not wasting a second, Ochako cuffed 13, passing the exam. Line break. Mina and Denki were differently the closest to failing so far, as their strategy was to retreat. However, the principal in no way made it easy for them as he proceeded to block all but one of the exits. In the end, the two had to work their quirks over time in order to escape, with Denki frying the circuits of any fuse boxes they found to shut down the power, while Mina burned hole after hole in the walls to make a direct exit. With mere seconds left, Mina with burnt hands and a Denki half-brain fried crossed the finish line, passing the exam, though be the way Nezu was laughing you'd have thought he'd have won. Line break. The next couple of matches were diffidently more calm than the last few. Present Mike did give Kyoka and Koji some trouble at first, but after a quick pep talk from Kyoka, Koji was able to get some bugs to distract Present Mike long enough for the two to escape. Mezzo and Toru vs Snipe was by far the shortest match. All the students had to do was let Mezzo distract Snipe while Toru snuck up on the teacher. The man literally never saw it coming. Line break. Mineta was looking around frantically trying to find where Midnight was hiding while Zero watched on concerned. They didn't have much time as Mineta saw Midnight sneaking up on Zero from behind and yelled out a warning. Zero was able to jump out of the way just in time as Midnight activated her quirk. Seeing that her quirk wasn't going to work, she prepared to use her whip, only for Zero to launch his tape at Midnight, tripping her up and causing her to fall where a bunch of Mineta's spheres were waiting. Mineta wasted no time slapping the cuffs on her and only stayed long enough to hear they passed before bolting, leaving Zero to shake his head. What the hell happened to him? Line break. Vlad King waited patiently to see what the boys had come up with. Curious to see if they could get along long enough to pass. Vlad was taken out of his thoughts when Bakugo appeared and readied an explosion right at the hero, only for Vlad to create a shield of blood to defend against it. Not missing a step, Bakugo launched another explosion, this time at the ground, causing bits of concrete to fly everywhere and for Vlad to jump in the air to avoid the debris. Unfortunately, Katsuki was waiting for him and without hesitation fires one of his gauntlets. Even with a blood shield, the force was enough to blow him back to the ground as he prepared himself for the impact. Which is why he was surprised when, instead of hitting the ground, he melted through it and landed in the sewer. As he was getting up, he heard a familiar voice. Gotcha, sensei. He looked up to see Juzo, though he was confused by what his student meant. Noticing the look, the softener merely pointed towards the blood user's leg, and with Vlad looked, he was shocked to see the cuffs. Vlad's eyes widened as he realized what happened before smirking. You pass, he said simply, causing Juzo to grin. Thanks. Line break. We all passed. Ochako, Mina, Denki, Eijiro, Honta and Toru shouted as everyone else cheered. Even Juzo was still there celebrating. I'm happy some of us were able to capture our opponents, though most of those were sneak attacks. Momo said a little sheepishly at the continuous use of the same tactic. Ah, who cares? The only thing that matters is we passed. Denki cheered. Indeed, I'm so proud to be part of this exceptional class. Iida shouted in tears, soon joined by Denki and Eijiro. I wouldn't say that yet, kids. Recovery Girl said as she entered the room, having to have left to check over the teachers. There's still one of you they need to test, she said before she faced Izuku, who was in the corner. They're ready for you, dear, she told him. As Izuku was heading for the door, his classmates shouted words of encouragement. "You got this, Izuku. Take 'em down, class rep. Show them what you're made of." Izuku was in front of the door when he suddenly stopped. "Is there smoothing wrong, Izuku?" Ochako asked, concerned. Izuku shook his head. "No, it's just sad really," he said as he turned to look at the screens, and everyone collectively gulped at the hungry look in his eyes and the bloodthirsty smirk on his face. "If they had worked together, they might have had chance," he said as he exited the room, which was silent for a while until Kyoka spoke. "Well, that's fucking ominous." Line break. Izuku's starting point was the central piazza, since it's in the direct center of all the zones, and currently he was waiting for the signal to start. The entire class plus Juzo and Recovery Girl were watching, waiting to see what will happen. "So how do you think this is going to go?" Denki asked the rest of the class. "I'm not concerned. It's like Izuku said, if they were working together they might have been a challenge, but they're spread out, unable to get to each other." Suyu voiced her opinion. "Yeah, and remember the race we had when we got back from our internships. Traveling large distances is not an issue." Honta agreed with Suyu. "Well, we're about to find out," Denki said as they watched the screens. Back with Izuku, he was just standing there until Team Midoriya, final exam ready, go. The broadcast sounded as the test officially began. Izuku stood still for a moment, and before any of his friends could grow conceited, 10 other Izukus appeared into existence, all facing different directions, each one with a set of handcuffs. All 11 Izuku then proceeded to open an air door, each leading to one of the different zones. "Good hunting, gentlemen," the original said as they all walked through their doors. The monitor room was silent once again until Fumikage spoke. "Well, this won't take long at least." No one could argue. Line break. Clone 1 vs Mentos. 1 was greeted to the sight on multiple concrete walls when it stepped through. "Guess Mentos isn't wasting any time." THR Clone spoke before shrugging. "Not that it matters," the clone said before starting to run, easily going through the walls thanks to the through fruit to pass through the walls and right in front of a surprised Smentos who had no time to react before the cuffs were won. The announcement soon sounded. "Smentos has been captured. 10 remaining." Clone 2 vs Ectoplasm. Ectoplasm was in trouble. As soon as his student had entered the arena and saw the clones, the boy wasted no time as he morphed his hands and arms into Gatling guns and proceeded to rip them to shreds before they got close. Now the boy was in the room and he only had 8 clones left. Good thing he faced Tokoyami and Asui earlier, or he'd be done too. The clone meanwhile looked around at the remaining clones, and just as it was about to open fire it paused before smirking and used the arms fruit to change his arms into swords. Normally Izuku would just summon a sword from his castle's armory, but this was a clone and had no access to it. Suddenly, it disappeared before reappearing directly behind them as they disappeared. "I really should use Shiryu's moves more often," it thought with a smirk before blocking a kick from Ectoplasm. "Well done dealing with the clones, but what do you have planned for me?" he questioned, going for another kick only for the clone to grab the prosthetic and attach the cuff to it. "That," the clone said simply as the announcement was heard. "Ectoplasm has been captured, 9 remaining." Clone 3 vs Power Loader. "Keep moving, set traps and keep moving." That was Power Loader's plan. Knowing there was next to nothing that he could do, Power Loader was going to try and waste as much time as he could to help the others. These plans were ruined however when he was pushed to the surface and trapped in a giant ball of earth, with only his head and arms free, which were quickly cuffed. Power Loader has been captured, 8 remaining. Line break. "The teachers are getting annihilated." Denki muttered, kinda mystified that the teachers that took the rest of the class everything to win against were being taken down so easily. "Well, what can you do? It's Midoriya," Sue said with a shrug, something no one could argue against. Line break. Clone 4 vs Eraserhead. Shota Aizawa was an observant person, something he prided himself on. He was observant as he searched for his student around the arena. He was observant when he found himself trapped in something. Aizawa was observant when he heard the footsteps of his student, and he was observant when he felt the handcuffs snap onto his wrist as the clone deactivated the clear fruit and the string fruit. Eraserhead has been captured, 7 remain. Clone 5 vs 13. This was a game of cat and mice as getting close to 13 was difficult because of their quirk, so the clone used the door fruit to hop around to avoid their quirk. Soon however 5 found that opening and used upon reaching 13 activated the dark fruit to cancel out their quirk long enough to put on the cuffs. 13 has been captured, 6 remain. Clone 6 vs Nezu. Nezu was back in his crane. Someone might say that relying on the same strategy twice was a bad idea, but Nezu was smarter than most, and even though it was a risky move, Nezu was confident he could eat up a good amount of time. A loud roar was heard as storm clouds suddenly appeared, and Nezu looked out the window to see if he could spot the cause. Nezu calmly looked back inside before taking out his example pair of cuffs and put them on. There were many things he could plan for. A giant fucking dragon was not one of them. Nezu has surrendered, 5 remain. Line break. That is just unfair. Denki shouted, how the hell is anyone supposed to compete with that? He continued to shout as Eijiro was near tears. It's broken, but it's manly as hell. He shouted. Clone 7 vs Present Mike. Present Mike was nervous. After the incident with the bugs earlier, he was on constant guard and nervous about Izuku could be planning. Front, back, left, right, up. I'm okay. There's no way he can catch me off guard. He said as he calmed himself down. That is until a hand reached out from the ground and grabbed his leg. How about from below? The clone asked as he pulled the screaming teacher down, making sure his hands were free to cuff, before reaching the surface, having used the swim fruit to sneak up on the teacher. Present Mike has been captured, 4 remain. Clone 8 vs Snipe. The clone was officially bored, having been just standing there and letting Snipe fire away while using the gum fruit to send the bullets flying harmlessly away. Finally, after the teacher's 8 reload, the clone couldn't help but ask. You done yet? It asked with Snipe just bowed his head and sighed. Yeah, I'm done. Snipe has been captured, 3 remain. Clone 9 vs Midnight. This was a mistake, the clone thought as he stared at a morning Midnight with a twitching eyebrow. He had used the candy fruit to cover her in syrup up to her neck to stop her from using her quirk, not that it would have worked considering the gas fruit, but still better safe than sorry. But now, seeing her twitch, moan and pant while rolling on the ground made him reconsider. Midoriya, you caught me, now come and enjoy your prize, I've been a bad girl after all. She said with a winks. The stone-faced clone merely walked forward and cuffed her before walking away. Hey, where are you going? Get back here and ravage me, she shouted, causing the clone to stop and sigh. Before Midnight could say anything, Izuku pulled her into a kiss that lasted mere seconds, but when he pulled away, Midnight fell back into a dead faint, bloody nose and perverted smile. Good grief. Midnight has been captured, 2 remain. Line break. The class was staring wide-eyed what they just saw until Suyu spoke up. I call the next date, Ribbit. Clone 10 vs Vlad King. Vlad was running as he looked for the student and doing everything he could to prepare for anything Midoriya could prepare for him. Which is why he was a little confused as he saw a cartoonish smiling ghost. Vlad wasted no time creating a blade of blood before trying to cut through, only for nothing to happen. Vlad was so focused on the ghost in front of him he never noticed the second flying up behind him until it was too late and it flew right through him. As the depression set in and Vlad fell to his knees, he had no way to defend himself as Izuku came up to cuff him. Vlad King captured, 1 remains. Line break. Mr. Vlad is going to be okay, right? Juzo asked, concerned for his teacher. Some of the students assured him that it was indeed temporarily. Meanwhile, most of the class had their eyes glued to the screen waiting for the final fight. So how do you think this is going to go? All Might vs Izuku. Rikido asked, with Katsuki answering almost immediately. Probably as quickly as the rest of the matches. At the unsure looks he sighed. Come on morons, think about it. All Might is the greatest hero in the world, but Izuku is the strongest in the world. The strongest man, the strongest creature. Whatever you want to call him, he's still the strongest, not to mention he's fought stronger over the years. Katsuki explained, making a lot of good points. All Might is the greatest hero, but he's far from the strongest. There are many in the battle tower that could crush All Might. Well, we're about to find out, Shoto said as the class watched the final fight. Line break. Original versus All Might. All Might was grinning in anticipation. It had been months since he and young Midoriya had spared on the beach, not just to get Midoriya used to OFA but also to get All Might back in shape. Since the school year started they haven't had the chance, but now they do. The second the signal sounded, All Might shot forward towards where he guessed Midoriya would appear, and sure enough there he was. He grinned and raised his hand to throw a punch. However, instead of raising a fist as well, the young man put his thumb, middle and ring finger together as a barrage of purple circles appeared and hit All Might. Immediately All Might slowed down to where he almost wasn't moving, making it easy for Izuku to walk up and slap the cuffs on and whisper into All Might's ear. Slow beam, lets me slow anything down for about 30 seconds. Sorry, but I couldn't get distracted today, but we'll spar soon, I promise. He said as he walked away, letting All Might finish his time, before crashing when he speed up again, all the while the announcement finally sounded. The test is over. Team Midoriya has passed the final exam. Line break. It was the day after the final exam and classes had just ended, and at the moment the class was discussing the training camp. Tenya did question what Izuku was going to do about his required weekly fights. Izuku however just shrugged, saying that he'll fight the night before he leaves and the night he comes back. Currently the class was discussing what supplies they would need for the camp. It's then when Toru had an idea. Since they had tomorrow off, they should go to the mall as a group to shop. Everyone liked the idea and agreed to go, even Shoto and Katsuki, though Katsuki muttered his agreement under his breath. Izuku was the only one who remained silent, something the class noticed. What about you, Izuku? You're going with us too, right? Hanta asked as the class listened. Izuku only sighed. Sorry guys, I've got something I need to do tomorrow, he revealed to his friends. At their disbelieving looks he explained. Last night when me and my family were celebrating me passing, I got a call from Mr. Tokugawa. He said there was some kind of beast in a piece of property he owns in the woods. Said it's been crippling some of the fighters that go and train at the training center there. He wants me to go and try take care of the beast. Izuku finished with his class nodding in understanding. Well, you can't ignore something like that. It's completely unmanly. Do what you gotta do, bro. Eijiro shouted with the others shouting their agreement. Izuku just smiled. Thanks guys. Like break. Thank you so much for coming, sir. This creature must be stopped, and with you here I know it will. An attendant from center shouted as he showed him the various attack sites. Izuku dismissed the man and closed his eyes as he activated his haki, spreading it as far as he could, boasting it further with the rumble fruit. At last he found it, and when he did, his eyes snapped open and a mad grin appeared on his face when he felt its power. There you are. As he ran as quickly as he could to its location until at last he and the beast were face to face. The beast saw him and roared, obviously ready to do to him what he did to the others, all the while Izuku with the same mad grin could only say 2 words. Hello beastie. Line break. Tamura Shigaraki was pissed, the same thing he's felt since the beginning of the year and that horrible USJ failure. The place I lost my quirk, he thought in rage as he stared down at his new hands and quirk. Blade and gun. Shigaraki's sliver left hand can become any kind of blade, while his iron right hand can become any artillery. And then there was the Hosu incident. His league was responsible for hundreds of deaths, but did they even mention that? No. It was only about the hero killer and that Akuma bastard. So here he was out getting some air, hiding his face, because even though he wasn't mentioned in the papers he was still a wanted man. But he was close to snapping, just one little push and he'd go on a killing spree. Suddenly there was a loud commotion and screaming could be heard. Hoping there was some kind of horrible incident, he pushed through the crowd to the front, only to be infuriated at seeing there was no incident but instead. It's Metal Bat. He's one of the strongest on the upper 200 floors. He has the appearance and attitude of punk, but he has a heart of gold. Yeah, he and Akuma have teamed up dozen of times in tag team matches. Snap. Hearing the fighter's connection to the bastard who crippled him was the last straw, turning his sliver hand into a machete and ignoring the screaming and fleeing civilians he charged the fighter full, intending to kill him. Clang, or he would have if Bat hadn't casually blocked with his bat. Bat, after seeing his attacker, just raised a bored, unimpressed eyebrow. Who the hell are you supposed to be? He asked. Might as well learn his name before he pounded the bastard. Tamura snarled and morphed his iron hand into a cannon and aimed at the fighter. Bat merely tsked with a scowl. Bam! That was heard from all around the mall as Tamura was sent flying and crashed into the water fountain. Metal Bat slowly approached the man who was currently shaking from the force of the blow and impact. However, before anything else could be said, a black substance covered Tamura from view before disappearing completely. Metal Bat just snorted in disgust. He makes that big ass scene and then runs away after being hit once. Pathetic. He spat before he noticed the police approach him. Excuse me, Mr. Metal Bat. Would you mind coming with us to answer some questions about the villain just now? The cop asked with Metal Bat sighing. Just great. Line break. Izuku had just gotten to his apartment complex when All Might suddenly appeared with a suitcase. I am here to see if you wish to join me on a trip I'm taking. You have a few days before camp, right? Well, why not come with me? He offered with Izuku raising eyebrow. Where would we be going? He asked, curious, with All Might grin widening. To visit an old friend of mine, David Shield, on I Island. Line break. Do you understand your assignment, Toby? All for one with nodding. Sure do, boss, I'll get it done, Toby said as he disappeared with All for one sighing. Things have been stressful lately. The light is losing faith and interest in him, and although he would never admit it, he knew with the exception of one, any member of the light could kill him. Then there's the stunt Tamura pulled today. That one attack had forced Tamura into a wheelchair indefinitely. There were bits of good news, however. The League had managed to recruit some very powerful villains that will be invaluable to the upcoming attack, and if Toby can accomplish his mission, he'll be on equal footing with any member of the light. Yes, all he had to do is be patient and play his cards right, and he'll be back on top where he belongs, and nothing will get in his way. It was at the moment Dr. Ujiko burst through the doors looking more shocked and panicked than the villain has ever seen him. It's terrible, Master. Absolutely terrible. The doctor shouted, and before All for One could ask anything, the doctor said something that chilled him to the bone. It's Gigantomachia. He's missing, sir. Izuku and All Might were currently on a plane to I Island, the most technologically advanced place in the world. The pilot announced that they were close to arrival, so Izuku decided to wake All Might up from his nap. Something wrong, young Midoriya? The pro asked with the boy shaking his head. No, everything's fine, we're just close to landing. Figured you'd want some time to get ready. Izuku answered with the pro nodding in thanks before going to change. There we go, all set. All Might said, coming back in his hero costume and seeing Izuku in his as well. I see Ua allowed you to bring yours as well. All Might grinned with Izuku just nodding. You seem even more raring to go than normal. Izuku notes as All Might laughed. Of course I am. Now that you healed me and I'm back to how I was before, I can finally socialize again. All Might cheered while Izuku just rolled his eyes. Soon they were off the plane and through customs. All Might decided to test Izuku's trivia. So tell me, young Midoriya, what do you know about the island? He asked with Izuku thinking for a moment. Well, it's a man-made island, capable of moving, and it's as well guarded as Tartarus prison due to all the inventions and scientists here. Izuku answered with All Might nodding. All correct. Another thing, however, is that unlike in Japan, there aren't so many restrictions on quirk use here. In fact, some quirks are being used to show off certain exhibits. You should check them out later, All Might told his successor. The two had just made it to the central plaza when gasps and shouts could be heard. Oh my god, it's All Might and Akuma, a woman yelled, gaining the attention of all those in the area as they ran toward the two legends. All Might laughed happily, glad he could make time for his fans. All right, form a line for autographs, he shouted while absent-mindedly grabbing Izuku, who was trying to sneak away by the color, with the boy in question just grunting. Line break, finally done. Izuku thought, both tired and relieved as the fans were finally gone. He was truly grateful for the support they gave him, but sometimes they were overwhelming them. All Might grinned as he whipped lipstick from his face. Well, they're as lively as ever, but now we should really be getting to finding David. All Might told Izuku. However, before they could move, something moving towards the caught their attention. When it got closer, it turned out it was a teenage girl riding a pogo stick. Izuku had no idea who this was, but All Might did. At his shout of Melissa was anything to go by. The now named Melissa's face lit up, and with a Uncle Might, she leapt from the pogo stick into All Might's arm, who spun her around and held in the air. My goodness, Melissa, is that really you? You've sprouted up like a weed, All Might asked with Melissa giggling as she was put down. Of course it's me, Uncle, and of course I'm grown. I'm 17 after all, she said before noticing Izuku and recognizing him. Oh my goodness, are you really him? She asked with Izuku nodding before introducing himself. Izuku Midoriya, I'm one of All Might's students, he informed her with her eyes widening in surprise. All Might nodded. It's true, he is. In fact, I invited him here as my guest. The hero informed her, who could only gasp in surprise. That's amazing. Papa's going to be so surprised. She told him, with All Might grinning at the mention of his friend. Where is David anyway? I thought he'd meet us here. Actually, your visit is actually a surprise. Papa's been so stressed really, so I thought it'd be a nice surprise. I would have been here sooner, but my boyfriend was competing in a competition today, and he was a little nervous. Melissa told the two. All Might, who was smiling at the idea, sputtered at the mention of the word boyfriend. Boyfriend. Why would you want a boyfriend? All Might shouted like he was just told something truly horrifying. Maybe because she's 17. Izuku thought dryly to himself as Melissa giggled. Oh, don't worry so much, Uncle Might. Victor is a really smart guy, and he's enrolled in a hero school. Melissa told him. That seemed to calm All Might down as he coughed into his hand. Anyway, we should get going. I want to see David before the expo tonight. All Might said, and Melissa nodded happily as she led the way. On the way, however, All Might bent down and whispered into Izuku's ear that while David knew about things like All for One, he didn't know about the specifics of One for All, or that he passed it on to Izuku and requested that he keep quiet about it, to which Izuku agreed to. Line break. Soon the two were waiting outside as Melissa wanted All Might to make an entrance, and the hero did not disappoint. I am here, shaking with emotion for our heartfelt reunion. All Might shouted as a silence followed, letting Izuku see the two men inside. All Might, the one with glasses questioned, with the one wearing suspenders asked if it's really him. All Might laughed as he jumped towards the one with glasses. I came all this way just to see you, David. He shouted as David just stared. Melissa then piped in, asked if he was surprised, with David saying he was completely astounded. We have young Melissa to thank for this little reunion. All Might informed. It's great seeing you again. The pro said, with the scientist nodding, and the two shared a fist bump. All Might then turned to the door where Izuku was waiting, and the two men gasped when they saw him, the young champion. Young Midoriya, this is an old friend and an amazing person. All Might introduced. Izuku nodded, knowing who the man was. David Shield was the man responsible for every one of All Might costumes. Izuku Midoriya, it's an honor, sir. Izuku introduced himself while extending his hand, with David doing the same. David Shield, same. David introduced himself while shaking Izuku's hand. All Might suddenly let out a tiny cough, and David suddenly gained a shocked and panicked look in his eyes for a second. Melissa, why don't you show our new friend around the expo? And Sam, you go ahead and take a break. David offered, getting weird looks from the three before waving it off and insisting that it's fine. After they left, David turned to All Might, who to his surprise only let out a little chuckle. It's fine, David, it actually was just a cough, but thank you for the concern. All Might said with a grin. Come on, there's a lot I want to tell you. Line break. Izuku and Melissa meanwhile were walking down the hall when Izuku suddenly remembered something. That's right, some of my classmates are here. Izuku suddenly revealed, with Melissa turning towards him surprised. Really? How do you know? She couldn't help but ask. The whole class studied together for a few days before the finals, and it was brought up. Pretty much the whole class is here, he informed. Really, that's great. I really hope I can meet them, she exclaimed. Are any of them coming to the expo? She asked, with Izuku nodding. Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki and Tenya Iida are here to represent their families. Momo also had a few +1s. I don't know how got those. Melissa nodded, but she still had a question. What about you? If anyone would get a ticket, I would think it would be the Battle Tower World Champion. She asked, with Izuku just shrugging. It's no big deal. I got 3 tickets from when the sports festival, but I just gave those to the guys in my class and let them sort it out. As for the Battle Tower, I could have gotten a ticket, but considering how I hardly use tech in my fights, there was really no point. He explained, with Melissa raising an eyebrow. You didn't want to come to the preview. Most people would do almost anything to get a ticket. She questioned, with Izuku just shrugging. After everything that's happened recently, I'd rather just have a little time to relax, really. He told her. Anyway, the reason I brought it up is because I need you to keep quiet about me coming here with All Might. It'll cause way too many questions. He told her. Izuku knew that trying to keep that a secret after the little accident was almost impossible, but he had to try. Melissa just giggled and told him she promised. By the way, what should I call you? Midoriya, or do you have a hero name? She asked. Izuku just looked at her and smirked. Just call me Mao. Line break. After that, the pair explored the expo, while also seeing other heroes such as the monster hero Godzilla. Of course, this meant he was also recognized and approached. All Izuku could do is smile and handle them. The fact that Melissa was off to the side didn't help matters either. Soon they had entered and showcase based on underwater hero tech, and Izuku was sure it wasn't just by chance that they ended up here. If the smile on Melissa's face was any indication, but Izuku had to admit if some of this tech could adapt to all his devil fruit, it would be invaluable. Looks like you're having fun, Izuku. A happy but strained voice came from behind, causing Izuku to turn and see Ochako, Kyoka and Momo standing there, with Ochako having a frozen smile on her face and the other two standing there with raised eyebrows. Well, this is a surprise. Izuku thought you said you weren't coming. Kyoka questioned, with Izuku just shrugging. What can I say? I changed my mind. Even called in a favor to get a ticket into the preview. Izuku lied calmly while seeing the suspicion in the girls' eyes slowly dying down as they turned their attention to Melissa. And who's your new friend there? Momo asked while seeing how beautiful this new girl is. Izuku inwardly grinned, knowing this was the perfect opportunity to get out of this situation. This is Melissa Shield, a student of goes to the school here. I meet her by chance wandering around, and she offered to show me around until a contest her boyfriend entered starts. He explained and inwardly sighed in relief when he saw all suspicion leave their eyes. Soon the girls introduced themselves and they left to get something to eat. Line break. I can't believe you helped in a hostage rescue. Melissa shouted with enthusiasm as Kyoka had just finished her internship story. Said girl just rubbed the back of her head with a bashful smile. It was no big deal really, I just helped with the evacuation. Nonsense. That's an important role, Kyoka. Momo reassured her friend. My work study was amazing as well. I may not have gone out on patrol much, but the lessons Lady Suru taught me were invaluable. Momo revealed. Izuku meanwhile had chosen to sit at a different table to let the girls talk. Thanks for waiting, a familiar voice said as a drink was placed in front on him as Izuku looked up to see a smiling Denki. Hey there, Izuku, surprised? He asked, with Izuku getting up and smirking. A little. I knew you'd be here, but never thought you'd take a job. Izuku told him, with Denki's grin widening as the girls came over. What can I say? Good pay, tips and the chance to walk around the expo on breaks. Me and Minoru would be fools to pass this up. Wait, Minoru's here? Ochako questioned, with Denki nodding and pointing toward the doorway where indeed Minoru was standing while giving the girls a suspicious glare. Yeah, though he won't go near the female customers. Denki revealed with a sad shake of his head. Oh, I hope whatever is bothering him he can overcome soon. Melissa shouted, missing the flat looks the girls were giving each other at the thought of the old Minoru coming back. It's at this point Denki first noticed Melissa, as a large blush covered his face at seeing such a beautiful girl. Izuku noticed this look and whispered to Denki. Hate to tell you this, but she's already dating someone on this island. His name's Victor, apparently a hero in training like us. Izuku revealed, causing the lighting user to sulk. Of course she had a boyfriend, the cute ones always did. Still, keeping a lady waiting was not an option. Standing up straight, Denki introduced himself. Hey, I'm Denki Kaminari, a student in the hero course, and I. Denki would have continued if he wasn't interrupted. Should be working, a voice shouted, causing Denki to freeze and the others to turn to see Iida running toward them. Honestly, you claim you want to make money but you lounge around. Iida questioned Denki, who was starting to sweat. Well, yeah, but. Denki trailed off, trying to think of an excuse. Luckily he was saved by an explosion in the distance. What the heck was that? Ochako questioned, with Melissa pointing to a screen showing Ajiro. Vic's competition, I almost forgot. Melissa shouted before running off toward the stadium it was happening at, quickly followed by the UA students except for Denki and Minoru, who promised they'd meet up later. The group got there just in time as Melissa looked down in the stadium and cheered. Go, Vic, she shouted as the group looked down and saw her boyfriend. Vic, hearing this, looked up and a giant smile came to his face upon seeing Melissa. You made it. Just you watch, Melissa. I'm going to kill it out there. He shouted as the announcer spoke up. The field has been reset. Victor Stone, start. Victor immediately slammed his fist together as his body seemed to turn to stone. Stone was on the robots on a matter of seconds, smashing one robot after another with the robots having no time to react. Victor finished strong, and as he destroyed the last bot, Victor let out a loud and victorious "Booyah!" as the audience let out cheers. Incredible. He was able to clear the course in 18 seconds. He's in 4th place. The announcer called with Izuku raising an eyebrow. Who did better than that? Izuku couldn't help but question. Who do you think? An annoyed and familiar voice spoke up as the group looked and saw Shoto, Fumikage, Katsuki and Eijiro walking towards them. With Katsuki being the one who spoke. I'm in 3rd with 15 seconds, Shoto at 2nd with 12 seconds and Fumikage in 1st at 9 seconds. Turns out that shadow of his can move when it wants. Katsuki spoke through gritted teeth at having to admit defeat. Izuku nodded with Tenya speaking up. So I'm guessing you, Katsuki and Fumikage were the ones to get Izuku's passes Eijiro. He asked with Eijiro nodding. Yeah, the guys figured since me and Fumikage came in 3rd and 2nd we should get 2 of them. The rest had drew raffles and Katsuki won. The redhead explained before asking something. What are you doing here anyway, Izuku? He questioned with Izuku just shrugging. Before he could say anything, Katsuki. Doesn't matter why he's here. Deku, you're doing this course right. He questioned, and once again before Izuku could speak, Katsuki turned towards the announcer and shouted. Hey, Deku here is next, he shouted. Naturally this got everyone's attention, and before long Izuku found himself in the arena. Okay, the course is reset. Izuku Midoriya, start, the announcer shouted with the crowd waiting to see what will happen. Izuku, wanting to get this over with as quickly as possible, simply decided to use the glint fruit to fire beams of light, destroying the robots instantly. 7 seconds. He's in 1st place. As expected from Akuma, the announcer cheered along with the rest of the crowd while Izuku went back to his group of friends where now Victor Stone was. Man, you're as scary as they say. Victor Stone, it's a pleasure, man. He said as he held out his hand to shake. Izuku Midoriya, same. He said while gripping Vic's hand, causing the man's smile to widen. Cool, cool. Say, why don't me and Melissa show you guys around until it's time to get changed for the expo? He offered with the UA students quick to take up the offer. Line break. Man, that's one crazy story, Toshi. David said as he looked over All Might's vitals. The hero had just told David the story of his injury being healed while leaving out the fact it was Izuku who healed him to hide the connection the two had. Right now David was simply going over everything to make sure things were all right, and the results were not good. Toshinori, your quirk levels, they're falling at such a rapid pace. A pale David muttered with All Might looking away. I thought with you being healed, you would be back at your peak. David finished quietly with All Might holding back a sigh. He hates that he had to lie to David more than anyone, by until All for One was dealt with for good it would just put him and Melissa into much danger. Toshinori was brought out of his thoughts when he heard David speak again. You being the symbol of peace is the reason Japan is down to 2%, everywhere else is still around 6%. Sometimes I wished you'd never left. David muttered. All Might let out a snort. I think you're overestimating me a bit. It's thanks to the battle towers giving so many people jobs that crime's so low. Plus with the other heroes and fighters helping out decreases it more. All Might said, knowing that though he was a big factor, he wasn't the sole reason crime was low. Listen David, All Might started. Time doesn't stop for anyone, and I'm no exception. I dedicated my life to being the greatest hero I can, and even with some failures I'd like to say I succeed. He chuckled before placing his hands on David's shoulders. But David, my time is coming to an end. Slowly but surely it's ending. Don't be mistaken, the thought of me losing my quirk does scare me at times, but do you know what I do at these times? I think of my students, the heroes of the future. When I think of how hard they work, all the blood, sweat and tears they shed to attain the title of hero, I can rest easy knowing that one day they'll be the ones protecting everyone. All Might said with a grin as he thought about his amazing students, especially his successor. So Dave, don't live in the past but for the future, and put your trust in the heroes of tomorrow. Because in the end that's all we really can do, right? He asked with a cheerful smile as he raised his fist. During all this, All Might missed the range of emotions that flashed across David's eyes. Anger, sadness, self-loathing, regret, and finally grim acceptance. Toshinori missed all this and only caught the slight strained smile David had as he raised and met All Might's fist with his own. Right. Line break. The sun was setting and the group had just finished with the tour when they had come across an exhausted-looking Denki and Minoru, and the pair must have been tired as Minoru didn't even try to back away from the girls. That was exhausting and the expo's not even open yet. Denki complained. I don't know how we're going to get through the rest of it. Minoru said, sounding defeated. Suddenly 2 tickets appeared in front of them. Then I guess you wouldn't want to join us, Victor said with a grin which got bigger when he saw the tears in the younger boy's eyes. Really, we can go to the expo? Denki asked, hardly believing it. Fumikage nodded. Indeed, Victor had a couple of extra tickets and after hearing of your challenge believed you worthy. Thank you, both boys shouted as they jumped and hugged Victor, who could only chuckle in response. Right, Iida suddenly said. The preview begins at 7 o'clock. It is currently 5:30. I purpose we head to our hotel rooms to ready ourselves and meet in the entrance at 6:30 sharp. He stated with the rest of his friends chuckling. Sounds good to me, Izuku agreed. What a pain, Katsuki said simply but not disagreeing. The rest of the group chuckled and agreed to the plan as they all went to get ready. Line break. So I'm the first one here, Izuku thought to himself as he straightened his suit and tie. Hey there Izuku, guess you're here first. Hope we didn't keep you waiting. Ochako's voice rang out and turned to see his friends with the exception of Fumikage and Victor. I just got here, don't worry about it, he told her with Ochako nodding before getting a better look at him and her face heated up. She opened up her mouth to say something but Momo spoke first. Hey, Izuku, mind giving me the first dance tonight? She requested with Izuku nodding, causing Momo to cheer. When Izuku turned away, Ochako and Kyoka both glaring at Momo, only getting a smirk and victory sign in return. It was at this moment Fumikage showed up. Apologies for my late arrival, he spoke, joining the group in his formal attire. Don't worry about it, Bird. We're still waiting on Rockhead. Katsuki spoke dismissively, not seeing Eijiro grin. But Katsuki, I'm right here, he spoke with his grin widening. Katsuki immediately turned and glared at the redhead. You know who I meant, moron, he shouted. Before anything could be said, Victor ran in, a little winded and tie a mess. Melissa just sighed. I told you this would happen, but did you listen? No, she said as she moved to fix him up. Honestly, she sighed again. Victor could only blush brighter and brighter, especially as he saw his new friend's smirks and smiles as they tried not to laugh, with Katsuki not even trying to hold it in. They're all better, Melissa told him as she finished, as Victor laughed sheepishly and let out a small thank you. All right people, it's party time. Denki cheered while getting cheers from the rest of the group. However, before anyone can move, metal shutters slammed down onto the widows as a message was being broadcast to the island. Island is now in emergency lockdown alert. Please return to your residence at once. Your safety is our top priority. The group was stunned for a moment before Denki spoke. So odd, does this kind of thing happen a lot? He asked with a nervous smile, only for it to disappear when Victor and Melissa shook their heads. No, it's never this bad unless there's a real threat. Whatever's going on, it's big, Melissa revealed, with the group becoming more nervous as they tried to figure out what to do. Let's try to get to the reception area. That's where the other heroes should be, Tenya suggested, with the group nodding. It took about 10 minutes to get to floor above the area, and luckily it was clear glass so they could see everything. It wasn't good. Everyone from civilians to heroes were captured, even All Might. Damn it, Mineta yelled. Why are we always caught in the middle of crap like this? He cried, with no one stopping him for a moment, considering they felt the same way. A few minutes later, Izuku told the others to hide in the stairway because he's about to use one of his powers to talk to All Might. Some were less willing to go and leave him on his own, but nonetheless agreed when Kyoka said she'd stay and be a second set of ears. Soon it was just the two of them, and Izuku activated the voice fruit and used its echo communication ability that let him choose who hears what he says and who doesn't. Oi, All Might, he began, and judging by the way the hero jerked and looked around, he had heard. Up here, he told the pro, who looked up, and upon seeing Izuku his eyes widened and opened his mouth to say something, but Izuku beat him to it. Whisper whatever you say, I can hear it, so can Jiro. So what's going on? Izuku asked with All Might explaining. Turns out a small group of criminals had infiltrated the island and have taken control of the entire island, and if the heroes try anything, the criminals wouldn't hesitate to have the security bots attack the civilians. After All Might finished, Izuku told him they'd be back and to not to try anything. After that, Izuku and Kyoka ran back to the others and explained the situation, leading to the group trying to figure out what to do. It was silent until Melissa spoke up. Okay, I think I've got an idea, she said, getting the others' attention. Well, I was thinking that if we were able to reboot the security system, the heroes could take down the criminals without doubt, and since my dad worked on a large part of it, I think I can get it back online. Melissa revealed as the others looked at each other. It sounded good, too good. What's the catch? Izuku asked with Melissa sighing. The only place that can happen is the control room on the 200th floor, and considering I'm quirkless, I can't get there on my own, she revealed, within everyone's eyes widening at the what was just revealed. Quirkless. Melissa, if that's the case, then it's way too dangerous for you to come with us, Momo shouted, not wanting her new friend to be in danger. I agree. For us to take you with us would go against everything we are striving to be, Iida threw in his 2 cents, with almost everyone else, even Katsuki, agreeing. Izuku was just silent for a moment. Victor. He started, with the teen in question looking at him. She's your responsibility, got it? He questioned, with Victor nodding, ready to defend his girlfriend against anything. Deku. What the hell are you thinking? Bringing a civilian into this? Have you lost your mind? Katsuki shouted, with a fierce glare on his face, and was quickly backed up by the rest of their classmates. Izuku merely responded with a glare of his own. And it's safer for her to stay here, where any one of the villains can find her. At least with us there will be more people to keep her safe, Izuku explained before gaining a flat look on his face. Besides, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't have the slightest clue on how to reboot the system. At this the rest seemed to gain rather embarrassed looks, having not thought of that. Well, when you put it like that, I guess it does make sense, Denki said a little awkwardly, while Melissa's face brightened as she bowed. Thank you all. I promise I'll get the system back up, she swore before letting out an eep as Victor picked her bridal style. I know you will, babe, and we'll make sure you get there, no problem, he promised, causing Melissa to hug her arms around his neck. All right, prepare yourselves, people, Izuku told everyone. I'll go tell All Might the plan so he can be ready to move when he's free. We'll move when I get back, got it? Got it, the group responded, though Katsuki mumbled about being told what to do. When Izuku left and everyone was preparing, no one noticed Momo walk up to Melissa. Yes, Momo, do you need something? She asked. Momo said nothing and used her quirk to create something and handed to Melissa, who was shocked to see it was a loaded handgun. Melissa wanted to protest, wanted to ask why she was giving her this, but the words died in her throat as Momo looked her in the eyes and said 3 words. Just in case. It was then Melissa understood and with a grim nod placed the gun in the purse she had brought with her. It was then that Izuku came back, saying that while All Might didn't exactly like the plan, he agreed it was the best course of action. All right, people, it's time, so let's move, Izuku shouted, quickly joined by the others as the operation began. Line break. The group decided the stairs, while time-consuming, would be the best option, and had just reached the 80th floor only to see the passageway blocked. Todoroki suggested breaking through the barrier, but Melissa warned that would set off the security system. Minoru then opened a door before anyone could stop him, and although no one wanted to go where a trap was no doubt waiting, they had no choice. Sure enough, a few minutes later the hall they were walking down was starting to get closed off. Luckily they were near a door, and with a combination of Shoto's ice and Iida's and the group was able to get into the room, which turned out to be the plant factory. Melissa explained that they researched the effects of quirks on plants there, however they could go any further. Kyoka stopped them and told them to look at the elevator, and indeed the elevator was coming up. There was no doubt to anyone they were the enemy. The group decided to try and hide and wait for them to pass, though Bakugo was all for just fighting. Denki questioned if they could just use the elevator to get to the 200th floor, with Melissa shooting down the idea, saying it was for authorized personnel only. So how many do you think there are? Kyoka answered, with Izuku, who had picked them up with his hockey, about to answer when someone beat him to it. 3, Momo breathed quietly, causing everyone to look at her. And you know this how? Shoto asked with a raised eyebrow. Momo meanwhile blushed in embarrassment as she explained. I don't know how to explain it, but ever since the finals I've been able to sense things from living things, like I know people are there without seeing them. Momo explained, not seeing Izuku's look. Looks like Fumikage's not the only one he'll have to talk to. All other conversations were cut off when the elevator arrived and the three stepped out, and Victor couldn't help but let out a gasp at seeing one of them. There's a child with them. Ochako said, surprised. That's no kid, Victor growled. That's Gizmo. He goes to My Hero School. Though considering his mouth and attitude, I'm not surprised he's working with them. Victor muttered darkly. Anyway, his quirk is mechanical limbs. He can create machines out of his body, but if they're damaged he feels the pain. Victor explained. Ah, way to ruin the surprise, Vicky. A obnoxious and mocking voice causing the group to freeze. But you and the rest of the cock lickers can come out. Reluctantly the group did so and were annoyed by the smug look on the small teen's face, though the look disappeared when Izuku came out and was replaced by shock and fear, a look mirrored by the other two villains. Holy shit, it's Akuma. No one ever said anything about him. The skinny one with cupped hands shouted. Shut the hell up, Nobu. I'll think of something. Just get ready to fight. You too, Daigo. He directed the last bit to the shorter member, who nodded before transforming into what could best be described as a purple gorilla. Before any of the criminals could say anything, laughter could be heard, and it turns out it was coming from Katsuki. And just what the hell makes you think we're all going to fight, you bastards? Indeed, there are only 3 of you, so 3 of us should be enough. Fumikage informed, stepping forward. We'll finish these guys off quickly and catch up. Shoto said, slamming his hand on the ground, creating an ice pillar to send his friends to the next level. The group stepped off and continued to run. Are you sure they'll be okay on their own? Melissa voiced her concern, with Eijiro giving a reassuring smile. Don't worry about them. Those 3 are the strongest after Izuku, not to mention real men. So trust in them to do their job like they're trusting you to do yours. Eijiro finished, with Melissa smiling and nodding. Line break. What the hell do you idiots think you're doing? Katsuki growled, annoyed. I can handle these jokers myself. Shoto just tsked. Get over yourself, now's not the time for your crap. Not that it ever is. Shoto muttered the last part just loud enough for Katsuki to hear. The hell did you just say, you icy hot bastard? He roared in Shoto's face. Need me to repeat myself? Boom boom. Have those explosions finally caused you to go deaf, or was it your constant yelling? Shoto mocked, with Katsuki gritting him teeth. Enough. They're moving. Fumikage warned as Dark Shadow stood ready. Shoto and Katsuki looked each other in the eyes and nodded before all 3 raced forward to meet their opponents. Nobu versus Shoto. Shoto immediately slammed his hand on the ground, causing a huge wall of ice to appear. A second later, however, the wall was gone, with large balls made of ice in its place and Nobu jumping in the air. Ha! Nice try, kid, but Nobu was cut as he was suddenly engulfed in flames as he was shot back into a large circular light that shattered on impact, causing glass to embed into his back as well as cut up his arms and legs. Nobu glared down at Shoto with murder in eyes as he tired. You little bastard. You're dead, do you hear me? Dia. He was cut off as 6 pillars of ice slammed into him, 1 in each limb, 1 in the stomach and once to the head. The force of the impact knocking him out. Shoto versus Nobu. Winner. Shoto. Daigo versus Fumikage. Daigo wasted no time as he charged forward only to slam into a speeding Dark Shadow, knocking him back. Go Dark Shadow. Getting a right from Dark Shadow as it coated itself in hockey and disappeared into Fumikage's shadow. Daigo was momentarily confused, but a second later Dark Shadow reappeared from Daigo's shadow, launching him into the air. It was at this moment Dark Shadow tested an ability it discovered recently as it grabbed Daigo by the leg and sped toward the shadow, with not only Dark Shadow disappearing but also Daigo. They had emerged from a shadow near the side where Dark Shadow slammed him into the wall. From there Dark Shadow dragged Daigo in the wall around the entire wall through glass, stone or metal until they crossed the hole where Daigo was first slammed into. Daigo was so dazed he didn't even realize that he was taken out of the wall until he shook his head and saw he was being held in the air. Dark Shadow could only grin as he tossed a pale Daigo over his shoulder as a screaming Daigo plummeted towards the ground, landing with a loud thud. A groaning Daigo had just enough time to open his eyes to see Dark Shadow barreling towards him, with the quirk's mocking call of "Nighty night" being the last thing he heard before falling into unconsciousness. Daigo vs Fumikage. Winner, Fumikage. Gizmo vs Katsuki. Gizmo looked around at the fallen Nobu and Daigo and snorted. So you beat them, congratulations, but don't think you'll be able to beat me. I'm superior to them in every. Gizmo was cut off from his boasting as a fiery fist slammed into his cheek, sending him flying away and landing with an explosion. Howitzer impact, Katsuki thought with a savage grin as he saw the smoking and twitching teen's body. That'll teach the runt to run his mouth. Gizmo vs Katsuki. Winner, Katsuki. Soon the three criminals were rounded up and restrained in ice courtesy of Shoto. The three were silent for a second until Katsuki spoke up. Okay, I'm just going to say it, that was way too fucking easy. He declared with his friends nodding in agreement. It seemed much simpler than they'd thought it'd be. Regardless, it's obvious they won't be moving for a while, and it's time for us to move on. Fumikage stated with the other two nodding in agreement. They had done what they set out to do and now it was time to catch up. Line break. The group was making good time and had very little trouble. They made it through an emergency hatch with Izuku removing the hatch with the mochi mochi fruit before grabbing Mineta and raising him to the hatch so he could lower the ladder. After that they entered some kind of power room and were about to be surrounded by security bots. A quick rebel took care of them. After Melissa pointed them in the right direction, they found themselves in a sever room where more robots appeared. Eijiro wanted to fight them, but Melissa warned them that the servers could get damaged and that could lose a vast amount of information. Luckily Izuku had a solution to this. The candy bomb, a technique of the lick fruit where Izuku creates ball-shaped things of candy the size of marbles, and anything they hit are trapped in a glob of candy. A few of those and the robots were trapped with the servers untouched. Now they had reached the wind power generators. Melissa explained that if they climb up the generators they can avoid the security bots. All other conversation was cut off when the group heard a deep robotic voice. Intruders detected, use of lethal force authorized. The group turned and paled when they saw the source. What the hell are those things? Minoru screamed at the 6 robotic giants in front of them. They're the Sentinels. Combat robots meant to act in situations that's too dangerous for normal heroes, but they're only in the prototype right now. Melissa said breathlessly. Oh, they're only prototypes, well that's a relief. Minoru cried. Damn it, I knew things were going to well. Denki looked equally panicked. So does anyone have any ideas? He questioned. Don't ask such stupid questions. A familiar voice as an explosion engulfed one of them while one was engulfed in and another was suddenly covered in gashes, as Katsuki, Shoto and Fumikage appeared in front of them. Katsuki had a smug and satisfied look on his face. Do I have to do everything myself, losers? Honestly. Suddenly Izuku grabbed Katsuki as the metal claw of the one Katsuki attacked, and to everyone's shock and horror they could see its damage being repaired as well as the ones on the ones attacked by Shoto and Fumikage. It's got advanced healing capabilities. The only way to stop a part of its body from regenerating is to wither cut of one of its body parts completely or to shut it down completely. Its power source should be in the center of the bot. Melissa explained with the group nodding in understanding. Deku. Katsuki spoke suddenly. Take Blonde and the stoner to finish the job. The rest of us can take care of these trash cans and catch up. Katsuki ordered with the rest of his friends nodding in agreement. Best of luck, Izuku said simply before grabbing Victor and Melissa and using the float fruit to fly them up to the door. Suddenly Izuku's haki flared to life and morphed his hand into a sword as another blade clashed with his own and the villain was revealed. The man smirked as he held his ground. I gotta hand it to you. The boss never expected you would be here. The man admitted as he let out a chuckle. But it doesn't matter, we will succeed. He promised. To his surprise Izuku let out a smile. Interesting, but do you know something else you didn't expect? The pink-haired man raised an eyebrow. What? He questioned with Izuku letting out a chuckle. A stone man slamming you into a wall. Wait, what? He got his answer a second later as Victor in his stone form slammed him hard into a wall. About time I get to hit something, Victor said with a grin before the three of them ran ahead. Line break. The fight against the Sentinels was simpler than expected, with the group dividing into teams to take care of the 6 bots. Minoru was the only one on his own, but that was because he had to keep running back and forth to keep the bots distracted while trying to stick the bots together and trap them. Tenya Denki and Eijiro were also meant to act as distractions and to do as much damage as they could. Fumikage, Shoto and Katsuki, after a lot of hard work, was able to destroy one each. Momo, however, was the star here. After Shoto was able to break off one of the Sentinels, Arm Mom was quick to eat it and create a replica, and now knowing how it works was able to team up with Kyoka and Uraraka to destroy the other 3, and after making sure that there weren't any more coming were quick to start climbing to catch up. Line break. They had finally made it, and Izuku could sense 2 beings up ahead, but to Izuku's surprise and confusion he could recognize the 2 of them, and sure enough there was David's shield and his assignment. The 3 quickly hid as the 2 appeared to be talking. "It worked, sir. We got it back," Sam said as he pulled out a briefcase. "Yes, it's almost over," David said with grim satisfaction. "All we have to do is get this to All Might and it'll all be worth it." "Papa," a scared and confused voice was heard by the 2 men, who turned around in surprise to see Melissa standing there with a scared and confused look on her face. David and Sam could also see Izuku and Victor standing behind her, both with grim looks of realization on their faces. "Papa, what's going on? Why are you here? Where are the villains? What did you mean by it's almost over?" Melissa asked, her voice becoming more and more frantic, no doubt working out the answers as soon as she asked the questions. "Miss," Sam began to be interrupted by David. "No, Sam, this needs to be said," he said before sighing. "Yes, the one responsible for this, me," he revealed, with Melissa's eyes widening as her worst fears were confirmed, and all she could get out was a weak, "Why?" Seeing the look on her daughter's face was too much for David, and he had to turn his head before finally working up the nerve to answer. "All Might, this is all for All Might." After that David explained everything. How All Might was slowly losing his quirk and David would do anything to stop it. Eventually David actually came up with a situation. The quirk amplifier, a headpiece where after putting it on permanently amplifies one's quirk, even after taking it off. The Board of Research found out about it, however, and immediately confiscated it and all research on it. David, pleased to the board, pleaded that he be allowed to give it to All Might to help him, but the board declined, stating it was too dangerous and David could do nothing but watch everything be taken from him. Or that's what he thought. Sam soon came to him with a plan, a crazy one. Sam proposed they hire a group to act as villains so they can steal the device back so David could get the device to All Might. Naturally David refused at first, not wanting to do it that way, but as time went on his resolve began to crumble, until finally he agreed. "Please just let me give this to All Might and I'll accept any punishment," David pleaded, while Victor and Izuku looked each other with regretful but resolved looks. There was no way something like this could swept under the rug. An incident like this includes theft, assault, kidnapping and terrorism at the very least. However, everyone's attention was on Melissa, who was trembling. How could you?" she cried, tears flowing freely. "Victor, Izuku and all my new friends, they all fought so hard because they thought everyone was in danger, but it was you all along. How could you do something so villainous? That's the word you're looking for, kid." An amused male voice spoke from behind them, causing them to turn to the source. "And you are?" Izuku asked with narrowed eyes. The man chuckled before speaking. "You can call me Wolfram, and I'm the leader of the men currently occupying this tower." Izuku and Victor needed no further promoting as they raced towards Wolfram. "Hold on a minute, boys," the villain shouted as he threw off his coat just to reveal a piece of tech over his heart. Wolfram indicated to the device. "This little gadget monitors my health, and if it detects anything wrong with me, it sends a signal to the bots to attack nearby citizens. The number of citizens depends on the injury," Wolfram informed, taking pleasure in the boys' angry and frustrated expressions. Wolfram then turned to Sam. "Now bring it here," he ordered, with Sam doing it at once. "There you are, and I'll be paid like we discussed," he asked as he handed the case to the villain, getting shocked looks from everyone else. "Sam, what are you doing?" David asked whilst Sam sagged in defeat. "Come on, David, what did you expect me to do? I can't live on ideals alone, we're not as noble you," he told him before turning back to Wolfram. "Just in time to see the gun." Bang! They could only watch in horror as Sam fell to the ground clutching the wound on his stomach trying to stop the bleeding. You know, it kinda disgusts me that you did all this to make a quick buck, but then again I'm in the same boat, so I'm not one to talk. Still, maybe you could control that greed, you might not have ended up here. Wolfram chuckled as he pointed his gun at Sam's head. Just something to think about in your next life. Bang! Everyone's eyes, even Wolfram's, was destroyed by a bullet, and everyone slowly turned to see Melissa with shaking hands and tears in her eyes holding a smoking gun. Wolfram could only chuckle as he tossed the ruined gun to the side. Surprising, he admitted, but pointless, he added as he quickly placed his hand on the ground, and before anyone reacted, 2 pillars of metal from either side of Sam shot up, crushing his head like a grape. Melissa screamed as Victor and Izuku rushed forward trying to grab Wolfram without hurting him, while the man in question, in a surprisingly remarkable feat of acrobatics, leapt through the air before slamming the case into David's head, knocking him out. You know, I was just going to kill him, but then had a thought. Why simply kill him when I can force him to create more of these so I can sell? I mean, he's already a criminal, right? He questioned with a laugh while Melissa stared in horror and the boys grit their teeth. Now I'm heading towards a chopper out of here. The control room is right through the door. By my guess, it should take about 5 minutes for it to be reset. If I see anyone following me, well, accidents happen and I might end up with a nick or two. Understand? Wolfram questioned with a grin as he threw David's body over his shoulder. Seeing the 2 heroes in training reluctantly make a path, he chuckled. Glad to see you do. Wolfram said as a walked past and was just about out when Izuku called out. Hey Wolf, he called, causing the villain to turn with a raised eyebrow. You've got 5 minutes to get away. After that I'll hunt you down like the dog you are. Izuku warned, with Wolfram actually shrugging for a second before continuing on, this time a noticeably faster pace. The second the man was gone, Melissa fell to her knees as the gun dropped from her hands. It looked like she was about to shut down, but before she could, Victor was by her side. Listen to me, Melissa, I can't imagine what you're going through right now, but please be strong for just a little longer. So many people are counting on you. Your dad, our new friends, and all the innocent people on the island. They all need a hero, and right now you're the only one that can be that hero. Victor told her, causing her to look at him for a second before pulling him into a deep kiss, surprising him for a second before he returned it. Izuku sighed as he turned around to give them some privacy. Whatever works, I guess, he thought dryly as they broke apart. Thanks, Vic, she whispered before turning to Izuku. 5 minutes, that's all I need. She promised before she ran into the control room, with Victor following behind her in case of other hidden traps. Line break. What followed was one of the longest 5 minutes of Izuku as he kept track of Wolfram with his hockey and one for all ready to go. The second Melissa gave the go-ahead, Izuku shot out like a rocket, taking the shortest path to the roof and arrived there in a matter of seconds, and he wasn't the only one. When Izuku got there, the chopper had just taken off and Izuku was about to take off after it when a blur shot past him and into the air, and Izuku smirked as he recognized who it was. All Might. He said. And it was true. All Might soared through the air and crashed right into the helicopter, causing the engines to fail as it plummeted towards the top of the tower. This was no concern to All Might though, as the hero grabbed his friend and jumped to safety. Well, look at that, you're actually on time for once. Izuku commented with a smirk as he walked over, causing All Might to laugh as he let David down. What can I say, young Midoriya? I can punctual when I want to be. Suddenly there was a cry of, Papa, and the 3 turned to see Melissa and everyone else running toward them. Melissa, David said, shocked that his daughter still wanted anything to do with him. Izuku placed his hand on David's shoulder, causing the man to look at him. Go on, Izuku said quietly. This could be your last chance for a while. Izuku told him, with the man who gained a sad smile before moving toward his daughter. He would never reach her, however, as the helicopter remains started to twist violently before they begun floating in the air to reveal Wolfram wearing the amplifier. No, this is power. He shouted before throwing the burning ball of metal at the group, who had to jump out of the way. They had no time to relax as a whirling propeller soared past them. Not bad at all. Wolfram breathed as he felt the power course through him. But let's see what it can really do, he said as he lifted his arms and let his new power out to its max. The entire island began to violently shake, and even from this far up the group could hear the panicked screams of citizens as the other heroes tried to retain order. Yes, yes, now this is power. Wolfram laughed, drunk on power. To think all this because of a little device. And it's a one-charge blast, right? After it's done its job I can take it off, right? Wolfram questioned as he placed his hands on his device, hesitating slightly, no doubt aware what'll happen if he loses this new power. After a second he seemed to harden his resolve and lifted the device, and some like David, Ochako and Minoru were praying his power would go with him, but no such thing happened. After a few seconds and not feeling his power leave him, Wolfram laughed as he threw the device to the side. Incredible, simply incredible, you did good work, Professor. He told David, who could only look down in shame. Now how to dispose of you all? Considering we've got All Might and Akuma here, I want to do something grand. Wolfram said as he placed his hand to his chin in thought as the group tensed and readied themselves for anything. Suddenly Wolfram snapped his finger, a large grin on his face. I've got it, I'm going to give you heroes the final stage you deserve. The villain said as he raised his arms, and the shaking returned, this time even more violently. All across the island pieces of metal were ripped and torn and began to gather on the top of the tower where they begin to connect until the once small roof was now a massive fighting ring. Wolfram himself was now sat in metal throne made from scraps to wires and pipes. Now this is a stage, worthy of the deaths of such promising heroes. He chuckled. Oh yeah, well, as far as I can tell you're still outnumbered and outgunned, you smug bastard. Katsuki shouted. To their surprise and concern, Wolfram merely chuckled. You know something, young man? You're absolutely right, let's fix that, shall we? The magnetic user said as he pressed a button on his gauntlet. All around then things were being blasted into the air and were flying there, and the group's eyes widened at seeing them. Sentinels. Dozens of them. Melissa cried as the heroes saw the robots fly around. Wolfram, seeing their expressions, could help chuckle at seeing their expressions. What can I say? They looked so useful I couldn't help but take some for myself. He explained before he gained a rather feral smirk. And I think it's time they get an upgrade, he said as cables were connected to the Sentinels. The Sentinels' eyes began to glow blue as it seemed blue markings covered their bodies. Suddenly one was blasted apart by an air cannon from Izuku. Wow, some upgrade, he said sarcastically. Wolfram simply chuckled before snapping his fingers. Suddenly every part of the Sentinel that Izuku destroyed came back online. Surprised, he asked as the same blue lines covered his arms and hands. It's just one of the gifts my benefactor gave me. Naturally these gifts were amplified as well. The villain chuckled. All Might and Izuku narrowed their eyes, having an idea of who this benefactor was, but All Might needed to confirm it. Benefactor? You don't mean? Wolfram nodded. He seemed very interested in the little operation. I believe his exact words were, if someone wants to dip their hands in villainy, then I'll do my best to support them. Hey, nice guy, right? David, through all this, was shaking in guilt as the full force of what he'd done and what he'd put everyone on the island, all for some selfish desire to return to the good old days. Before he could sink any lower in depression, however, All Might's voice rang out. Heroes, steel your nerves. Right now we're the only ones who can stop this man. I know you've all had a long and hard night, but I must ask you to fight on just a little more. The end is in sight, and the only thing standing in our way is that villain there. So I ask you young heroes, will you fight besides me? Yeah, the heroes in training as they prepared for battle. David, Melissa, go find somewhere safe to hide. Victor, please make sure they stay safe. He asked, with the three nodding before heading to the entrance where they could get away at any time. Let's go, All Might shouted as he and the heroes in training charged into battle. Line break. It was a losing battle. Between the supercharged Sentinels, the Metal Throne, and Wolfram himself, it became obvious he had the advantage. Kyoka, Uchiko, Momo, Denki and Minoru had the worst of it as their quirks either had no effects on the Sentinels or because of their limits. Momo was able to last the longest, but with Wolfram brining each piece of the Sentinels to life or patch them back together, she had little effect on the machines. Iida and Eijiro had little success of their own, as while their quirks were strong, they weren't at the level of those the Sentinels were designed to fight. Fumikage, Shoto and Katsuki, while making some progress, had also fought the most tonight, and fatigue was starting to catch up, even Fumikage, who was powered by the darkness of the night. Izuku and All Might were by making the most progress as the decimated multiple Sentinels with each strike, but the Sentinels just kept coming. The pair was also handicapped as they couldn't let loose their stronger attacks, as they could cause the man-made arena, which could not only cause some of the others to fall but it could also cause destruction and hurt the people below. Through all this, Wolfram just sat on his throne, arms and legs crossed, a satisfied smirk on his face as he watched the show in front of him. David could only stare in horror at what could only be described as a nightmare. This was his fault. Suddenly he spotted something laying on the ground near the edge and his eyes widened as he realized it was the quirk amplifier. David looked around to see Victor fighting a sentinel with Melissa. Watch, if he could just sneak over, get it and give it to All Might. Throwing all caution to the wind, David made a mad sprint for the device as he heard a cry of, "Papa!" behind him, and when he turned his head he was horrified to see Melissa running towards him. "No, stay back," he pleaded with her. Wolfram saw this and had an amused expression on his face. "Isn't that precious? The girl still cares about her criminal father. You know, I was serious about forcing you to create more of these machines, but I think having you die together will make up for it," he said, and with a wave of his hand launched razor-sharp wires and heavy clumps of metal at the father and daughter. Izuku raced forward and placed himself in front of him, ready to use the swamp fruit to absorb the attack. "Sorry, but we can't allow that. Squeech. Time seemed to come to a stop as slowly everyone turned to see Izuku impaled and bludgeoned by the wires and metal clumps striking his vital points with blood flowing freely out of his body. His eyes glossed over and he spat out blood as he stumbled a few feet back until he was at the edge. Izuku managed one last weak, "Damn," before he fully falling off the edge. No one said a word as they couldn't believe what they saw. That didn't just happen, right? That couldn't have just happened. Momo muttered as if in a daze as everyone just stared at the spot where Izuku last stood. Melissa was frozen at the fact she saw one of her friends die in front of her to protect her. Katsuki's whole body was shaking, explosions going off in his hands as he tried to hold back his tears until finally. Deku. He let out a roar like a wounded animal as he and everyone else let the tears fall freely as they raced over to the edge to see if there was any sight of him or at least his body, but no such luck. The girls were openly crying as they were forced to accept Izuku's death. The guys were mentally yelling at themselves for being useless the one time Izuku needed them after all the times he helped them with things seemed hopeless. David just started blankly, completely convinced this was hell, as this was the second person today that helped him and was killed. All Might, however, was the worse as he was shaking with rage. It was just like with Nana, someone comes along and helps him more than he could ever imagine and he could do nothing but watch them die. Suddenly laughter and clapping could be heard as Wolfram spoke up. "Well, that was easier than expected," he idly commented from his throne. It was like something had snapped in All Might as unbridled rage erupted in All Might and the heroes in training. You're going to pay," All Might shouted as he and the other heroes in training charged forward ready to fight and avenge their fallen friend. Line break. What the hell happened? Was the single thought running through Izuku's mind as he struggled to stay conscious while failing toward the ground. That was the first time since he got his quirk that it ever truly failed, and who did that voice belong to? Nobody else seemed to hear it. Izuku tried to move his body but it wasn't responding to any command, and none the devil fruits were responding either, no matter which one he tried. "Damn it, is this really how I'm going to die?" Izuku thought to himself, angry that he couldn't do more to help. "If I do die, will the revive fruit even active? And if it does, how long will it take him to get back, and even if he got back instantly, will he still have his other powers?" He was beginning to fade out, and judging by the distant screams in the edge of his hearing he was probably close to the bottom. "Everything's going dark," were Izuku's final thoughts. Thud. Line break. Izuku groaned as he slowly opened his eyes and was instantly confused as he didn't feel any pain like he did before and he could move his perfectly again. "What the hell's going on?" he asked himself as got up and looked around to see where he was, and when he did he felt his heart stop. He knew this place and he was there before as he recognized the two things here he had seen last time he was here, when he met first and Nana Shimura. Izuku was back in his mind. To his left was the gate standing as tall and proud as it was the first time he was here, but it was the tree that nearly stopped his heart, for where it was once covered in fruits now lay completely barren. Izuku felt his knees give out as he saw the source of his power completely lifeless. At that moment many emotions overcame Izuku. Rage, sadness, regret, bitterness and so much more as he continued to stare at what could only be a bitter reminder of his failure. Soon it became too much for him to hold in. "Damn it!" he shouted as he punched the ground. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" He continued to shout and punch the ground even though nothing came of it. Soon he was just sitting still with his head in his hands. "Damn it, what am I supposed to do now?" he questioned himself. "I might have an idea, my master," an amused male voice said from behind him. Izuku instantly jumped up and away from the voice. It's when he got into a fighting stance that he got a better look at him. "Who the hell are you, and what do you mean by master?" Izuku questioned the man. Thought what was weird to Izuku was the man seemed familiar. The man merely chuckled as he took off his hat and bowed. "I am Alucard. As for being my mater, you're the one who has my power, so naturally you're master." Alucard explained simply. Izuku's face scrunched frustrated. "What the hell do you mean has your power?" Izuku trailed off, putting the pieces together. The barren tree, the mysterious man and the feeling of familiarity from said man. Izuku's eyes widened as he finally realized who or what the man was. The man seeing grinned as bowed again. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Alucard, the spirit of the Yami Yami fruit, and let me be the first to congratulate you on your awakening," he said with a grin as Izuku's eyes widened as far as they could. "Awakening, you mean?" Izuku questioned, almost forgetting to breathe. Alucard's grin turned feral. "Yes, Izuku Midoriya, you have awakened the devil fruits." As soon Alucard said this, Izuku fell to his knees as memories and experiences flooded his mind just like all those years ago. This time though it wasn't the memories of devil fruit eaters, it was the memories of the devil fruit spirits themselves. However, as they were playing through Izuku's head, Izuku noticed new powers, powers he had never had before, as evidenced by the multiple water-based devil fruits. Though some of them terrified Izuku as he took in their powers and history. As the memories ended and Izuku was panting for breath, Alucard chose this time to speak up. "Just for the record, master, while you didn't die, the revive fruit did activate, so you'll be able to use its power while still having backup life. Though considering some of your new devil fruits, I doubt you'll need it," he spoke with a grin. "He's right about that," Izuku thought dryly as he shakily stood up. "Listen, what were those new fruits? A lot of them go against the standard rules of devil fruits." "Those were the awakened type, master," Alucard said, simply causing Izuku to gain a twitching eyebrow. "And just what the hell are?" Izuku stopped talking when he saw Alucard raise his hand. "Your questions will be answered in time, master, but right now I believe your friends need your help," Alucard stated with Izuku's eyes widening as he had forgotten about that in with everything happening. "Shit, you're right. I gotta do something, but what? My body is completely destroyed," Izuku shouted as he tried to think. Heh, you needn't worry, your body's already healed. As for that little annoyance at the top of the tower, I believe my power will be more than enough," a smooth voice stated as the owner walked forward so Izuku could see them. The man chuckled. "You're probably aware of who I am, but for the sake of simplicity call me Orochimaru." The man introduced himself. "Now shall we go? We have a fight to finish," he said, giving a rather snake-like smirk. Izuku nodded, knowing exactly who he was and what fruit he's the spirit of, and he was right. His power would be perfect for finishing the fight, or rather his awakening is. Izuku stood up before turning towards Alucard. "I'll be back for those answers," he said simply before being engulfed in light and disappearing, leaving the two alone. "That went better than expected," Alucard chuckled with Orochimaru joining him. "Well, I best be off. He'll be calling on my power at any moment now," Orochimaru said, getting a nod from Alucard. "Oh, and you really should change your realm to something more interesting," Orochimaru commented before disappearing, leaving the red-clad man alone. It was quiet for a moment before Alucard chuckled. "Change my realm? What nonsense," he said as he looked down to see thousands of different realms, each belonging to a different devil fruit spirit. "Still, he truly is an interesting master," he said to seemingly no one before turning in a particular direction. "Wouldn't you say?" he asked as a group of 8 suddenly appeared. "Oh, absolutely. One of the figures dresses in all black said. He had pale white skin and red lipstick. I'm dying to meet him. Oh, the chaos we're gonna cause is going to be glorious. He shouted before letting out a loud insane laugh. Line break. When people first saw a body hit the ground there was panic and confusion, especially after everything that happened that night. It only got worse when people recognized the body of a beaten, bloody and near-death Izuku Midoriya. The people began to panic, questioning just what the heel could have done this and worried if the culprit was still around. A few minutes later the paramedics showed up and were just about to start on-site surgery to help stabilize him when something incredible happened. His wounds began to heal faster than any regeneration quirk could have done. It was as if they had blinked and he was as good as new, even the suit he was wearing looked good as new. That's when Izuku opened his eyes. Line break. The battle at the top of the tower was turning hectic. The heroes, fueled by rage at their friend's death, seemed to empower them as they started to make headway. Both the students who were destroying Sentinel after Sentinel, or All Might who was fighting Wolfram, who had revealed he also had a muscle-augmenting quirk further strengthened by the quirk amplifier, were at a standstill. Everyone had just regrouped to catch their breath and were about to charge again when a figure flew in and landed on the roof, and no one could believe their eyes when they saw it was Izuku Midoriya. Kyoka approached slowly as she, like the others, could hardly believe it. Izuku, is that really you?" she asked hesitantly. Izuku simply smiled and nodded. A second later he was tackled by Kyoka, Momo and Ochako, who cried into his chest. Izuku only wrapped his arms around them to comfort them. He then looked up to see All Might and his friends with tears in their eyes, though Katsuki was quick to wipe his away. "Izuku, how? We saw you." Denki tried but trailed off. Izuku only shrugged nonchalantly. "I got better," he said simply. "That's not answer, you bastard," Katsuki shouted. Izuku chuckled as he softly got the girls off him. "I know, and I promise I'll tell you all everything later," he said as he got up and faced Wolfram. "But, for now, leave the rest to me," he said simply as the group were shocked. But when they looked in his eyes and saw the complete confidence in his eyes, they nodded. "Thank you. Now please leave the roof and head to the control room. This is gonna be big," he finished with a rather wild smirk. The group, even Katsuki, needed no further prompting and quickly ran to the lower level. Everyone just wanted this night to be over, and if Izuku said he needed room, that's what they'd give him. Wolfram just crossed his arms. "So you think you can beat me even with everything I have in my favor?" he asked as he gestures to everything around him. Izuku just nodded. "This is my first time using this new power, not to mention even with everyone gone there's still not my space. Better start small," he thought. "Oh, I completely agree." Orochimaru's voice rang in his head, causing Izuku to mentally groan. "Let me guess, you can contact me anytime and any devil fruit spurt can do this." He guessed, getting a correct in return. Izuku shook his head. He can worry about this later, for now he had to deal with the villain. "Right, let's fo this," he thought as he activated the fruit. Wolfram's face was a mask of complete horror as he stared at what Izuku had done. Whatever the hell he was expecting, it wasn't this. "Izuku Midoriya, what the hell are you?" as he started at the monster in front of him. This was the awakened snake fruit model, Orchi. Damn, Izuku thought. This was one of its smaller and weaker forms, and its power was unbelievable. Izuku shook his head, which with the giant monster head was even more terrifying. It was time to get down to business. Wasting no more time, the multiple dragon heads shot forward, ready to completely annihilate the Sentinels, and that's exactly what they did. Whether it be by shredding them to pieces either by their scales or their teeth, or melted by their molten flames. A few managed to get close but were quickly made into scrap metal by his horns. The throne didn't last much longer as the dragons were quick to rip it apart before burning it to ash. Wolfram could only watch in horror as all his work was destroyed in a matter of seconds. He growled and grit his teeth before shouting at the top of his lungs. "So what? You think any of this matters? Do you think it'll go down so easy?" He was cut off as one of the hands continuously slammed him into the ground as a crater formed, which only got deeper with each hit. Izuku, seeing the man knocked out, had one of its head twist around his body and using the cage fruit to trap him. Izuku then turned back to normal as he walked over. "Thank God that's finally over," He sighed as his shoulders sagged at the fact that he could finally relax. Deku. A shout came from the door as it was blasted open to reveal a pissed-off Katsuki. Where the hell were you hiding that thing, Deku? Katsuki questioned, with Izuku doing his best to ignore him. In the background the girls were celebrating at it finally being over. Fumikage and Shoto were watching Izuku and Katsuki and thinking about what Izuku just did. The gap just keeps widening, Shoto said, with Fumikage nodding. Indeed, he said simply, as both swore to train even harder so they can catch up. But more importantly, so they never have to feel as helpless as they did when they saw Izuku fall again. Off to the sides were Denki and a Minoru. Man, leave it Izuku to pull out something so piss your pants terrifyingly amazing. Denki said, completely exhausted, with Minoru right beside, equally as tired. I hear ya, why couldn't he have done that at the USJ? He asked rhetorically. Don't say that, just the thought of fighting that monster is enough to make me faint. A terrified voice came from behind them as everyone whirled around to see. It's the masked bastard from the USJ. Indeed, it was Toby, who gave a terrified scream as he saw all the heroes get into fighting positions, ready for one last fight. Wait, I'm not here to fight. I'm just here to pick something up, he shouted quickly, leaving the group confused until Ochako gasped. Look what he's got in his hands. The group did so and gasped when they saw the quirk amplifier in his hands. They were about to charge when he held up his other hand. Wait, look at Wolfram, and against their better judgment they did. To their shock, however, he was awake and glowing a dark reddish color. Thanks for ruining the surprise, Toby. How about you get the hell out of here? Toby needed no further prompting and quickly left with amplifier. Cursing, the group turned to Wolfram. How about you spare us the chatter and tell us what the hell this is? Shoto asked, wanting tonight to just be over. Wolfram chuckled. It's called Body Bomb, a quirk that allows me charge up energy to create explosions. The more I charge, the bigger the explosion. Now here's the kicker, the more I charge, the more my body is damaged, but seeing how I'm not keen on going to jail, that won't be a problem. Wolfram explained as the group eyes widen at the implication. Wolfram, seeing their looks, smirked. That's right, kiddos, I'm going out here and taking this whole island with me. He laughed. Oh, and what's to stop us from knocking your ass out? Kyoka questioned, with Wolfram laughing again, because the second you do I go off, still taking a good chunk of the island with me. Face it, there's no way to beat me. I've won. Wolfram laughed madly. There's one way, but are you willing to pay the price? A woman's voice echoed calmly in his head as Izuku clenched his fist, knowing what she meant. Are you willing? As Izuku breathed deeply. Of course I am, he answered, steeling his resolve as he calmly walked towards the man. All Might put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Young Midoriya, what do you plan on doing? He asked, with Izuku turning his head and looking into All Might's eyes, a steel gaze in his own. What needs to be done? He said simply as All Might began to tremble, understanding what he plans on doing. Are you sure? He asked quietly, wishing more than anything that his successor didn't have to do it. Izuku merely nodded and walked forward, leaving All Might to shake, hating the fact there was nothing he could do. Izuku, what are you? She was cut off as Katsuki but his hand on her shoulder. Katsuki, what's Izuku planning? She tried to ask again as she saw Momo, Kyoka and Melissa looking away, with Minoru, Denki, Shoto, Eijiro, Fumikage, Victor and Katsuki all looking forward, a resolved look in their eyes. That's when it dawned her. No, she cried. He can't. After everything we've been through tonight, you can't expect him to that. She continued to cry. Katsuki didn't say a word and just pulled her into a hug to confront her. His eyes never leaving Izuku. Izuku silently approached Wolfram, who smirked up at him. What is this, the point where you threatened me? Plead with me. Well, tough shut, kid, there's no way out of this. People are about to die. Wolfram laughed. No, Izuku said, interrupting Wolfram's laugh. Just you, he revealed as he jerked up two of his fingers. Immediately a colossal hand made of water raised from the sea dot and reached over the island, terrifying everyone on the island until it had grabbed Wolfram. What the hell is this? He shouted while struggling to get free. This is my way out. You were right, people are going to die. Unfortunately you were a little off on the number. Goodbye, Wolfram, Izuku said as he commanded the hand to return to the sea. Damn you, Izuku Midoriya. Damn you. Were the last thing Wolfram shouted before he was pulled under. Everyone was still for a second waiting to see if anything would happen. Boom. Suddenly a massive explosion could be in the distance, and to everyone's horror a gigantic tidal wave arose. Before anyone could panic, however, Izuku merely waved his hand and the wave stopped and fell back into the ocean. Everyone was quite after that, looking around to see if there any other threats. They could never be sure after tonight. Finally Izuku spoke. "It's over," he said simply and began to walk away. Nobody stopped him. "Izuku," Ochako said, and was about to try to stop him when Katsuki put his arm in front of her and shook his head. Getting the message, she watched Izuku leave in silence, praying for him to be okay. Line break. It was Katsuki who found him first. It was hours after the battle and the group had been looking for a while now, with Katsuki finding him on the boundary wall lookout to the ocean. "Come on Deku, everyone's looking for you," he said quietly. After waiting a minute and not getting a response, he was about to try again when Izuku spoke. "That thing I turned into on the roof, I got it after I fell off the roof," he revealed, surprising Katsuki. "The amount of powers I got and what they are mind-blowing, and yet despite that I still had to resort to killing someone," he snarled with shaking fist. Any further comments were cut off when he felt something hit the back of his head. Rubbing it, he looked down and saw a rock. "You know, you really do piss me the most at times off at times, Deku," Katsuki spoke up in an annoyed tone, tossing another rock up and down in his hands as he moved to stand next to him. "To think all that power, there's still a bit of that crybaby from when we were kids. Honestly, you're supposed to the mature one between the two of us," he sighed before continuing. "And if you're worried about it having to kill again, will you just need to get stronger?" Izuku looked towards Katsuki, who had a small smile on his face. "So what do you say? Never again?" he asked with a fist raised. Izuku smirked. "Never again," he agreed as he fist-pumped Katsuki. "That's a relief. I don't need you going all dark and depressed on us, the bird is bad enough," Katsuki muttered. "Come on, let's get back, everyone's looking for you," Katsuki informed, with Izuku nodding as the two began to walk. "Hey Katsuki, thanks," Izuku said quietly, with Katsuki letting out a chuckle. "Anytime," he replied as the two walked in silence after that. So I'm supposed to be the mature one, Are you admitting you're a massive crybaby at times?" Izuku asked with a grin. "Fuck you Deku, you just had to ruin the mood, didn't you?" Line break. The next couple of days were all about cleanup as the heroes and medical professionals worked overtime to help anyone who needed it. Naturally, everyone was questioned on what happened during the crisis and where the mastermind was by the police. So the group told them everything from entering the building to Izuku dragging Wolfram into the ocean. A few of them were concerned what will happen to Izuku, but after everything was explained, along with All Might vouching for him, the police ruled it as Wolfram commenting suicide by explosion rather than drowning, causing everyone to sigh in relief. However, this also meant David's involvement was revealed and he was quickly arrested. All Might tried to protest, but David told him to stop and that he wanted to pay for his crimes. Right before he was taken away, he asked Victor to look after Melissa, with Victor promising to protect her with his life. Melissa and David were allowed a private goodbye, and although no one knew what was said, they came out of the room they talked in with faces of sadness but resolve. Line break. All for one side as he heard the news of Wolfram's failure and death. The man, while not as strong as the villains they had gathered, was still quite strong in his own right, and was truly a loss for villainy. He was broken out of his thoughts when someone called out to him. "Hey, All for One, I got it." Toby cheered as he raised his hand to show the amplifier. "Marvelous Toby, with this a whole new world is open to us," he praised as he took and inspected the device while Toby was getting embarrassed by the praise. Suddenly Toby raised his hand. Oh, All for One, I've got a couple of questions," he said while All for One chuckled. "Yes, what is it Toby? First, are you going to let others use the amplifier after you use it?" Toby asked, with One for All putting down the amplifier as he thought for a second. "Some people after they've proven themselves. Those like you, Kurogiri, and the ones we have set to attack the training camp don't currently need it. As for Tamura, I don't believe he's earned it yet." He shook his head sadly at the thought of his successor and all his failures recently. Toby nodded. "Okay, my second question is, do you think this'll amplify that weird new power you discovered?" Toby questioned with all for one, letting out a small laugh this time. Unfortunately Toby, I don't believe so, as I don't believe this is a quirk at all but rather something entirely different. All for one, as he suddenly stared at his arm when suddenly it was covered in armament hockey. And remember Toby, I'd rather keep this quiet from the other members of the Light. All for one requested, with Toby saluting as he gave his confirmation. Now then, All for one said as he picked up the amplifier and put it on. Let us begin, he said as he activated the machine. Line break. Izuku opened his eyes and looked around. Back here, he thought as he found himself back where he met Alucard, with the last thing he could remember being on the plane leaving the island. Wonder what Alucard wants to talk about this time, he questioned while he looked around trying to spot the red-clad man. If you're looking for old Alucard, he's been kind enough to give us some privacy, but don't worry, you still have us. A crazed voice said, causing Izuku to turn and see the newcomers. Nice to finally meet you, kiddo. The one in all black said. Better get comfortable, we've got a lot to talk about. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.